The Peacock Emperor stood quietly above the sky and said, "Just walking about. I heard of the dispute between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, so I came to take a look." Emperor Li's eyes were cold. In the empty realm, the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm had joined forces with Yi Futian to fight against Dali. The appearance of the Peacock Emperor, at this moment, was naturally a cause for concern. "Your Majesty, at the time of the battle for the empty realm, Dali dynasty and the Demon Emperor's realm were allies and were going to join forces to deal a blow to Emperor Xia's realm. However, those from Emperor Xia's realm were extremely conniving. They gained control of the cultivators of the demonic tribe and disrespected Princess Kong Xian. So now, why does Your Majesty allow the idle king to join forces with the people from Emperor Xia's realm?" Some cultivator of Cao clan said with puzzlement. It was precisely because the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm and Yi Futian joined forces that their leader had been captured. His fate was still unknown. This was also the question of many people. There was a time that Kong Xian hated Yi Futian and his cohort to the bone. Now that you mentioned the empty realm, I seem to remember, Emperor Li, that the rules of the battle for the empty realm were set by us three parties and lasted many years. Your son broke our covenant by disobeying the rules. According to the agreement, Dali will not be eligible to enter the empty realm. I am sure you understand. The Peacock Emperor did not respond to the man but directly addressed Emperor Li. The man who spoke was pale, but Emperor Li was much calmer. The Peacock Emperor was making a point that he could not refute. When they were at the empty realm, it was indeed Li Yarrow who broke the rules. Well, now that the Peacock Emperor was present, was it to make Dali obey the rules? Of course, the Peacock Emperor said nothing, which only invited more speculation. But despite whatever happened in the empty realm, just the fact that the Peacock Emperor stood there was a kind of deterrence. Emperor Li, you want to wage war to invade Emperor Xia's realm, and your elder brother, King Tiandao, does even more so and caused many provocations. Since you seem to want such an ending, then let the armies battle it out, Emperor Xia said out loud. Emperor Li was silent, like everyone else in the palace. A great battle. Their powers were in great disparity. Battling under such conditions would, no doubt, be a definite loss. At this moment, there was a strong space power blooming. The brilliance shone brightly, and the space above the palace seemed to radiate the brilliance of the great path of space. An ancient path of space appeared, and a group of figures appeared in that direction. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Had the main character arrived? Everyone in Dali dynasty knew that in this war between two Renhuang realms, only Yi Futian was the one to watch. He had instigated everything. Now, he came from the empty realm through the teleportation Grand Matrix to descend directly in Emperor Li's city. Behind Yi Futian, there was another large army. Two Nirvana figures, Wu Yong and Lu Yu, were by his side, taking Cao Kong into custody. Cao Kong, at this moment, was barely breathing. He no longer resembled the awesome demon that he was known as. He had gone through some serious abuse. Yi Futian and the others would not have allowed Cao Kong to maintain any power for fighting. "Sir." The cultivators of the demonic Cao clan looked extremely worried. That was their leader, the premier demonic cultivator of the Dali dynasty. But now, he was in such a miserable state. Even if he lived, how would this premier demon figure of the Dali dynasty face the world in the future? Yi Futian stepped forward toward the crowd directly across from him and came to the front of Emperor Xia's army. Countless eyes from the Dali dynasty fell on him and his white garments and silver hair. Whether in appearance or temperament, he was extremely outstanding. Compared to the seventh swordsman of yore, he was even more distinguished. Naturally, all of Dali knew that the silver-haired figure they saw was the genius who had infiltrated the imperial advisor's residence, the seventh swordsman. He was chased by Dali before, but now he returned with such a dominant posture. He had come leading the great army of Emperor Xia's realm. Many people in the Dali royal family knew this former seventh swordsman had even gone to the West Mountain to hunt together. Furthermore, the aggressive seventh swordsman had executed a descendant of the Prince Regent's residence without regard for anyone. Now, to behold the seventh swordsman again, the feeling was quite another. Emperor Li's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Back then, He did not even realize that the seventh swordsman was using a disguise. Once, he had wanted to grant his daughter to Yi Futian as a wife and make him a prince consort. To kill Yi Futian at the time, Li Yarrow and the Prince Regent suggested that he send the Imperial Advisor to the Crimson Dragon Realm and execute Yi Futian to neutralize this threat. And he had agreed. However, the operation failed, and the Imperial Advisor could not harden his heart to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't die, the Imperial Advisor was admonished and was imprisoned by him, and the Imperial Advisor's residence was history. Emperor Li, as a figure of Ren Huang, did not expect that the history of the Dali dynasty would change because of a young man. Now, the troops were here in the city. Yi Futian wanted to threaten him, the emperor, into compromising. To releasing the prisoner. Yi Futian greets your majesty, Emperor Li. Looking at Emperor Li, Yi Futian said in a clear voice, but he did not bow in respect, and there was not much respect in his tone. One could even say that his tone had a touch of indifference. In the battle at Crimson Dragon Realm, it was impossible without the explicit consent of the emperor. Who could order the Imperial Advisor if not the emperor? Obviously, Emperor Li had the intention to coerce the Imperial Advisor. Although he valued the Imperial Advisor, his heart was closer to King Tiandao and the Prince Regent. After all, the same blood flowed within them. No matter how much the Imperial Advisor of Dali achieved, no matter how extraordinary he was always an outsider who could be used and even given enough respect. But when push came to shove, it was always blood that could be trusted more. If the Imperial Advisor was a relative of the Emperor, perhaps the Emperor would not have sent him to the Crimson Dragon Realm. Emperor Li should have known how difficult it was for the Imperial Advisor. But Emperor Li had hoped the Imperial Advisor would make a choice. You have brought your men here, so don't bother with pretense. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian coldly and said, Yi Futian, what do you want? When I cultivated in the 9 states, the lower world of Emperor Xia's realm, Li Yarrow crossed the Renhuang realm, leading people to lay siege on the clan I was with. This caused heavy casualties to my clan, including my wife. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Li and continued, in the Battle of the Empty Realm, it was another slaughter with total disregard of the rules, and in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Dali dynasty sent out 4 Nirvanas to attempt to kill me. It's not about what I want, but rather, your majesty, what do you want? Emperor Li stared at Yi Futian. If Emperor Li desires so much for me to be dead, well, here I am. Emperor Li could order them to do it. Yi Futian pointed to the people of the Dali dynasty. No one made a move. On the side of the Dali dynasty, there was dead silence. If the armies collided, they would suffer great defeat, there was no doubt about that. Once, Dali dynasty had attempted to kill Yi Futian many times, but now, there was no way that they could. When Emperor Xia saw Emperor Li's silence, he said, Emperor Li, you are, after all, an existence of Ren Huang. If you hesitate without a decision, our fighting will be at a stalemate. Why not play a round of chess? Chess. At this moment, Emperor Li did not have the interest to play chess. He and Emperor Xia were equal in strength. One could not beat the other. If there had been a clear gap, there would never have been border wars. The hardest fist was not bound by rules. It was only when 2 sides were equal was there the need for rules. Your Majesty, decide, Yi Futian said. Along the way, he didn't allow mindless slaughtering. It was obvious that he did not view this invasion as a true border battle. Otherwise, it would not have been so peaceful. Countless people of Dali would have fallen along the way. They had only killed those who fought against them because it was kill or be killed by the other. Emperor Li, of course, knew what he wanted. 10 armies descended today. With soldiers now in the city, all these thousands of men came for only one person. The majestic imperial palace, with its towering hall, stood there in extreme solemnity. Today, for the first time, someone dared to threaten the lord of the Dali dynasty Emperor Li to make a decision in this majestic palace. Countless eyes fell on Emperor Li and Yi Futian opposite him. The army encircled the palace, and dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening Emperor Li. Although the reference to a decision was not stated, everyone knew very well what he meant. He wanted the emperor to let the prisoner go. The entire hall inside the palace was filled with pressure. Inside the imperial palace, in the jail cell suppressed by the ritual implement, the imperial advisor of Dali sat there with weak breath, guarded by cultivators next to him. And now, the two who were guarding him were actually on the unblemished saint plane. The two unblemished saints looked into the distance and knew what was happening. They felt pity in their hearts and looked at the imperial advisor of Dali. Once, he was the first person of Dali dynasty under the emperor. Once, he ruled the realm. All had respected him. Even now, though he was imprisoned, a bloody storm of a war started because of him. Emperor Xia's realm had sent its soldiers to the imperial palace. A fierce battle would be launched if Emperor Li did not comply. Imperial advisor still has power. Even in prison, there are still those who will shed blood on account of the imperial advisor, an unblemished saint remarked. The imperial advisor of Dali raised his head and looked into the distance with a faded gaze. Although his cultivation was obliterated, he could still feel the horrible atmosphere of the entire palace. The entire palace of Dali was facing a great enemy. He knew Yi Futian had come. He valued Yi Futian's talent, and his ideal of boundless great path. Of course, he was reluctant to kill such a character. So, he released Yi Futian in the Crimson Dragon realm. He knew what it meant to release Yi Futian when he had personally witnessed the death of Li Yao. It meant that he had burned all the bridges, but still, he did it. Someone like Yi Futian should not die, let alone by his hands. He knew that Yi Futian would inevitably create into a realm far beyond his own, but he did not expect that Yi Futian would come so soon with his troops. Why bother, muttered the imperial advisor. It was true that he did betray his position and betrayed Dali, thus, his cultivation was obliterated. But he did not blame anyone. This was his own choice and the ending that he deserved. But thinking of Yi Futian's arrival, he smiled again. Perhaps he was happy because he had such a disciple. He had thought that his life would end in a whimper, and he would be content for Feishue to live a little longer. But Yi Futian had cured Feishue, and Yang Yuan and the others had also escaped this place, flying free like birds. Now, there was a disciple of his who may leave a mark in the history of the 3,000 realms. What dissatisfaction could there be in such a life? Even if he were to die now, there would be no regret. At the imperial palace of Dali, the mighty armies were facing each other. 3 major Renhuang figures appeared here. Although the palace was very peaceful at the moment, everyone knew that once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. The whole point now hinged on whether or not the two sides could reach an agreement. Yi Futian launched the war this time and led an army to invade the imperial palace of Dali. His purpose was not to slaughter, otherwise, the way over would not have been so quiet, and countless cultivators would have perished. He came for the imperial advisor of Dali and wanted to force Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty to decide to release the imperial advisor. But could he persuade the emperor? At this moment, Emperor Li looked toward Yi Futian. In his cultivation until now, in the Renhuang plain, he had ruled a realm respected by all in Dali dynasty. He wanted to strengthen the Dali dynasty so that even in times of trouble, they could conquer or defend. He wanted to glorify the name of the royal family of Dali so that it would be known more than just in the one realm. The imperial advisor was competent and was valued. In his view, the imperial advisor would be the main force in his plane to strengthen Dali dynasty. He had even vacated the power of the prince regent and gave all the power to the imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor had disappointed him. After all, the imperial advisor was not part of the Li clan, and there was no blood of the royal family flowing inside of him. Therefore, he did not share the same position as him. When he encountered Yi Futian, he had committed treason because of his affinity toward his disciple. He had said once that he could allow the imperial advisor to make any mistakes, except treason. He was also willing to give the imperial advisor a chance, but he had declined. Therefore, he asked the imperial advisor to obliterate his cultivation and be imprisoned. Now, Yi Futian, the genius character who had caused the betrayal of the imperial advisor, had come here and surrounded the palace with his great armies, threatening him to release the imperial advisor. To release him or not? Yi Futian asked him to make a decision. But how? Yi Futian, in the world of cultivation, discussion of past rights and wrongs are meaningless. Li Yarrow killed your wife and those in your clan, but you also killed him. You want to rescue the Imperial Advisor, but the predicament the Imperial Advisor is in today is all because of you. If it was not for you having been the Imperial Advisor's disciple as the seventh swordsman, the Imperial Advisor would still maintain his honorable position in our Dali dynasty, and the Imperial Advisor's residence would still be respected by those in Dali. All of this was because of your plan for revenge. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since you want me to make a decision, it will all end today. Everything started with you, and it shall end with you. Yi Futian, if you die, then the Imperial Advisor will still be the Imperial Advisor of Dali. I will forgive all the charges against the Imperial Advisor and his residents. And if they are willing, they can still be in positions of power in Dali dynasty. Of course, he can also choose to leave, and I shall send him off in a manner befitting his position as the Imperial Advisor." Those who were around were trembling inside, and countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. Emperor Li's decision was that for Yi Futian to die, and the Imperial Advisor would be released. And all transgressions would be pardoned. Now, the people of the Dali dynasty could naturally see that Yi Futian's progress posed a great threat to Dali. If he died, there would not be a Renhuang figure who might obstruct Dali dynasty. If he died, the great army would also fall apart. The Peacock Emperor and Kong Xian were most likely here because of him. And those figures of Nirvana Plain from the Crimson Dragon realm were also fighting for him. As long as Yi Futian was dead, everything would end. Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li. So, he asked him to die in exchange for the Imperial Advisor of Dali? The people of Emperor Xia's realm were angry in their countenance, and Emperor Xia also frowned. The Imperial Advisor is in this predicament today because of you, and he was willing to die for you, Yi Futian. What the Imperial Advisor could do, you cannot. Emperor Li continued, "Such a disciple is dishonorable." Emperor Li's voice emitted a strange authority. It penetrated Yi Futian's eardrums and directly affected his will. In addition to the words themselves, his voice also directly affected Yi Futian's emotions. It was as if his words were the truth. He wanted Yi Futian to exchange his life for the Imperial Advisor's. Yi Futian's heart was shaking, and his mind was affected. He frowned a little, seeming to have felt the influence of Emperor Li's voice. However, he soon returned to a peaceful state of mind, firmed up his will, and he cast an indifferent look toward Emperor Li. "My master exchanged his life for mine because he was unwilling to slay me. But you wanted me dead, so what my master did was in vain." Yi Futian said coldly, "In addition, there are many elders of Emperor Xia's realm, as well as elders from Crimson Dragon realm, and the mighty army that joined in this battle because of me. What would become of their deed if I died? Furthermore, Your Majesty, you don't seem to understand the situation today. I am giving Your Majesty a chance to decide, not a chance to renegotiate the conditions of the exchange." Yi Futian's voice grew colder and colder. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, the breath of many Nirvana figures bloomed, sweeping through the space and overwhelming the palace, shrouding the imperial palace in an atmosphere of terror. Many large armies marched forward, oppressing with an even stronger might of authority. If there was one misdirected word, there would be a bloodbath. And in the imperial palace of Dali dynasty, a great battle would erupt. Behind Yi Futian, the swordmaster of Lihan and the others reveal a look of relief. Had Yi Futian been influenced by the words of Emperor Li and agreed to such a ridiculous request, then they probably would have been disappointed. Otherwise, why did they fight? Because of Yi Futian's talent, because of his brilliant future, it was possible that he would be a figure who could influence the realms. If it was so easy to lose life over this, then what was the meaning of everything they had done? It was exactly as he said. What was the reason for the Imperial Advisor of Dali sparing his life? Now, would he be seeking his own death? The hopes of many were pinned on his life. Is it? Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian with sharp eyes and said, "If so, you can order them to give it a try." He was still standing proudly when he spoke. The authority of Ren Huang was released to its fullest and shrouded the heavens. His eyes were so deep and unfathomable that it was hard to see what his thoughts were. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to issue an order to kill. For many things, there was a difference between 0 and infinity. Once there was a first time, then there, naturally, would be a second time. Today, Yi Futian led an army to press them, and Dali dynasty had no power to resist. The attack came straight inside the palace, and undoubtedly it was a shameful business to Emperor Li. However, today he was threatened by Yi Futian to compromise. After that, would the people of Emperor Xia's realm no longer attack? If not, then what was the point to compromise? What he wanted now was for Yi Futian to die. If Yi Futian didn't die, the situation would not change. And for Dali dynasty, it could only get worse. Because Yi Futian would only become stronger and stronger, and the outside forces could become even greater. Currently, he was only saint of true self. What if he became unblemished or entered the nirvana plane? Once he entered the nirvana plane, the combat power of him alone would be no less than the imperial advisors, and perhaps, there would only be more people who would follow him. Now, it was a game between the two. Yi Futian wanted to force him to release the imperial advisor. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to make a move. Yi Futian was silent. Looking at Emperor Li's eyes, he knew that he had underestimated the power of Ren Huang. Emperor Li would not move first, but he was also betting that Yi Futian dared not to strike first. If it were rushed, then everyone would perish together. Rules were rules, and rules were meant to be broken, not last forever. Unless there were stronger forces regulating the rules if the moment of life and death for Dali arrived, would Emperor Li still abide by the rules? Release the imperial advisor and return his freedom so that he is no longer bound by Dali. From then on, I, Yi Futian, will never step inside Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian said, knowing full well the concerns of Emperor Li. He felt that Yi Futian was too great of a threat, and even if he promised to release the imperial advisor, it would not change the situation in the future. Therefore, he wanted Yi Futian to die. It's not enough, Emperor Li said lightly. I can release the imperial advisor, but he still belongs to Dali and cannot leave the imperial city of Dali. Even if Yi Futian never entered the Dali dynasty, others still could. What's more, just how credible were Yi Futian's words? The threat to Dali dynasty remained. Either Yi Futian was dead, or the imperial advisor would continue to be controlled by Emperor Li. Emperor Li, this is hardly the kind of character befitting Ren Huang, Emperor Xia said casually. Wait until Emperor Xia's realm faces a moment like this, then ask yourself if you have the right to utter this sentence or not. Emperor Li responded indifferently. He was the emperor of the Dali dynasty. All of Dali dynasty was under his guardianship. He would never allow it to be threatened. Yi Futian looked at the figure standing proudly on the top of the stairs, his fists clenched. He was struggling inside. Emperor Li's thinking was spot on. Even if he never entered Dali again, he still had ways to deal with it. Emperor Li had hardened his heart now. He was unwilling to compromise and refused to let the imperial advisor go. Emperor Li, Li Yarrow, and all who had grievances with me have died, and the imperial advisor lost his cultivation. All this was counted as even between us and will stop right here. The loss suffered by Emperor Xia's realm was repaid with the empty realm, so from now on, Dali dynasty will never be allowed to enter the empty realm. Yi Futian continued, going forward, I will no longer pursue any of these grudges. Many people looked toward Yi Futian. In fact, other than Cao Kong, others still had grudges with Yi Futian. Many cultivators, including the Prince Regent, had gone to the Crimson Dragon realm to kill him, leading to the situation with the imperial advisor. But, for the freedom of the imperial advisor, Yi Futian was willing to make concessions and compromise. In this battle, the army of Emperor Xia's realm participated, but he knew very well that it was not only because of him but also Emperor Xia. He couldn't gamble everyone's life because of his own grudges. At this moment, he has only one goal, and that was to take the imperial advisor away from Dali dynasty so that he could reunite with Yang Yuan and Feishue, no longer being oppressed by Dali, and getting to choose as he wished. Concessions such as this should be acceptable to Emperor Li? After all, Emperor Xia's realm came to attack and had breached the palace. Along the way, many important strategic locations of Dali dynasty were taken by them, including the Medicine City and other important ruins. It could be said that Yi Futian had the absolute advantage. But now, Yi Futian had only one condition, and that was the freedom of the imperial advisor, and for that, he could let go of everything that had been taken. Next to him, Emperor Xia said nothing. This battle was for Yi Futian, and he should make all the decisions. That's not enough. A cold voice responded to Yi Futian. Emperor Li looked at him and spat out these words, not enough. Even if Yi Futian decided to give up the pursuance of this grudge, and his only wish now was to leave with the imperial advisor safely, and he would no longer pursue things of the past, that was all he wanted now. As long as Emperor Li would agree, he would evacuate from Dali. However, Emperor Li had refused decisively. When Yi Futian heard the response from Emperor Li, his face became extremely cold, and a chill was released from his body. His fists were tightly clenched. Today's situation, having surrounded the imperial palace of Dali, was an absolute advantage for them. It should be them who dictated the conditions to force Emperor Li to comply. However, the fact was that he stepped back and conceded, while Emperor Li still felt that it was not enough and refused to make any concessions and release the imperial advisor. The Peacock Emperor watched all this quietly in the void. He secretly transmitted to Kong Xian, saying, when both parties are in negotiation, whoever cares the most is destined to lose. Emperor Li is Ren Huang, after all, and dares to gamble everything and let go. But Yi Futian, he can't give up. He came for the imperial advisor, and his purpose is clear. He cares more than Emperor Li, so in this exchange, he is destined to lose. Kong Xian appeared to be deep in thought. Her father transmitted a secret message to her, was perhaps reminding her of something. In the future, she may also have the experience of an exchange such as this. Even those from Dali dynasty thought that the emperor might agree to Yi Futian's request and let the imperial advisor go, and Yi Futian would retreat. But they did not expect that Emperor Li still did not agree. The advantage that Emperor Li had, compared to that of Yi Futian, was that Yi Futian dared not gamble the lives of everyone, unlike Emperor Li. He was the lord of the Dali dynasty. He could make any decision, and no one could disagree with him. He did not need to consider anything else, he only needed to consider himself. It was deathly still. Even though Yi Futian was angry, he was also helpless. He wanted to have a great fight and let the army sweep over the entire Dali dynasty. But just as everyone thought, he had more concerns, and he cared more. Your Majesty, then, means to make war. Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li and said, you came from Emperor Xia's realm and attacked until you came in front of me. Now you ask me if I chose to go to war. Emperor Li smiled sarcastically, saying, Yi Futian, I will give you two options, withdraw, and I release the imperial advisor, but he is still not allowed to leave the imperial city. The second choice is this, now that the imperial advisor is suppressed under a pagoda. If you are willing to try to survive the 3 levels of suppressions of the pagoda in the stead of the imperial advisor, and you are willing to withdraw your army, you may leave with the imperial advisor if you live. Nirvana-level implements are not to be trifled with, Emperor Xia said, looking towards Emperor Li. The imperial advisor once served the Dali dynasty, but now you threaten us with his life. Emperor Li, don't you think this is unbefitting to your honor as Ren Huang? The imperial advisor of Dali betrayed us because of him, yet he refuses to die for the imperial advisor. Now, I only ask him to bear the suffering of the imperial advisor. Emperor Li responded coldly, the imperial advisor suffered such pain for you daily, Yi Futian. What about you? His voice was the same as before. It was as if contained certain magic, affecting Yi Futian's will. Many understood. Before, Emperor Li had already revealed his desire for Yi Futian to die. Now, he did not directly ask Yi Futian to die for the imperial advisor, but this request was not far off. He wanted to use this to kill Yi Futian so as not to worry later. Otherwise, even if Yi Futian promised to let go of the grudge, Emperor Li would probably still be worried. Only a dead man would require no more guarding. What is the difference between this and asking me to die if Emperor Li takes control of the implement? Yi Futian said. Others will control it, Emperor Li said. Yi Futian seemed a little moved. No matter what means I use. Yi Futian said. Yes, Emperor Li answered. Means? Even if Yi Futian had incredible means, as saint of true self, if he dared to agree to it, there would only be one conclusion, and that was death. Even if he could use the external force to exert strength far beyond the realm, the result would be the same. Yi Futian, Emperor Xia called out and looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look back at Emperor Xia, who said, "You don't need to promise him anything." Obviously, he also did not want Yi Futian to save the imperial advisor in this manner. Since Emperor Li had proposed it, it meant that he had absolute certainty of taking Yi Futian's life. As soon as Yi Futian agreed, what awaited him could very well be death. "What if your majesty breaks your promise?" Yi Futian asked again. "The Peacock Emperor is here, he can be a witness," Emperor Li said, looking up at the Peacock Emperor. Gladly, the Peacock Emperor in the void nodded in agreement. "Father." Kong Xian looked at him. The Peacock Emperor had agreed so decisively, but for Yi Futian, the result could be fatal. However, the Peacock Emperor seemed extremely peaceful. Yi Futian had chosen this path himself. He caused this war, and everything was his doing. The final decision, ultimately, was in Yi Futian's hands. "Very well." Yi Futian spat these words, which made the hearts of many tremble. Xia Qingyuan stared at him. Had he agreed to such poor conditions? Yi Futian, Emperor Xia transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. "Since Emperor Li threatens me with the life of my master, this is the only way. If I can't bear it, your majesty can interfere then by force." Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Li was eager for him to die, he would play ball with Emperor Li. Of course, he wouldn't want to die and trade his own life, so he reminded Emperor Xia. He nodded and agreed, but Emperor Xia did not. Since Emperor Li could intervene by force, so could Emperor Xia. Both King Tiandao and the Prince Regent flashed cold murderous intent in their eyes. They would dare to agree. If so, then the only thing left to do was to kill. They wanted to see how Yi Futian would manage to resist the slaughter of the pagoda. Since that's the case, let's go and check on the imperial advisor. Emperor Li now seemed rather calm and did not show any emotions. He turned around and walked toward the center of the imperial palace. All the cultivators of Dali were following him. Emperor Xia waved his hand, and the mighty armies suddenly moved forward together, heading in one direction. After a short while, they came to a prison and saw the figure of the imperial advisor of Dali. This prison was not an ordinary prison but was in a separate, independent space. In the sky above the imperial advisor of Dali, there was a giant pagoda, brilliant, sprinkling lights that turned into an independent prison. The body of the imperial advisor was enclosed within, like a prison in space. Traces of horrible will of the great path permeated from it, and there seemed to be an enchantment surrounding the imperial advisor. At that moment, he was sitting on the ground. His hair was a mess, his eyes were cloudy, and his hair had grayed much. He resembled the hero of yore, no longer possessing the brave spirit of his former self. Seeing the appearance of the imperial advisor, Yi Futian felt a little sad inside. How could this be the first person under the throne of Dali dynasty? "Master." Yi Futian felt saddened, seeing what was before him. He still remembered that when he first came to the Dali dynasty, he had come from the lower realm and entered the palace. He met the disciple of the imperial advisor, Lu Chuan. Even though Lu Chuan was only the youngest disciple of the imperial advisor, he was still in a superior position, treated as a guest of honor by King Li, who ruled the lower realm as one of the four kings. After entered into the upper realm of Dali, he felt even more clearly how respected the imperial advisor of Dali was in Dali dynasty. He has been someone who stood at the peak top of all of Dali. But because he didn't want to kill him, he ended up like this. One could only imagine how Yi Futian felt at this moment in his heart. "Leave." The imperial advisor looked at Yi Futian with murky eyes. His voice seemed weak and lacked energy. "Leave." Seeing his master like this, how could Yi Futian leave? He walked forward. Behind him, Emperor Xia shrouded the entire palace with his might. If someone in Dali dared to make a move on Yi Futian, he would intervene directly. "Master, I will leave with you," Yi Futian said. The imperial advisor had no more cultivation left. How could he leave his master here in this state? Seeing the master today, his breath of life was drying up. He was left on his own. He could really die. For cultivators, The loss of cultivation was the greatest nightmare. People of Emperor Xia's realm seemed to understand why Yi Futian wanted to save the imperial advisor of Dali at all costs. The former imperial advisor of Dali had ended up like this. Even those top characters of Emperor Xia's realm who had seen him in Crimson Dragon realm still felt saddened in their hearts. How great was the imperial advisor back then? Even the great shaman was unable to resist him and was suppressed firmly by him. Just himself alone, he could battle several Nirvana characters at the same time. And now, he was on the verge of death. Futian, it's not worth it, the imperial advisor looked at him and said. It was not worth it for Yi Futian to save him. You were high above in Dali dynasty but ended up like this because of me. Was it worth it? Yi Futian whispered, feeling pain in his heart. He went forward, step by step, and horrific breath was released from him. The flames now burned into the sky. Above the firmament, wind and clouds were changing. Suddenly, Yi Futian's body seemed to be devoured by the flames, but his eyes were still on the imperial advisor. He continued forward toward the area that was suppressed by the pagoda. Boom! A horrible illusion of the flaming god of war was condensed into existence. An elusive face seemed to appear in the flames above the sky. It was as if Emperor Kwa was summoned here and had descended. The sound of a roar came out, Yi Futian's body became immense, and the Zhonglo battle form was cast. It grew larger and larger, exuding radiance light of the sun. It was irresistible. The people of the Dali dynasty looked at this scene with shock. Could he exert such tremendous power? At this point, Yi Futian's breath was already that of the Nirvana plane. The strength of that flame was so strong that it might really slay the existence of Nirvana plane. Boom! With one step, Yi Futian entered under the pagoda. Suddenly, the lights of the pagodas fell down, and the violent force streamed down along his body as if to shatter his body. Do it! Yi Futian looked up and looked in the direction of Emperor Li. Emperor Li looked indifferent toward King Tiandao. The chance was best with King Tiandao controlling the implement to kill Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian's power was comparable to Nirvana at this moment, he still would not escape the fate of death. Today, he would die. King Tiandao went up to the pagoda. His willpower entered into it, causing it to rotate. Golden light fell upon it like bolts of lightning. Outside the pagoda, the divine golden dragon was circling it, slowly materializing into what looked like a real dragon. Images of more pagodas fell continuously onto Yi Futian's massive figure. All was dead silent throughout the vastness of the sky. Everyone was watching the scene unfolding before them. This was the bet between Emperor Li and Yi Futian. It would probably determine the imperial advisor's fate. The imperial advisor of Dali dynasty looked at the figure in front of him. The once handsome youth had become incredibly large and tall. It seemed that he was trying to protect the old man. A hurricane swept over towards them, making his white hair fly in the wind. However, he had not yet used even the slightest bit of his power. His powers had been permanently damaged, and so there was nothing he could do other than watch everything unfold. The light of the pagoda was extremely bright in that suffocating space. After what seemed like a long time, King Tiandao was finally able to control the pagoda completely. He stepped forward with a cold look on his face. He looked down at Yi Futian. He knew why Emperor Li was doing this. The true killing power of the pagoda did not lie in what it displayed on the outside. As long as Yi Futian nodded, he would be killed beyond all shadow of a doubt. Even if it had been him who had to bear the 3 attacks that would happen when he activated the pagoda, he would still be in danger. So how much more so would be Yi Futian, who was merely a saint of true self. When Yi Futian died, the others from the Crimson Dragon realm would flee as well. The others did not know the imperial advisor or even Emperor Xia. They were not Emperor Xia's subordinates, so they would not necessarily give their lives for him. Moreover, Emperor Xia himself would not dare to gamble the lives of all his people here to save the imperial advisor. Die, said King Tiandao in a low voice. He finally made his move. There was a loud noise as shining divine beings were released from the pagoda. Boom! A shocking noise rang out as Yi Futian's massive body was smashed by a colossal pagoda that covered him completely. Endless destructive lightning ravaged his flesh, and he was crushed by a terrible pressure. The dragon roared as Yi Futian raised his head. He seemed to have appeared in the space in the middle of the pagoda. The divine golden dragon rushed down with a roar and entered directly into his mind, smashing into his spiritual willpower. The dragon's roar sought to shake his very soul. Crack, crack, crack. Inch by inch, cracks were appearing in Yi Futian's massive form. His mind shook, and he felt half dead from fright as his flesh was destroyed. He was too strong. This power would not only destroy his body, it would also destroy his spiritual willpower. So this was a weapon of mass destruction. Yi Futian's massive form could not even withstand a single attack. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched. Emperor Xia's eyes were cold as he watched. It seemed like he was ready to get involved at any moment. If Yi Futian could not hold out, then he would get involved, even if it started a war. He could not watch Yi Futian die. Yi Futian had made a bet, but he did not want him to give up his life. "Continue," said Emperor Li. His voice was calm. He did not ask for King Tiandao to stop. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to do it all with one sustained effort and not give Yi Futian a chance to breathe. You would have to crush him. You would have to destroy his body and cut out his soul. No matter how outstandingly talented Yi Futian was, today, he would be left behind forever. "Very well," answered King Tiandao. He launched another attack that split the earth and cracked the sky. The endless divine light of the great path gathered together and fell upon the pagodas. The pagodas seemed to grow taller and rotated above Yi Futian's head. All of the attacks were falling upon Yi Futian. They were extremely accurate, and not a bit of power was wasted. The several unblemished saints by Emperor Li were protecting the imperial advisor with their will. Even though the attacks were incredibly accurate and would not hit him by accident, the imperial advisor was so weak that he could not bear even the slightest disturbance. Before Emperor Li made his decision, they could not let him die here. The endless divine light transformed into another pagoda that wrapped around Yi Futian. The storm of golden pagodas spun, flattening everything, continuously shattering his Chonglu battle form. The terrible, destructive storm seemed to be at the nirvana level. Its fury was continuously renewed. The Chonglu battle form seemed about to collapse, and his legs seemed unable to support him as he was cut down by the terrible force. It appeared that he would fall. Endless arms of flames of the way stretched out, pressing against the ground to hold him up, but the terrible destructive light destroyed them. Boom! Yi Futian could only feel a divine pagoda crushing down on him. Magma seemed to be condensing from his flames of the way, turning into an indestructible solid. But cracks still appeared in it. What was worse was that his body was relatively unharmed compared to what he was suffering in his mind. With pagodas and fire light dancing before his eyes, the imperial advisor of Dallas robes fluttered in the wind. He looked over at the battle form that was being crushed in front of him. Suddenly, he found himself thinking of a previous destructive battle. At that time, he had been in Emperor Li's good graces. Thus, when he had entered the Dali dynasty, he had been named imperial advisor. He had been devoted to the dynasty and trained many cultivators. Today, many of the amazing cultivators of the Dali dynasty had once been under his guidance. He did not want to see the future Dali dynasty suffer the kind of destruction he had once faced. At the same time, as the Dali dynasty was rising, he had taught disciples and found a place for Feishue. He had thought that life would always be like that. If he could protect the dynasty as it prospered and spend more time with Feishue, he would have been satisfied. Because Feishue spent so much time sleeping, the two of them spent more time separated than together. The days had passed like this for many years. But since Feishue was always in the realm of sleep, and had been so young, he had had to move forward alone in order to protect Feishue. Yi Futian's appearance had changed everything. Everything in the world has a destiny. In the end, it had been impossible for things to continue as he had wished. But no matter what, everything that had happened before had been destined to happen, and so he could accept them with a clear conscience. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. But those disciples who had studied under him for a time were not willing to let him die. The destructive storm was tearing through Yi Futian's battle form. It seemed like he was about to fall. A stronger force was brewing and could fall at any time. Emperor Xia's aura was growing stronger. It seemed like he was preparing to attack. But just at that moment, an even stronger aura burst out from Emperor Li. He did not look at Yi Futian but at Emperor Xia. "Emperor Xia," he said, "the winner and loser of the previous battle have already been decided. Let's have another one, shall we?" On saying this, he stepped forward and suddenly descended right in front of Emperor Xia. He had obviously guessed what Emperor Xia was thinking. He would not let Emperor Xia interrupt King Tiandao while he was killing Yi Futian. Emperor Li was so strong once he decided to act. In a flash, the entire palace was filled with his power. Emperor Xia raised his hand to attack, forcing his opponent's energy to disperse. The great army of Emperor Xia's realm was behind him. The two of them shot up into the clouds. There was a loud noise, and destructive light boomed. If the two of them had not gone up into the sky, countless people would have been killed by their attacks. Emperor Li was gambling with the lives of everyone in his palace. He was betting that Emperor Xia would not put up a fight. His beloved daughter Xia Qingyuan was there as well. Boom! At that moment, King Tiandao launched his third attack. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly as they stared at Yi Futian. His battle form was cracking inch by inch as it continuously collapsed. A lightning bolt shot into him, piercing through his body. The pressure was crushing him down. He turned his huge eyes towards the Imperial Advisor. "Why are you doing this?" The Imperial Advisor's long hair flew in the wind as he stared at Yi Futian. This was not the outcome he had wished for. He did not want to see Yi Futian gamble his own life for his. However, he saw that Yi Futian was smiling. Blood was flowing from his mouth. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. These words echoed throughout Emperor Li's mind. These were the words that he had said to Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian was giving them back to him. When cultivating the great path, a gentleman should be continually improving himself. Why should he seek death? That was nirvana. Looking into those smiling eyes, the Imperial Advisor smiled as well. But even as he smiled, his eyes grew wet. He slowly stood up. Even though the years weighed down on him, he still stood straight. He had the backbone of a gentleman. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. The Imperial Advisor looked up into the sky. A terrible storm was whipping across the land, and a brilliant light was flashing. His body was still extremely fragile, and it seemed as if a gust of wind could knock him over. But within that weak body lay an unyielding heart. Boom! 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 Destructive attacks were still shattering Yi Futian's battle form and even smashing into his body. His spiritual will was also under devastating attack. But his eyes were still bright. "You're still not dead." King Tiandao's face darkened. "You have had your 3 attacks. Release the Imperial Advisor," came a voice from up in the sky. "But, as for the army that Yi Futian is leading, destroy them." The words "destroy them" fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning, entering directly into everyone's minds. It seemed that Emperor Li still wanted to do this. He had only promised to let the Imperial Advisor go. He had not promised that after 3 attacks, he would stop fighting altogether. King Tiandao could take this chance to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian had no chance to escape. As long as he abided by Emperor Li's conditions, he would die for sure. "Yes, Your Highness," said King Tiandao clearly. He had a fierce desire to kill Yi Futian. The unblemished saint's power disappeared from the Imperial Advisor's body, and at the same time, they tried to undo his bindings. "Don't trouble yourselves," whispered the Imperial Advisor. As he said this, the bindings on him shattered into pieces. The destructive hurricane swept out, sending the unblemished saints around him flying. Brilliant light shot up from his body into the sky. Just as King Tiandao launched another attack, he raised his fist. Dong! With a loud noise, an incomparably huge pagoda fell, but it was blocked by a huge palm print that covered the sky. It was big enough to block the entire sky in one direction. Countless beams of divine light fell upon the imperial advisor. His white hair gradually disappeared, and his wrinkles faded. His cloudy eyes became dazzlingly bright again. His calm voice rang out through the palace. From now on, I will no longer obey Emperor Li. I am no longer the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely as they watched. They saw the imperial advisor standing there in his worn-out robes. Although he had been rejuvenated, his body still looked frail. But even so, a brilliant divine light shone around him, and a formation flashed into existence. The ancient characters strong, flowing, leave, and threshold circled around him, making the storm of the great path grow stronger and stronger. He looked up into the sky and began to rise into the air. This is... Everyone's hearts were pounding. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty had destroyed his powers. So what was happening now? He raised his hand, covering the sky and blocking the divine pagoda that was crushing down. Futian looked up a little bit. When he saw what was happening, a bright smile appeared on his face. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. This was the imperial advisor. He had permanently destroyed his powers because he had not wanted to leave for the sake of Yang Yuan and the others. However, he had reached nirvana. When one reached the nirvana level, dying was not that easy. He may have destroyed his powers, but the nirvana within him could be born again. The imperial advisor had done this. This was true nirvana, even stronger than it had been in the past. King Tiandao looked shocked. He could faintly feel a transcendent power. It was frightening. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty had gone beyond the peak in a single step. His body may have been weak and frail, but he could shake the earth with his very thoughts. Boom! He activated the pagoda, and divine light shone, splitting the very air as it tried to flatten down everything below it. It was trying to kill the imperial advisor before he had been wholly revived. The image of a huge divine pagoda appeared, crushing downwards. It seemed strong enough to break someone's very soul. The imperial advisor looked up. Brilliant divine light was falling onto him from the sky. His aura was still quite weak, but when he stretched out his hand, a mighty figure appeared, moving in tandem with him. He raised his hand and pointed at the pagoda. At that moment, countless beams of light fell upon the pagoda at the same time. A loud dong rang out through the sky. In the next instant, countless cracks appeared in the divine pagoda as everyone watched with trembling eyes. The cracks spread and widened. Bang! The pagoda shattered as the divine light swept over it. A nirvana-level ritual implement had been shattered. What level of power could do this? Renhuang level? No. They could all naturally feel that the imperial advisor had not become a Renhuang yet. A Renhuang would be even more terrible than this. Moreover, to break through to the Renhuang level was not that easy. Even if your state of mind changed, it did not mean that you would necessarily be able to break through. But even though he had not become a Renhuang, he was still close to that level. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty was at the peak of the nirvana level. He was subordinate only to Emperor Li. His current breakthrough only proved that he had already touched the path of Renhuang. Futian knew that he had already reached the level of ninth servant. Maybe he was even higher. But ninth servant looked down on all the nirvana level cultivators. They had relied on forming the sword matrix of the void to hurt ninth servant, but even so, he had crushed Li Kai, and they were unable to block him. From this, the ninth servant's power and confidence were evident. And right now, the imperial advisor was giving Futian a similar feeling of invincibility. He had destroyed a nirvana-level ritual implement by pointing at it. A look of shock came over King Tiandao's face. He shot up into the sky, trying to escape. The imperial advisor was too frightening then. He was making him afraid. King Tiandao, said the imperial advisor. He clenched his fist, and suddenly the sky-covering palm print shot downward. King Tiandao felt a suffocating pressure covering him and slowing his movements. The palm print grabbed King Tiandao. His aura surged with power, but he was unable to escape. The imperial advisor was still floating up. He kept going until he was level with King Tiandao. Imperial advisor, are you going to betray the Dali dynasty completely? Roared King Tiandao. I have already died once. I have no more association with the Dali dynasty. You wanted to kill me, and even destroy my residence, causing a war between realms. So, I will give you a glorious death, said the imperial advisor. No. When King Tiandao felt the imperial advisor's murderous intent, a look of panic came over his face. He was King Tiandao of the Dali dynasty, the brother of Emperor Li. He had once almost taken the throne from the emperor. Bang! The imperial advisor did not give him a chance. He squeezed his fist, and countless brilliant beams of light shot towards it like a catastrophe of the heavenly path. They not only destroyed King Tiandao's flesh, they even destroyed his soul, giving him no chance of survival. King Tiandao, the leader of the Dali dynasty's army, had fallen. He had been killed in the grand palace of the Dali dynasty. Moreover, the one who had killed him had once been the imperial advisor for the dynasty. They had once been the two most important people below Emperor Li in the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor was responsible for internal matters, and King Tiandao was responsible for external affairs. Now, the imperial advisor had slain King Tiandao. This scene was incredibly shocking for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty. Even outside the palace, countless people were watching the battle. When they saw the imperial advisor kill King Tiandao, their hearts trembled as well. The imperial advisor, came a series of murmurs and shouts. The voices built up into a storm of noise that flowed in all directions. The imperial advisor may have been imprisoned, but he was still a prestigious figure. Many people still remembered him, especially here in the imperial city. The people within the palace were the same. He had trained many of them. Everyone had once believed in him. Everyone had once respected him. However, he had been imprisoned because of Yi Futian. That incident had had a huge effect on the Dali dynasty. The battle in which Yang Yuan and the others had left had probably been because of this. The imperial advisor looked around at the people outside the palace. Everyone was watching him. Their whispers reached his ears. He said, "My residence was destroyed several years ago. Because of the order that Emperor Li just gave, I no longer owe the Dali dynasty anything." Everyone was speechless. Of course, he did not owe the Dali dynasty. He had served them faithfully but had been imprisoned because of what Li Yarou had done. These past few years, he had punished himself. He had still been repaying the emperor's grace. But Emperor Li had just used him to threaten Yi Futian and had even asked Yi Futian to die in his place. He no longer owed Emperor Li, or the Dali dynasty, anything. This was a new life for the imperial advisor. He was no longer the same person that he had been. He was no longer the imperial advisor for the Dali dynasty. Boom! Up in the sky, a terrible power swept out, covering the palace and enveloping everyone within it. Everyone's hearts trembled. They could naturally feel it. It was a Renhuang-level force, a pressure that had come from Emperor Li. He had already prepared his method of killing Yi Futian for when he agreed to his condition. Once Yi Futian died, the rest of his army would shatter. But he had never thought that the imperial advisor would regain his power and even transcend his limits. He had slain King Tiandao. Was the outcome of the war between him and Emperor Xia now? There was no suspense at all. Destructive attacks fell from the sky. Everyone knew that it was the battle between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia happening high up in the air. But at that moment, it seemed that Li Yarou was trying to affect the battle below with his power. His will was falling. The Peacock Emperor looked up into the sky. "Emperor Li, since you asked me to witness this, I have witnessed it. You made Yi Futian promise you, and he did so. You lost your bet. Are you trying to meddle in the outcome?" 9-colored light shone from his body. He spread his feathers, covering the sky and blocking the falling power, separating it from the battle below. The Peacock Emperor was taking a stand. The people of the Dali dynasty went pale. The tables had turned completely in a single instant. It had been in the instant when the imperial advisor had come back into his power. "This was your choice, Emperor Li," came a cold voice that boomed through the air. Everyone looked at Yi Futian standing there despite his grave wound. He had suffered 3 attacks from a Nirvana-level ritual implement, and yet he was still alive. And he could still stand. "Kill Cao Kong," came a cold voice. Cao Kong had been taken and had lost his ability to fight. He trembled with fear and went pale when he heard Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Cao clan looked shocked as well. Wu Yong stretched out his hand and slammed his fist down on Cao Kong's head with flames of the Wei in his fist. His hand suddenly turned into a flaming fist. No, there was an intense look of fear on Cao Kong's face. "Your Majesty," he shouted. Now, only Emperor Li could save him. Boom! The flaming fist slammed down, and the terrifying flames of the Wei entered Cao Kong's mind, making him scream miserably. The flames burned his body. An incredibly powerful and talented figure of the Dali dynasty had come to such a miserable end. Yi Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and said, "Teacher, the Prince Regent always tried to destroy your residence. Kill him." The Prince Regent had been a part of many things in the past. It could be said that he had even urged the imperial advisor to go to the Crimson Dragon realm and fight Yi Futian. If it had not been for him, perhaps none of this would have happened. A look of panic came over the Prince Regent's face when he heard this. He had witnessed how the imperial advisor had destroyed King Tiandao with his own eyes. He had crushed him, killing him so decisively that he had had no hope of escape. If the imperial advisor acted against him, his fate would be the same as King Tiandao's. He would be crushed. As he thought of this, he turned to flee. In this hopeless situation, he chose to flee rather than fight. Up in the air, the imperial advisor cast his gaze over him. He strode through the air and appeared in front of the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent looked up and saw the figure overhead. Brilliant light flashed as if the power of the Heaven Great Path was falling upon him. "Fall," spat the imperial advisor. When he said this, the divine power of the Heavenly Great Path transformed into many divine swords that shot down from the sky, piercing through the air. The Prince Regent roared, loud as a dragon, loud enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. He raised his fist to strike, slamming into the oncoming swords. He tried to break out from the encirclement of swords, but at that moment, a beam of light shot into his eye. Slice! Another sword fell from the sky. The Prince Regent tried to block it, but the brilliant divine sword pierced through the true dragon and ran through the Prince Regent's body from the head on down. The Prince Regent's body was pierced in a flash. Terrible light shot out from him, and he gave a howling shriek. Under this brilliant light, his body was shattered into nothingness. First, it had been King Tiandao, and now the Prince Regent. Both of them had lost their lives. Including Cao Kong, the Dali dynasty had lost 3 of its top figures. Moreover, their former imperial advisor had slain 2 of them. Many of the people in the palace felt a deep sense of misery. Even the prince felt this way. Those who belonged to the Li imperial family harbored murderous intent, including King Tiandao's people, and the Prince Regent's people. The Dali family had been opposed to the imperial advisor's residence and were always trying to bring about the imperial advisor's downfall. "In the past, you all participated in the siege of my residence," said the imperial advisor. Up in the sky, a divine array of the Great Path flashed. Ancient characters floated around him. "Kill them." The imperial advisor's eyes were cold. When he said this, divine light fell everywhere, destroying everyone. No one could survive it. The people of the Dali dynasty had once thought that the imperial advisor was too kind. He knew many powerful techniques, but he did not use them. Otherwise, the Dali dynasty would have been able to destroy Emperor Xia's realm. There would have been no reason why they should have lost the Battle of the Empty Realm. But the imperial advisor had always been very careful about the techniques that he used. The imperial family all thought that he was too calm and was not fierce enough towards their enemies. Now, the imperial advisor had finally started to kill, but he had not killed the people from Emperor Xia's realm, but rather those of the Dali dynasty. He had given all his loyalty to the Dali dynasty, but even destroying his powers was still not enough. Emperor Li had still tried to control the imperial advisor's residence. And now, when the people of Emperor Xia's realm had come to save him, then Emperor Li had used his life as a way to threaten Yi Futian. He had asked Yi Futian to die in his place. Of course, this had made him completely hopeless. From now on, he owed the Dali dynasty nothing. He would no longer be their imperial advisor. And since he owed them nothing, it was time for payback. If the people of the Dali dynasty said that he was betraying them, then so be it. Qin Shengang, came an angry voice from the sky. The world shook as terrifying destructive light fell. The imperial advisor looked up and stretched out a hand. He used the heavenly great path to block the falling destructive light. There was a loud noise as his fist was destroyed, but the imperial advisor was not harmed. Even Emperor Li's will could not kill him. Since you have already made your choice, Your Majesty, you have no right to be angry. The imperial advisor was looking into the sky. Qin Shengang was his original name. Few people knew that. The people of the world were all used to calling him the imperial advisor. But Emperor Li naturally knew his true name. Emperor Li wanted to kill Yi Futian and had done all he could to do so. This was his decision. At the moment that he had made the decision, nothing could be changed. Fate was set. Anger and regret would be meaningless. He did not regret letting Yi Futian go in the past. He did not regret destroying his own powers to give Yang Yuan and the others a chance to live. Now, he had begun slaughtering the people of the Dali dynasty. Even if the people of the world spurned him for it, he would still not regret it. This was his choice. Another attack fell, and many people were killed on the spot. Imperial advisor. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward. He rose into the air and stood before the imperial advisor. He and Li Yarou had once both been close to the imperial advisor and had desired to study under him. The Dali dynasty has treated you shamefully. But is this what you truly want? Asked Li Xian. Imperial advisor. King Li and some others stepped forward as well. They all knew that as long as the demon peacock emperor was helping him block Emperor Li's attacks, then Emperor Xia's people would not even need to get involved to defeat them. None of them could stop the imperial advisor when he was like he was today. Imperial advisor. On the ground, some people were even kneeling. They looked up at the figure in tattered robes up in the sky and begged him for mercy. Seeing all those figures, the imperial advisor sighed inwardly. He had so much bitterness in his heart, but after he had spent so many years in the Dali dynasty, and trained so many of their youths. And there were those among the princes who had done him no wrong. And in the past, Emperor Li had treated him well. Otherwise, he would not have always done his all for the Dali dynasty. He sighed inwardly again, then turned and walked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian watched him come. Let's go, teacher, he said with a smile. The Peacock Emperor had no quarrel with Emperor Li, he was shielding them from Emperor Li's madness. He would not really ally with Emperor Xia to kill Emperor Li. If they could kill him, that would be great, but what if they couldn't? Emperor Li would vent his rage by slaughtering the people of Emperor Xia's realm and the demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Could Emperor Xia and the Peacock Emperor keep a constant watch on him? And even if they watched him, could they stop him? Thus, they could not really destroy the Dali dynasty. And in principle, this battle between the three emperors had not broken any rules if it all ended here. This was a terrible defeat for the Dali dynasty. Emperor Li had displayed a fierce and decisive nature, but it had all been for the purpose of killing Yi Futian. But he did not dare to harden his heart and try and destroy them both together. Millimeter. The imperial advisor nodded. He walked up to Yi Futian, who had once had such a weak aura, and then returned to Emperor Xia's camp. Disperse the army, said Yi Futian. Throughout Emperor Xia's vast army, all the divisions began to disperse. None of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty dared to stop them. They had lost 3 of their great cultivators. Now they no longer had the imperial advisor, the prince regent, nor King Tiandao. They had lost a lot of their vitality. It would probably take a long time to recover, and they no longer had the resources to challenge Emperor Xia's realm. At the very least, they would be like this for a very long while. As for the future up in the sky, the great battle was still raging. It seemed as if the sky would collapse and the earth would split. When the great army of Emperor Xia's realm had dispersed, Emperor Xia's voice rang out through the air, "Do you still wish to continue, Emperor Li?" As he said this, beams of destructive catastrophe light fell from the sky, and two figures floated down slowly. The Peacock Emperor returned to his original place and stood beside Kong Xian. Emperor Li swept a cold gaze over Emperor Xia. Then he looked and saw the situation that the Dali dynasty was in. In reality, he had already seen that before. How could he have imagined that the imperial advisor would break through his state of mind in a situation like this and advance to the next level? It seemed that he had already chuche the gate to the Renhuang level. The imperial advisor was Yi Futian's only condition. He would not lead the great army in an attack. The army would disperse, and he had promised to forget this grudge. But what about now? Not only had the imperial advisor left, but he had also gone beyond the limits of his power. The Dali dynasty had lost 3 Nirvana-level cultivators. Other than that, his previous agreement with Yi Futian was not included in this. He might come back in the future. If Yi Futian reached a level where he could threaten him, he would certainly not let him go. The reason he had not brought slaughter to his men today was that he still had misgivings about facing a Renhuang-level emperor. Emperor Li turned and descended. He walked back towards the palace. It seemed as if he was calmly facing this tragic defeat. He did not give vent to his rage. He did not even say anything angry. This was the way things had ended, so doing any of that would have been meaningless. He had not lost this game before. And in this case, he did not think he had done anything wrong. He had lost to fate. He had bet that Yi Futian would not have the guts, so he had pressed him hard at every step. He had put forward his conditions, prepared to do whatever it took to kill Yi Futian. But the imperial advisor had recovered. And thus, he had been badly beaten. But he had not lost to Yi Futian. Even though he had lost, he would not lose his temper and go on a rampage. He was at the Renhuang level, so his state of mind was better than that. But he had bet the Yi Futian would not risk that. But now it was all finished. Things had come to their end and could not be changed. Now he should be thinking about the future. Emperor Xia knew that Emperor Li was merely threatening Yi Futian. In reality, he also would not give vent to his rage by going on a rampage. He would wait and see who backed down first. He looked up and nodded to the Peacock Emperor, and then the two of them left in different directions. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if they had never even come. Everything in the royal palace of Dali was in disorder. This was a day that the Dali dynasty would never forget. Throughout Emperor Li's city, countless people were standing there in shock, looking up at the disappearing figures. The famous imperial advisor was now far away. After what had happened, he had already been fated to leave the stage of the Dali dynasty's history, but he had still been in the royal palace of Dali. But now, the Dali dynasty had lost him forever. He had brought glory to the dynasty. Even when he left, he would never be forgotten. Now, what could the Dali dynasty use to fight Emperor Xia's realm? They had lost the empty realm, and in the future, they would probably lose even more. Of course, other than the imperial advisor, there was one other name that the people of the Dali dynasty would never forget. Yi Futian. Everything had started with him. Of course, who could blame him? From the start, everything had been caused by Li Yarou, the prince of the Dali dynasty. The man who had once thought he could crush as easily as an ant and not only cost him his life, now he had taken away one of the most significant figures in the Dali dynasty. Who could have imagined it? If Li Yarou was still alive and had learned of today's battle, what would he have thought of it? In direct contrast to the Dali dynasty, Emperor Xia's realm had experienced a glorious victory. 10 army divisions had set out and swept away all in their path. They had attacked the royal palace of the Dali dynasty and laid siege to it. They had brought the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty to Emperor Xia's realm and killed 3 great figures of the Dali dynasty, including King Tiandao. Moreover, Emperor Xia's realm had paid only a small price for this victory. This glorious victory sent great waves throughout Emperor Xia's realm. From now on, the Dali dynasty would no longer be a threat to them. Yi Futian's fame grew even brighter. He eclipsed the princes of Emperor Xia's realm and even Princess Xia Qingyuan. Of course, as far as many people were concerned, Yi Futian and the princess were inseparable. This battle made more people think that the future ruler of Emperor Xia's realm might be Yi Futian. Within Emperor Xia's palace, The great army returned to their stations and all the top figures who had gathered left. Futian immediately shut himself away to heal. It would probably be a long time before he was fully recovered. In the palace courtyard, Yang Yuan, teacher Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang, Lu Chang, and Fei Xue stood before the imperial advisor. Teacher called Yang Yuan and the rest. They were all smiling, just as brightly and simply as they had in their youth. Fei Xue walked forward, smiling. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. She took her father's hand and embraced him. "Father," she said. The imperial advisor hugged her gently, 1,000 feelings racing through his heart. It seemed as if he had been reborn. When Yang Yuan and the others saw this, their smiles grew even brighter. They sighed inwardly. Futian had not lied to them. He had brought their teacher back. It had begun with him, and it had ended with him. After a few months, the news of the battle with the Dali dynasty had spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm. But no one was able to find out anything else, just that Emperor Li's realm had made concessions on all of the issues that had caused friction between them and Emperor Xia's realm. They had no other choice, as they no longer had any way to defend against Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li did not make any earth-shattering moves. After all, they had suffered grievous losses, but the base of their power was still there. The royal family and all their children were still alive. The only thing he could possibly do was break the rules and attack Emperor Xia's people. And if he did that, he would pay for it with his life. Obviously, Emperor Li was not that desperate yet. Futian was recovering, and Qin Shengang was shut up for a period of time as well. After all, he had once destroyed his own powers, and his flesh had not yet completely reformed. He naturally needed to cleanse his will and recover to where he had once been. One day, everyone went to pay their respects to Emperor Xia. Although the people who had made names for themselves at the battle with the Dali dynasty were Futian and Qin Shengang, the former imperial advisor, they knew that the one they should be thanking was Emperor Xia. In addition, Futian owed the Peacock Emperor his gratitude as well. Futian and the others reached Emperor Xia's palace and bowed slightly to the emperor. "Your Majesty." Emperor Xia and Queen Xiao were sitting there. Emperor Xia looked at Futian and Qin Shengang and said, "I trust you are recovering well?" "The worst part is already over," said Futian with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself over it, Your Majesty. I must thank you for my life as well, Emperor Xia, and the lives of the people of my household," said Qin Shengang. Emperor Xia had come personally to save the people of the imperial advisor's residence twice. "You should thank Futian. If it were not for him, I would not have acted," said Emperor Xia with a smile. "But although you should not feel like you owe me anything, you should still consider coming to serve my realm. What do you think?" He had said that the imperial advisor did not owe him anything. He hoped that he would serve the realm of his own free will, not because he was returning a favor. Qin Shengang naturally understood this, and he said, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Crimson Dragon realm would be more suitable for me." Millimeter. Emperor Xia nodded. "Very well. If Emperor Li does anything reckless in the future, you and Futian will be the first people that I turn to. Moreover, Qin Yuan is there as well. With you they're taking care of her, I do not need to worry about her." His precious daughter would probably not remain in Emperor Xia's realm. He had seen Qin Shuanggong's power on that day. He had been able to block Emperor Li's will. He knew that he had already come close to the marvelous gate to the Renhuang Plain, and even before, few were a match for him on the Nirvana level. Now, his level was truly at its limit. Even in a place like Crimson Dragon Realm, there would be few people at the Nirvana level who would be able to threaten him. He was much stronger than the people that he had secretly sent to guard Xia Qingyuan. After all, Emperor Xia's realm could not part with such powerful figures. "I will do my best," said Qin Shengang. Futian, the people of the 9 great tribes are not needed here. "You may take them all with you," said Emperor Xia to Futian. These were people that Futian had conquered in the Crimson Dragon realm, and he had sent them here to help Emperor Xia's realm guard against the Dali dynasty. Now that the Dali dynasty could no longer threaten Emperor Xia's realm, he was letting Futian take them back. Futian nodded. "Very well." He knew that this time when he returned to Chenya City, they would replace the ancient imperial city and become the foremost city in Crimson Dragon Realm. There was no doubt about it. This was something that he could not have imagined before he had come here. "There is someone else who would like to see you, Yi Futian," said Emperor Xia. Yi Futian was curious as to who it was. Emperor Xia looked out of the hall and called, "Lu Yu, bring him in." Very soon, Lu Yu brought a man into the hall. He was wearing a black robe, and his aura was very weak. He had obviously been grievously wounded. Moreover, his face was dark, as if he had been poisoned. Yi Futian stared at him. He seemed to be lost in thought. "This is the one who poisoned your friend. His powers have been destroyed. How would you like to deal with him?" Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. "Let him live or die of his own accord," said Yi Futian. In reality, who already knew who had been behind the whole thing. Now, Emperor Xia seemed to want to settle the whole affair. "Father," came a voice. Xia Kuan walked inside the hall, then knelt to the floor, saying, "I have made a mistake." Xia Qingyuan was watching everything calmly. This would all finally be settled. "What do you think, Yi Futian?" Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. His opinion was obvious. They did not need to say too much about the things that had happened. They remembered them well enough. His Highness has admitted his mistake, and Linga and the others are in good health. "You should be lenient, Your Majesty," said Yi Futian. In reality, this went against what he had originally wanted. If it were up to him, Xia Kuan would be destroyed. However, he had to consider everything that Emperor Xia had done for him, as well as Xia Qingyuan. Today, he and the imperial advisor had come to thank Emperor Xia. To turn around and punish the prince would show that they were not grateful. Of course, the reason he could say this was because, in the end, everyone was still alive and well, and because the imperial advisor was standing there by his side. Otherwise, he would not be nearly so calm. "His crimes were not just against you," said Emperor Xia. "Xia Kuan, from now on, you are stripped of your status as a prince. It will be better for you to prove yourself in the outside world rather than conspiring behind the scenes." Xia Kuan went pale, but he still bowed and said, "Yes, father." On saying this, he turned and left, not looking at Yi Futian or the others. He knew that starting from today, he would no longer have his status as a prince of Emperor Xia's realm. He was just a saint-level cultivator. He would no longer have cultivation resources. From now on, he would have to rely on only himself. Yi Futian turned and watched Xia Kuan leave. There was nothing wrong with Emperor Xia's justice. Xia Kuan had once tried to help Xiao Sheng kill him, and he was indeed not the only one who had been affected by this. Xia Rong had nothing to do with this affair, but how should we deal with him for the things he did in the Crimson Dragon Realm and all of their consequences? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian and Qin Shengang. Qin Shengang had been the one to suffer from his actions. Qin Shengang bowed. "Your Majesty, the prince had his reasons for making the choices that he did, so we cannot speak of right and wrong. I am able to stand here today because of your Majesty's grace. I do not wish to pursue this matter, and neither does Futian." Yi Futian nodded as well. Millimeter. Since his teacher had said this, what else was there for him to say? "Your Majesty, Xia Rong has always wanted to prove himself in battle. Do not blame him too much," pleaded Queen Xiao. After all, Xia Rong was the eldest son of Emperor Xia's beloved one. After Emperor Xia became a Ren Huang, he could only take a queen. Later, Emperor Xia had doted upon Xia Qingyuan, and the people of Emperor Xia's realm had all theorized that she would be his heir. This was probably quite troubling for Xia Rong. Emperor Xia nodded. "Fine, then I will deal with him myself." He did not announce to the crowd how he would do so. He sighed inwardly. Xia Rong was not seeing things clearly. His eyes must be opened wider. What use was plotting against the imperial advisor and winning battles against the Dali dynasty? Emperor Li was still there, and so the Dali dynasty was still the same. Those who could truly decide everything were those who stood at the peak of their power. Xia Rong would probably never have a chance to reach that point. But in the future, Yi Futian was destined to take over Emperor Xia's realm and the Dali dynasty. Thus, this whole affair was mostly meaningless. Very well, These matters have all been taken care of. You may all set yourselves at ease and depart." Emperor Xia suddenly smiled. Yi Futian would naturally not stay in Emperor Xia's realm for long. He knew that many people of the realm were discussing whether or not he would be their new ruler in the future. But he knew that Yi Futian did not belong to Emperor Xia's realm. If he truly took charge of the realm in the future, he could only bring it to even higher levels. But this all rested on the assumption that Yi Futian would survive. If he died, then all of this would come to nothing. And Yi Futian's family background was not simple at all. His future would undoubtedly bring great disturbance to the world. Thus, he would not live a pampered lifestyle. He was more suited to struggling and training in life or death situations, cultivating his state of mind, his will, and his authoritativeness. Yi Futian was very smart, and his will was extremely firm. But what was holding his back was that he often cared too much. For example, during the bet at the royal palace of Dali. If he could have been more ruthless, he would not have lost to Emperor Li. This was his weak point, but it was also an advantage. Because this was the way he was, many people flocked to his side. Otherwise, how could the people who had once been of the imperial advisor's residence have appeared by his side? If he had not been the way he was, the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty would still be the imperial advisor. Yi Futian nodded. For now, things in Emperor Xia's realm were settled, and there was nothing more to worry about. He already had a good base in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had already cultivated in the regional palace, and Kai Shong knew him. He was very famous there as well. It would not be long before he had a chance to leave. "When are you preparing to leave?" asked Emperor Xia. "In a few days. I'm sure that you hate to part with the princess, and my friends and I would like to go and see the Holy Ji Palace." "We will leave when we return," said Yi Futian. "Ah." Emperor Xia thought for a moment. "When the time comes, I will have some powerful people bring their descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm. You won't need to worry about them. The wider world will have a better stage for them, and let them advance even higher. They will be responsible for their own cultivation." Yi Futian nodded. "I understand." In reality, he had never worried about those people. They had seen to their training, and he had never been sure if they were in Chenya City or not. What Emperor Xia had said was exactly correct. Cultivation was his business, and he would help people as much as possible. "Very well, you may leave," said Emperor Xia with a wave of his hand. Yi Futian and the others bowed and left with Qin Shengang. As they exited the hall, Yi Futian let out a sigh and smiled. "Teacher, brothers, I never thought we'd have a chance," said Yi Futian with a smile. He had thought that he and the others were on different sides, and their relationship as masters and students would only last for a certain period. "Are you satisfied?" asked teacher Nan Zhai with a smile. "No, I envy you all. You have all been lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like me," said Yi Futian with a smile. He walked away from them. Qin Shengang, Yang Yuan, and the others watched his retreating figure with a smile. This guy was outstanding, indeed. Qingju City was in the Eastern Sea region of the Nandu Nation in the 9 states, within the land of 100 nations. The island city was as quiet as ever. Although its status within the Nandu Nation was no longer the same as before, it still seemed to exist outside of the world, with very little in the way of excitement. Within the peaceful island city, Qingju Lake was still as beautiful as ever. Pleasure boats crisscrossed the surface of the lake without end, especially just as evening was falling, making the scene much more lively. Many of the people of Qingju City were gathered here, enjoying the beautiful scenery. 2 figures were playing chess in front of a residence on the lakeside. They sat in the cool breeze very comfortably. People would occasionally steal glances at them, but they were not disturbed. They had grown used to it. "Father, you made a bad move there. It looks like you will never be a worthy opponent for Uncle Hua, not even in 10 years. Beside them, there was a beautiful woman who looked like she was about 30 years old. Her smile was bright and simple, and the years seemed to not have left their mark upon her. "Haha, I'm getting old. It's getting easier and easier to be careless," said Qin Shui. "So if you weren't old, you would be winning," said the middle-aged man across from him with a smile. It was Hua Fengliu. He had a weathered and worn look to him, but you could still see on his face what kind of a hero he had been when he was young. You are truly ruthless, said Qin Shui with a smile, putting down a piece as he spoke. The game isn't over yet. It's been so many years, and you still haven't gotten used to it, came a laughing voice. Qin Shui turned in confusion and saw a boat coming across Qingju Lake. A white-robed youth was in it. He stepped ashore and walked towards them. This man was clothed all in white, and his hair was like silver snow. He seemed to be one with the world around him. It was as if there was nothing unusual at all about him appearing there. He seemed a part of the landscape. Qin Shui stood up and stared in shock at the young man who had just appeared. He was even more obviously an outstanding person now, and he seemed even to be otherworldly. Hua Fengliu looked at him as well. At first, he was stunned, but then he smiled. He looked back to the chessboard and moved another piece. Aren't you cultivating far away from here? Why on earth have you come so far? He muttered. I was afraid that you would have carelessly gotten old. Futian walked to his side and squatted. He looked at the chessboard and said, It's been 10 years. Did you not want me to come back? His trip had lasted 10 years. No, said Hua Fengliu. A sour look came over Futian's face. Hua Fengliu was so unfeeling. A couple of days ago, someone was chattering about how that rascal Futian had been gone for 10 years, and how unfilial that was. He asked my brother to go to the Eastern Barren Territory and see what he could find out. Why is this happening today? A figure walked over, holding a cup. The former foremost beauty of the Nandu nation was now marked by the passage of time. She was still beautiful, but she had begun to show wrinkles. Masteress. When Futian saw her, he felt a bit guilty. He had indeed been unfilial. When did that happen? Why don't I remember it? Hua Fengliu repudiated her. Nandu Wenyin came over to look at him. Her eyes were slightly moist. She looked at her son-in-law Futian as her own biological son. Why are you crying, Masteress? Isn't this a happy occasion? Futian said as he took the cup from Nandu Wenyin's hands. I'm back. I am not crying. It's good to see you. You've made me very happy. Nandu Wenyin reached out and lightly touched Futian's face and silver hair. This man was already one of the most talented youths in the 9 states, but in her eyes, he was still just a little boy. You lose, said Qin Shui with a smile. Hua Fengliu looked at the chessboard. It seemed that his last move had been a fatal mistake. Let's not play anymore. This kid has ruined my mood, and I can't play right, said Hua Fengliu as he messed up the chessboard. Nandu Wenyin smiled brightly. This guy had said that he did not want Futian to come back, but if that was the case, then why had he played so badly? You're right, it's all my fault, said Futian with a smile. Futian gave the cup to Hua Fengliu and said, Have some tea. Hua Fengliu took it, and Futian gave another cup to Qin Shui. You still look so young and beautiful, sister, said Futian to Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked at him, and he saw that she was smiling brightly as well. Her eyes were wet with tears. He was just like he had been in the past. Other than the fact that his aura was more imposing, it was like he had not changed at all. Knock. Hua Fengliu rapped his knuckles on Futian's head and said, You're acting like your father-in-law doesn't exist. I'm sorry, said Futian with a sour look. Everyone laughed, even Hua Fengliu. Time healed all wounds. Hua Fengliu had made progress over the 10 years, and now Qin Yi was like his daughter. She would often spend time with him and Nandu Wenyin. Let's go to the lakeside. Hua Fengliu stood up and walked towards Qingju Lake. Futian walked by his side. The evening was falling, but Qingju Lake was becoming more and more lively. There were more boats upon it, and whenever anyone would see Hua Fengliu or Qin Shui, a look of respect would come over them. But no one disturbed them. Some people paid attention to Futian. They could not help but stare at him. He was so imposing that even if you only got a glance of him, you would never forget him. However, it had been 10 years, and the people at the lake at that moment were young men and women. None of them knew what the appearance of this silver-haired youth meant. After all, 10 years in a small city was a long time. Where are you cultivating nowadays? Hua Fengliu said lightly as they reached the lake. Nandu Wenyin was standing beside him calmly, and Qin Shuai and Qin Yi stood on the other side. The Crimson Dragon Realm. I just returned to Emperor Xia's realm for a time, so I came to see you and the Masteress, said Yi Futian. A realm, murmured Hua Fengliu. That must be far away. Millimeter. Yi Futian nodded. Very, very far. What level have you cultivated up to? Asked Hua Fengliu. I'm a saint, answered Yi Futian. Hua Fengliu nodded. Saint had once been the highest level that anyone in the 9 states had reached. He understood what it meant for Yi Futian to have reached that level. But when he thought of the statue of Emperor Yi Qing, the saint level must be far away from his goal. You must have gone through so much over the years, Futian. We want to hear all your stories, said Nandu Wenyin softly. All right, then I'll tell you. Yi Futian nodded slightly. And so, before he left, he told them everything. He talked about Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan, as well as the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty and the Crimson Dragon Realm. The breeze picked up, and fireworks cracked above Qingju Lake. They were extremely beautiful. As Yi Futian spoke, the whole group was sitting on the lakeside. Hua Fengliu and the others listened quietly. Yi Futian's voice was the only sound on the wind. Every story seemed to have taken place over an entire lifetime. Even though they had not experienced it themselves, Hua Fengliu and the others still felt the thrill of these experiences. They were scared for Yi Futian sometimes, and happy for him other times. The imperial advisor is worthy of respect. He is even more worthy than I am of being called master, said Hua Fengliu. The masters that I have met at every stage have been the best ones possible. They are all worthy of respect. But you were my first master, and you are my father-in-law, so you must be the best of them, said Yi Futian. I see you haven't lost your skill for sucking up, said Hua Fengliu. Then he thought of something and said, this Princess Qingyuan seems pretty impressive. Yi Futian looked at him in surprise, but Hua Fengliu smiled and said, Emperor Xia would be a good father-in-law as well. Yi Futian saw that smile on Hua Fengliu's face. He knew his teacher was being sincere. He wanted to say something, but he did not open his mouth. He wanted to tell him the news that Jiyu might still be alive, but he was afraid that this faint hope would be extinguished, which would only increase his teacher's sorrow. Thus, in the end, he said nothing. He looked out over Qingju Lake. Many pleasure boats appeared before him. A small boat was coming towards them, with many people on it. It was very light. There was a young woman of 18 or 19 on the boat. She was as beautiful as a jade statue, and all the youths around her were looking at her. This woman was the foremost beauty of the city of Qingju, Mu Shiyu of the Mu House. She seemed to see all of them, and the boat came over towards them. As it drew near, she saw Yi Futian, with his handsome, unblemished face, his imposing manner, and his silver hair. He was clearly full of stories, and his eyes were dazzling. She had had many suitors and had seen all the heroes of Qingju City. But with a single glance at the young man before her, her previously calm heart began to flutter. But she had not come for Yi Futian. She turned her gaze towards Hua Fengliu and bowed slightly. Greetings, sir. Miss Shiyu. Hua Fengliu nodded politely. I request that you take me as your student, even if you only teach me to play chess or music. Please take me as your disciple. Mu Shiyu bowed again, showing the utmost courtesy. Hua Fengliu was a legend in Qingju City. 9 years ago, he had looked with favor upon an ordinary youth, who had then left Qingju City. He returned a year later and was already a noble-level cultivator. A special man like this was a treasure. However, after returning, his first act had been to go to Hua Fengliu's residence to pay his respects and give his thanks. The people of the city of Qingju looked upon this conversation with approval. Miss Shiyu, I've already told you that I won't take you as a disciple, answered Hua Fengliu. Then might I be your servant? Mu Shiyu was still being polite. Hua Fengliu shook his head. Please leave, Miss Shiyu. A disappointed look came over Shiyu's face. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, saying, let's go back, teacher. Millimeter. Hua Fengliu nodded. The whole group of them left. Mu Shiyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian, but the silver-haired youth did not so much as glance at her. It seemed that her beauty was not that enticing to him. She looked a little disappointed. He wouldn't take her as a disciple? And why had the silver-haired young man called him teacher? Yi Futian and the others returned to the house. Hua Fengliu said, "All right, it's time for you to be going. Teacher, you don't need to be in such a hurry to see me go. Are you so cold-hearted?" Yi Futian was almost speechless. "I'm old. The masteress and I like our peace and quiet. We don't like people watching us," said Hua Fengliu lightly. Yi Futian had shown his face, and the people of Qingju City would soon come around to see him. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He stopped walking. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin both looked at him. "All right, then I'm off." "Master, masteress," said Yi Futian. Nandu Wenyin had tears in her eyes, but she still nodded. Yi Futian bowed to them, then waved to General Qin and Qin Yi. He turned, and his figure flashed as he shot into the sky, becoming a star. Hua Fengliu looked up at him, watching the rapidly dimming starlight. His eyes were a bit moist, as well. He's gone. Soon, that little bit of light had disappeared completely. Nandu Wenyin took Hua Fengliu's hand and looked into his eyes. "You're being so open and unrestrained. Why are you crying?" "It's just the wind. It's irritating my eyes." Hua Fengliu led Nandu Wenyi back into the courtyard. Qin Shui and Qin Yi watched the two of them as they walked away. Even though they were smiling, their eyes seemed a bit wet as well. They turned and left. Back on Qingju Lake, Mu Shiyu was sitting dumbfounded in her boat. A middle-aged man was waiting by her side. When he saw the disappointment in her eyes, he said, "Were you refused again?" "It seems that he really won't take me as his disciple, father," whispered Mu Shiyu. His daughter was also once the most beautiful woman in Qingju City. "If you keep going back, he will accept you eventually," said the middle-aged man with a smile. "But there was already a young man there who called him teacher," said Mu Shiyu. "A young man? What young man?" The middle-aged man frowned. "A young man with silver hair. He was incredibly good-looking and had an imposing manner about him. I've never seen such an outstanding young man. He was not the least bit disturbed when he saw me. He did not even spare me a second glance. He is different from other people." Her mind was filled with the image of that young man. For someone like that, even after a single glance, it would be impossible to forget his face. Silver hair, an imposing manner, he called him teacher. The middle-aged man was trembling. Then he turned, and in a shaking voice, said, "Quick! Go back to Teacher Hua's place." "What's wrong, father?" This was the first time Mu Shiyu had seen her father like this. His whole body was trembling. His legs seemed like they would not support him. The middle-aged man looked at her and held her face with both hands. "Shiyu," he said, "the silver-haired young man that you saw is probably the legendary king of the 9 State." When Mu Shiyu heard her father's words, it was like she had been struck by lightning. She began to tremble slightly as well. She turned and looked in the direction they had come from. The legend circulating through the city of Qingju had seemed so distant, but now it seemed so close. He was the figure from that legend. Back in the Crimson Dragon realm, everyone had been gone from Chenya City for several months. Before they left, Yi Futian had used the sword matrix of the void to attack the ancient imperial city so that they would not dare to do anything foolish. The 9th servant had indeed not done anything foolish. He did not care about anyone else in Chenya City. His only target was Yi Futian. In the time after Yi Futian and the others had left, the 9th servant had officially left the city. He had sent people to Chenya City, and they had destroyed another sword matrix of the void there. Moreover, he created a spatial matrix in the ancient imperial city. It was a 2-way teleportation matrix, and the other side of it was in a residence in Chenya City. At the same time, the 9th servant and the people of the ancient imperial city captured Yi Futian's former subordinates and prevented them from leaving the city to spread the news. He had lost that battle in the past because he had been the first to be injured by the sword matrix of the void. This had profoundly affected his combat ability, giving his opponent a chance to find a way to beat him. Now, Yi Futian and the others had actually dared to leave in such a careless manner. All they had to do was destroy the sword matrix of the void, and once Yi Futian returned, he could teleport to that residence in Chenya City. At that time, if he wanted to go and watch, who could stop him? Otherwise, Yi Futian would never come back. This way, he would take the most vicious vengeance possible for Shinkai's death. Many people in Chenya City were worried about Yi Futian. For example, a man of the Sichu family knew that if an enemy like the ninth servant would be so daring as to directly come here even under the threat of the sword matrix of the void, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. If Yi Futian came back, it would be a disaster. Now, the cultivators of the ancient imperial city had conquered Chenya City. No one dared to stop them, nor would they be able to. At that moment, the head of the Sichu family, Sichu Zhong, asked the man who had come in, "What is the situation outside?" "The ancient imperial city has almost conquered Chenya City. We are being watched, and we can't go out. Otherwise, the ninth servant will probably act against us," said the man. Sichu Zhong sighed miserably. What was Yi Futian thinking? Without a great weapon like the sword matrix of the void, how could they deal with someone like ninth servant? Unless they had carved defensive sword matrices of the void in other cities before they left, they would have no way to return to Chenya City. But could it be that Yi Futian had no idea what was going on in the city? Once he got back, things would go very badly. "How are there so many people from the ancient imperial city here?" asked Sichu Zhong. The ancient imperial city was the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City, but this was because of the ninth servant's prestige. In reality, the ancient imperial city did not have a huge population. The ninth servant was the symbol of the city. "There are also those from Xiong City. They probably have not forgiven us for the death of that Nirvana level figure, and they want revenge," answered the man. "Xiong City again?" Sichu Zhong frowned. Ever since the Battle of the Crimson River, when Yu Sheng had crushed Xiong Nan of Emperor Xiong's realm, they had always been looking for trouble. And every time they were frustrated. They seemed to be unwilling to give up. "It is probably because they are jealous," said Sichu Yang, walking up. "Ever since Yu Sheng defeated Xiong Nan, he has not gone out at all. It has affected his state of mind. Even to this day, he has not become a saint." Afterward, Xiong Ziyi had come to participate in the peach banquet. However, with Yi Futian there, he had not managed to gain any benefit from this. He was merely reduced to the role of villain. This must have been hard for Xiong Ziyi to bear. This was added to his previous grudge against Yi Futian. He is definitely mixed up in this as well. So Emperor Xiong's realm retreated and then allied with the ancient imperial city. With their power added to that of a high-level cultivator like Ninth Servant, they are probably feeling confident, said Sichu Zhong coldly. At any moment, the people from Xiong City could retreat and go back to Emperor Xiong's realm. Xiong City was just their foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm. They could afford to lose it. "What can we do now?" asked Sichu Yang. "In this situation, there is nothing we can do. We can only hope that our Lord has some plan. Now that he has led all of our cultivators out of the city, he has probably thought about how Ninth Servant would deal with him, and see how he should react," said Sichu Zhong. Sichu Yang nodded. There was indeed no other way. It was not just them. Everyone in Chenya City knew the situation they were in. The ancient imperial city had completely invaded them. Everyone was worried about Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian still had an imposing reputation in Chenya City. This man, whose name resonated throughout the Crimson Dragon realm, and Yu Sheng were two of the most powerful figures in the land. They were on the regional king ranking. These legendary figures were from Chenya City, and thus the people of the city felt honored. In a great palace in the ancient imperial city, Ninth Servant had his eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, someone came forward. Ninth Servant opened his eyes and looked at the man. It was the prince of Emperor Xiong's realm, Xiong Ziyi. "What is happening below the palace?" Ninth Servant asked indifferently. "There are some matters of cultivation that I wish for you to teach me," said Xiong Ziyi. They had sought an alliance with the ancient imperial city, and Ninth Servant had not opposed them. Some of the cultivators of Emperor Xiong's realm were stationed in the ancient imperial city. Once Yi Futian appeared, he would head over directly using the space teleportation matrix. He would kill him in a single blow, not giving him any chance. Fine. The ninth servant nodded. Xiong Ziyi was taking advantage of his opportunities. He had asked him for guidance on many occasions. But he did not refuse. Xing Kai had been killed, and now all he had left was the little master Xing Chou. It would be advantageous for Xing Chou to make friends with good backgrounds. Ninth servant gave Xiong Ziyi some pointers about his cultivation, after which Xiong Ziyi said, Yi Futian and the others have been gone for a long time, they will probably be coming back soon. I am not worried, said ninth servant indifferently. Xiong Ziyi smiled and nodded. With your great power, there is indeed no need to be worried. As long as no Renhuang level figures interfere, you will be able to easily kill Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. There is no need for you to wait here. The ninth servant did not say anything. He naturally could not leave the Crimson Dragon realm and go find Yi Futian and kill him. If he ran into Emperor Xia somewhere, he would die a horrible death. He was strong, but not as strong as a Renhuang level figure. Here in the Crimson Dragon realm, he had protective charms. There was almost no one below the Renhuang level who could be a match for him. As they were talking, a bright flash of spatial light shot up into the clouds far away. The ninth servant looked up at it. He suddenly stood up straight and walked out into the air. A figure flashed over towards them incredibly quickly, then bowed and said, My lord, Yi Futian has returned to Chenya city. When he heard this, a powerful aura bloomed from ninth servant. Let's go, he said in a loud, clear voice. He stepped through the air as he said this. Many figures from the lord of the ancient imperial city's residence stepped into the air at the same time. Gari Huang was there as well, and the cultivators that Xiong Ziyi had brought along. Let's go, called Xiong Ziyi in a clear voice. They were all moving extremely quickly. They had to get to the matrix and activate it before Yi Futian and the others did. In but a moment, the line of people that ninth servant was leading descended upon the matrix. The brilliant spatial light of the great path shone, seeming to cut through the ancient road of space. They all disappeared in a flash. Once Yi Futian and the others reached Chenya city, they felt that something was wrong. It seems that someone is sending us some information, Wu Yong whispered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, but his expression did not change. They had left, leaving behind an empty city. How could the ninth servant not have made preparations for this? This was, without a doubt, a great opportunity. If his teacher were not fully recovered, this would be a problem. But now, there was no need to think about anything. If the ninth servant was not going to give up and was going to attack them directly, then he would have to stay here forever. The group walked towards the city lord's office. All along the way, things seemed to be wrong. At that moment, a voice came up from below them. Lord Yi, I am a member of the Situ family. Don't go back to the city lord's office. Yi Futian looked down there. There was a figure on the road below them, but he was not looking at them. Suddenly, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on. But he did not stop walking. Before long, the city lord's office appeared in their field of vision. Before they descended, a blast of powerful aura rose from the direction of the city lord's office. It swept out through the sky, covering them within it. A group of figures appeared there, and among them were the ninth servant, Gari Huang, and others. Their auras were mighty, especially the ninth servant's. His will bloomed, covering everything up to the far reach of the sky. Everyone in the area felt a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian swept his gaze over them. Besides the ninth servant and the others from the ancient imperial city, he also saw Xiong Ziyi of Emperor Xiong's realm. Moreover, there was cold murderous intent in Xiong Ziyi's eyes as he looked at Yi Futian, as well as a sense of mockery. He had really come back like this, dragging the people of the 9 major tribes along with him? But even though they had a few more Nirvana-level cultivators, could any of them stop the ninth servant? Yi Futian had a death wish. The ninth servant stepped through the air, only taking a single step and yet still reaching Yi Futian. He raised his hand and struck up into the air. When his fist fell, the worldly great path seemed to shatter. The area where Yi Futian was standing seemed like it was about to break. The earth shook as the ninth servant's fist turned into thousands of fists that then slapped down in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, another figure stepped forward from beside Yi Futian. He stretched out his hand, and the light of ancient characters wrapped around him. A divine matrix of the great path appeared in the sky, shielding Yi Futian and the others from the front. The ninth servant's fists slammed into it, and the air shook without stopping. Heaven and earth seemed like they would split. However, the dazzling matrix still shone brightly. Qi Shengang slammed his fist out again, pushing the divine matrix forward and breaking all of the fists as it shot towards ninth servant. The ninth servant's expression changed. He struck out with both his fists, breaking his opponent's attack. He was sent flying backward. He stared at the figure that had strode forward. His eyes were bright, and his heart was pounding. Who was this man? Gari Huang, the others from the ancient imperial city, and Xiong Ziyi all looked shocked as well. How could this be? Such a terrifying figure had suddenly appeared beside Yi Futian. People at the ninth servant's level were not easily found. It was the same in all the realms. They were as difficult to find in Emperor Xiong's realm as they were in Emperor Xia's realm. That is the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty, said a figure behind Xiong Ziyi. It was his brother, Xiong Nan. He had been there at the Battle of Chenya City. Was the imperial advisor on Yi Futian's side now? And he had grown even stronger. Xiong Nan was not the only one to have realized this. Some of the other people there had been in the battle all those years ago. In particular, the people of Chenya City had all witnessed it, and they all recognized the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor had once stood in opposition to Yi Futian and the others, but he had not been able to bring himself to kill Yi Futian. Now the two of them were walking together. Moreover, the imperial advisor had been unstoppable in that battle and had overpowered the ninth servant, forcing him to withdraw. Everyone's hearts beat wildly as they felt the intense tension. How could they be calm in this situation? They could all feel that this battle would not play out like they had imagined it would. Instead, it would go in another direction. What would happen once the imperial advisor and ninth servant started fighting? The people from the Sichu clan understood what was going on. This was why he had not chosen to disperse after they had warned him, but had instead continued to face the ninth servant. Without a doubt, the most confused people were the people from Emperor Xiong's realm. The look on the two brothers' faces was marvelous to behold. The reason that they had allied with the ninth servant for this battle was that there was no risk in doing so. If they had a chance to kill Yi Futian without putting themselves in any danger, why would they not do so? Even if the ninth servant were defeated and could not kill Yi Futian, they would still easily be able to escape. And a cultivator of ninth servant's level would probably be able to crush Yi Futian anyway. But now, Xiong Ziyi could feel a cold pair of eyes gazing at him. It was Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there, his deep eyes filled with icy coldness. He had not planned to get entangled with Xiong Ziyi and Xiong Nan again. The two of them may have plotted against him, but the two of them had a Renhuang realm to back them up. As long as they did not affect him too much, it would be too much trouble to deal with them. He did not want to create enemies everywhere he went, especially powerful enemies like a Renhuang realm. This would make it very difficult for him to travel around. But he had not counted on his enemies targeting him no matter where he was. This time, they had come here to kill him. Who did not know of the conflict between the ancient imperial city and Chenya city? Xiong Ziyi's face fell, then he looked in another direction, towards where the ninth servant and Qi Shengang were. The fight between them would decide the outcome of this battle and would determine the outcome of the struggle between the ancient imperial city and Chenya city. However, Yi Futian did not bother to wait for the outcome of their fight. "Take them all," he said calmly. As he said this, a group of Nirvana-level cultivators stepped forward, including Zhu Kai and others. At that moment, his Nirvana-level cultivators completely outnumbered his opponents. "Your Highness, we must retreat," said a Nirvana-level cultivator of Emperor Xiong's realm. Just as he said this, a fist descended. This was the elder of the Zhong tribe's attack. Now they had no way to escape. They could only honestly submit to Yi Futian. They naturally had to try their hardest to get back into his good graces. Thus, they took a more active stance than Wu Yong. The great battle broke out in an instant. Gari Huang was strong, but several Nirvana-level cultivators targeted him and trapped him. Another fierce battle broke out at the city lord of Chenya City's office. The people of Chenya City were already numb to it. This was not even as bad as things normally got here. Yi Futian stepped forward, and Wu Yong stayed behind him, guarding him. Yi Futian could use his skills to fight, thus, it was most optimal for him to stay near Yi Futian. Xiong Ziyi looked frightened as Yi Futian came near him. He tried to flee. You want to flee, even now? Yi Futian grabbed for him, and space will fell. Xiong Ziyi felt like his body had frozen. It was as if he was under an immense amount of pressure. Brilliant light bloomed from him. The divine light seemed to be Runhuang's brilliance. However, the brilliant light did not bloom in time. Yi Futian was already there. The star-plucking handprint reached through the air with a loud whoosh. Xiong Ziyi was not strong enough to resist it. He was grabbed easily, and his face instantly turned pale. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Xiong Ziyi cried out in pain as his bones seemed to snap. Yi Futian waved his hand, and the giant handprint slammed into the ground with a bang. Xiong Ziyi was smashed into the ground so hard that his body made a dent. He struggled to crawl out of the hole his body had made, but he saw a foot coming down toward him. It forced him back down into the hole with another bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A furious look came over his face. Yi Futian was humiliating him this much. Not far away, Xiongnan's face was as pale as ash. As he watched what was happening to his brother, it was like he was looking at himself. Does Xiong City think that Chenya City is a good target to bully? Yi Futian stepped forward and picked Xiong Ziyi up from the ground, holding him by the throat. He lifted him into the air until he was dangling. He pressed down with a tiny bit of pressure, and Xiong Ziyi felt like he could not breathe. Xiong Ziyi went pale. Do you want to make all of Emperor Xiong's realm your enemy, Yi Futian? He said in a hoarse voice. I don't want that, and so I never sought you out to settle our debts. But even though I don't want to make Emperor Xiong's realm my enemy, you still tried to kill me. You tell me, should I kill you? Yi Futian was filled with cold murderous intent. His gaze seemed to pierce into Xiong Ziyi's eyes. From now on, I won't cause you any more trouble, said Xiong Ziyi. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. Could it be that simple? He saw that Xiong Ziyi was still watching the other battle. Yi Futian knew that he still had hope for the ninth servant's battle. He hoped that the ninth servant would defeat Yi Futian's teacher. Since you want to watch so much, you can watch. Afterward, we will settle our debts. Yi Futian rotated Xiong Ziyi as he held him by the throat, holding him up in the air where he could watch the battle. This kind of humiliation was practically a fate worse than death for Xiong Ziyi. Over at the other battle, Qi Shengang was moving forward, forcing the ninth servant to retreat up into the air. The light of the ancient characters of the Great Path flashed as they wrapped around everything in the area. A person like the ninth servant would naturally be able to feel how strong Qi Shengang was. Someone at his level could tell what level his opponent was after only a single exchange of blows. Ninth servant knew that Qi Shengang was, without a doubt, not at a lower level than him. He had already touched the door to the Renhuang level. He stepped forward, ignoring the distance between them. Billowing wool swept out from him, shaking and shattering the very air. He smashed out with his fist, and the sky trembled and shrieked. His fist seemed like it could cross any distance to kill him. An incomparably bright light flashed, and a character that read strong was created in front of the ninth servant, like a stone of the Great Path. The character was filled with wild fist will. All the ancient characters trembled violently, causing a terrible roar. However, the characters seemed to be one with the worldly Great Path, so they could never break. Whoosh! Another ancient character flashed to life on the ninth servant's other side. It read earth. Whoosh! 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 These sounds rang out continuously as characters that were filled with the will of the worldly Great Path descended, falling all around ninth servant. They seemed to have sealed off the whole area. This Everyone was trembling as they watched the scene unfolding in the air. The ancient characters of the Great Path wrapped around Ninth Servant and spun, giving off incomparably brilliant radiance. The whole area seemed to be bound up within them, and the Ninth Servant was trapped within. Someone as strong as the Ninth Servant, who was on the regional king's ranking, had been trapped in but an instant. No one would have thought that the battle would come to this conclusion. There was someone who could dominate the Ninth Servant. The Ninth Servant took a deep breath. He had a solemn look on his face. He knew that he had encountered the greatest opponent he would ever face in his life. After all, as a saint-level figure, he could not fight with Renhuang-level cultivators. And the man before him was the strongest man he had ever faced. He formed seals with both his hands, and his body became misty and hard to see. He turned in place as a bright light shone from him. Soon, everyone saw many figures that looked like the Ninth Servant appear, seeming to have superhuman powers. The air all around him trembled violently as if it would shatter under the weight of the will that filled it. Terrible fighting will burst out from his body. A beam of light shot straight up into the clouds, trying to cut through the very heavens. But up in the sky, it was smothered by the rotating characters. Rumble. A terrible aura burst forth, and countless Ninth Servant figures appeared at the same time, heading out in all different directions. These were not exterior incarnations. Each image seemed to have been formed out of his will. Thousands of figures appeared in every direction, lashing out with their fists at the same time. Bang! 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 Incredibly loud noises rang out, and the ancient characters trembled. In every direction, the countless images seemed to overlap in an instant, and their thousands of fist wills merged, forming a single fist. Overwhelming power exploded from it. The sound of cracking rang out continuously from the wall of ancient characters. It seemed like it would shatter. And that was not all. More images appeared. They seemed to be endless. Before them, the wall of characters was about to be destroyed. Qi Xiangang stepped forward in front of the wall of characters. He reached up as if he was holding up the very heavens. And then, everyone witnessed a scene more shocking than any other. Endless ancient characters were born into the world and fell continuously into the wall that was about to shatter. A terrible divine light appeared up in the sky. "Leave," said a voice, and the brilliant divine light descended in a straight beam right to where the Ninth Servant was standing. It seemed like it would pierce right through him. And then, all of the rotating characters shattered and seemed to turn into endless beams of light that pierced through every one of the countless images of the Ninth Servant. The whole area was about to be destroyed. Ninth Servant stood at the center of the area. Countless beams of light shot toward him. His body swelled, destroying much of the oncoming burst of energy, but the images around him were continuously pierced through and shattered. As the endless divine light fell, yet another beam of light shot towards him. In the next instant, all of the other countless beams of light pierced through his body. The Ninth Servant was frozen there. He looked up into the sky. At that moment, his life seemed to be flashing before his eyes. "Your Highness, I have failed you. I have not lived up to your trust in me." The Ninth Servant sighed inwardly. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. He thought of how he had been bullied when he was young. It was only when he received the care and support of His Majesty that he had been able to have a future. At that moment, he was not sad about the fact that he was about to die. His heart only ached because he was about to let down His Majesty when he had placed so much trust in him. He had tried to help the young master become the emperor with all his heart. But he had never thought that he would meet his end like this. If he had done anything wrong, it was only because the young master had come up against the wrong opponent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the battle up in the sky. Was this the end? Divine light fell, piercing everyone's eyes. Although the battle was taking place high up in the air, everyone in a vast area could feel the strength of the divisive and destructive will. When they opened their eyes, the Ninth Servant's figures were no longer in the air. Qi Xiangang was the only one standing there, his plain robes flapping in the wind. However, the radiance of the great path that was around him was beautiful and dazzling. The Ninth Servant was the city lord of the ancient imperial city and a cultivator of the regional king's ranking. He was called the most powerful city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City. He had died in battle at Chenya City. He had been slain. Everyone still felt like they were in a dream, like this was not really happening. After all, that was the ninth servant. His name had resonated throughout the Crimson Dragon realm for so many years. He had stood at the peak of the Nirvana level. He would have thought that he would have died. The former imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty was much more powerful than he had been at the Battle of Chenya City all those years ago. He had decisively crushed the ninth servant. He must truly be as powerful as was possible while still on the Nirvana level. Who below the Renhuang level could be a match for him? There were several other Nirvana level cultivators on the regional king's ranking in Crimson Dragon City, but would they be able to resist him? Yi Futian looked up at his teacher. Although he was more powerful than he had been, in reality, he was no more dazzling. On the contrary, his aura was more restrained now, as if he had dropped all affectations to return to his original simplicity. He stood there in his plain robes, and if he did not release his aura, he would seem just like a common person. His magnificence was all on the inside. This was what it meant to truly change one's state of mind. But his combat ability had increased by leaps and bounds. He naturally understood the ninth servant's power. He had learned of it at the Battle of Chenya City when he had wounded him with the sword matrix of the void, and yet he had still been able to force his way out and escape. The fact that his teacher was able to trap him and then slay him in combat showed just how powerful he had become. The death of ninth servant meant the end of an era for the people who lived outside of Crimson Dragon City. The ancient imperial city, which had once been the most powerful, had fallen. A new king had risen. Chenya City replaced the ancient imperial city as the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City. But was Yi Futian worthy of being called the most powerful city lord? After all, he may have been the city lord, but he was only a saint of true self. There was a considerable gap between his combat ability and that of many other top figures. But many people thought very highly of him, even the former imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. He had left the dynasty to stand by his side and fight for him. Such was his charm. This man had created a legend for himself and was considered by many to be the top talent in all the Crimson Dragon realm. It seemed that his legend had been kicked off by stepping on the back of the ancient imperial city. Would the next era be his? He had slain Shinkai despite their difference in level. It was said that after he entered the regional king's ranking, no one of the same generation was willing to fight with him anymore. Which of them would be able to withstand him? Perhaps Yu Sheng would, but Yu Sheng would not fight him. Ninth servant, Gari Huang, who was still fighting, turned pale as ash. It was over. Everything was over. Even someone as powerful as ninth servant had died here in Chenya City. He had some regrets. If he had not been so arrogant in the past and intervened when all those cultivators had besieged Chenya City to seize Emperor Kwa's ruins to give as a gift to Shinkai, there would not have been such hostility between the two sides. At that time, he had not considered Chenya City to be worthy of his notice. How could they have ever imagined that the city would one day destroy them? Xiong Ziyi and Xiong Nan felt the same way. Their faces were also as pale as ash. It could even be said that they were utterly without hope. Yi Futian was still holding Xiong Ziyi up in the air to watch. He witnessed the ninth servant's death with his own eyes. His death destroyed his hopes. The battle was already lost. The victory was Yi Futian's. Who could save him? How could Yi Futian humiliate him this much? It was indeed over. The outcome was decided at the moment of the ninth servant's death. The ancient imperial city no longer could resist at all. They had wanted to launch a single decisive attack. They had tried to eliminate Yi Futian and the others at the moment that they landed and had not yet had a chance to settle, relying on the ninth servant's power. But now, ninth servant was dead, and their opponents still had Qi Shengang, who was strong enough to kill the ninth servant. Even if Qi Shengang did not do anything else, and just watched, they still would have no way to withstand the Nirvana-level cultivators of the 9 major tribes. Moreover, they still had Yang Yuan, Yaya, and Shen Tianzhan. Their formation was so much stronger than theirs. The battle was completely one-sided. Gari Huang tried to flee, but several Nirvana-level cultivators surrounded him, blocking off his avenue of escape. Everyone knew that he was doomed. In the last battle at Chenya City, he had not shown the least bit of grace. How could Yi Futian let him go? Does that put an end to your hopes? Yi Futian asked Xiong Ziyi, who he was still holding out. What are your terms? With Yi Futian holding his throat, it was hard for Xiong Ziyi to speak, and so his voice was very hoarse. Yi Futian looked at him coldly, though he felt a bit sad. Even now, he was still talking about terms. He relaxed his grip, freeing Xiong Ziyi. Then he slammed out with his fist, hitting Xiong Ziyi in the torso. The sound of snapping bones rang out. He groaned as blood flowed from his mouth. Take him away and imprison him in the city. Lock him up with Xiong Nan, said Yi Futian. Wu Yong walked forward and took Xiong Ziyi. Xiong Ziyi looked up with great difficulty and saw Yi Futian staring straight forward. He was not even looking at him. Xiong Nan was taken as well. The two brothers felt sadder than they ever had before. Were they going to be imprisoned in Chenya City? What made Xiong Nan even more afraid was that Yi Futian did not even seem to care about whether he lived or died. He had said only one thing: imprison him. The feeling that this gave him was that he was not even worthy of Yi Futian's consideration. The only thing that Yi Futian was concerned about was the Renhuang realm that was backing them up. Or rather, it was only their father that concerned him. Yi Futian had initially wanted for Xiong Ziyi to give him a reason to show him mercy. But unfortunately, it seemed that Xiong Ziyi did not know his place. He still sought to make a deal and to talk about terms. What terms could Xiong Ziyi possibly offer him? And even if they were going to talk about terms, it would be Emperor Xiong who sent people to do the negotiations. It was just like the ancient imperial city had been in the past. Now, Chenya City was the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City. They did not have to worry about other Renhuang-level figures. Here, they were nearly without enemies. The reason he did not kill Xiong Ziyi and Xiong Nan was not that he valued them. On the contrary, it was because he did not think they were worth killing. What would be the point of killing two useless people and, in doing so, earning Emperor Xiong's enmity? While they were in the Crimson Dragon realm, Emperor Xiong could not do anything to them. And what if they were able to leave one day? This was bound to happen. It was not a good thing to be remembered by a Renhuang-level figure. Of course, just letting them go was not something he could do. So, he had chosen to imprison them and let Emperor Xiong send people to negotiate. Before long, the battle had quieted down. The cultivators of the ancient imperial city had been destroyed. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the crowd. He discovered that Xing Kai's brother Xing Chou was not there. At the start, it had been because of Gari Huang and Xing Chou that their enmity had grown so deep. Now, the ninth servant had not brought Xing Chou along with him. Had he feared that this great battle would affect him? After all, Xing Kai was dead, and so the ninth servant would probably not want to put his last young master, Xing Chou, in any danger. Spatial teleportation. Yi Futian smiled mockingly. The ninth servant had ordered people to set up a two-way teleportation matrix between the ancient imperial city and Chenya City. That was really Yi Futian was almost speechless, but he said, "Let's go to the ancient imperial city." On saying so, he stepped forward, and many cultivators followed him. They headed towards the teleportation matrix. The ancient imperial city is finished, everyone thought as they saw what was going on. It was completely finished. In the ancient imperial city, Xing Chou was standing there calmly. He had been waiting all along for news from the other side. It had been so long, and they had still not come back. The battle must have already broken out. As long as the fighting had started, then Yi Futian must be dead, without a doubt. He was staring farther. At that moment, beams of brilliant spatial light flashed, seeming to form an ancient road of space. Xing Chou felt his heart surge with pride, and an excited look came over his face. "Have you returned in triumph?" He stepped forward with a smile, preparing to welcome teacher ninth servant. The light of the great path of space shone, and a group of figures appeared in Xing Chou's field of vision. As soon as he saw clearly who these figures were, he froze. His face went deathly pale as the blood drained from it. His heart pounded in his chest. In a flash, all of his thoughts ceased. How was this possible? How could this be? How could Yi Futian be the one who had come? What had happened to the ninth servant? Yi Futian swept his gaze over him. He stepped out, straight towards him, moving extremely quickly. Only then did Xingqiu react. A powerful, saint-level aura burst out from him. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed through the air, and Yi Futian descended right in front of Xingqiu. He pointed at him. The finger that he pointed with seemed to be made of the Great Path itself. Xingqiu's face was filled with fear. Powerful fighting will surged out from him, but it was pierced through and destroyed by Yi Futian's finger. Snap! Yi Futian placed his finger on Xingqiu's brow, and destructive will surged into his mind, destroying everything. Xingqiu's eyes widened, and he stared fixedly at the figure before him. Was this really how he was going to die? Yi Futian did not say a word. He was simply going to kill him. At that moment, Xingqiu felt incredibly sad, as if he had just realized that he had never been an important figure. Instead, he was someone that Yi Futian could kill with a single finger. Bang! A beam of light shot out of his finger and into Xingqiu's brow. A terrible killing will shot into his mind, destroying everything there. In a flash, Xingqiu's body fell lifeless to the floor. From start to finish, Yi Futian had not said a word, as if Xingqiu had not even been worth talking to. Young master. The other people in the city lord's office trembled in their hearts. Yi Futian had been able to slay Xingqiu like that. Destroy the powers of the Xingqiu and the ninth servant's trusted aides. Let everyone else go. If they cause any problems in the future, kill them, said Yi Futian coldly. The rest of the people he had brought with him shot through the air, preparing to sweep through the ancient imperial city. In an incredibly short period, the most powerful city besides Crimson Dragon City had fallen to this level. After years of hegemony, they finally had to withdraw from the stage of history. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the once might ancient imperial city. If they had not acted aggressively towards him, he would not have acted against them. He left everything in the city to be coordinated by the people who had previously done so, and he returned to Chenya City. The matter had finally come to an end. Now there were no more forces that could threaten Chenya City. The war between Chenya City and the ancient imperial city was over, and Chenya City was completely victorious. The ninth servant, the city lord of the ancient imperial city, was dead. It was said that Xing Kai and Xingqiu, the descendants of Emperor Zhon, had been slain by Yi Futian. Emperor Zhon's bloodline had been completely cut off, leading many people to weep ceaselessly. Afterward, Yi Futian named the chief of the Bailey tribe as the city lord, giving him command of the city. Other than Wu Yong's Wu tribe, all the other tribes moved into the city as well, so they were in complete control of the city. However, everyone knew that the ancient imperial city was still a vassal of Chenya City. And the status of the Bailey tribe seemed to have changed entirely. As for Wu Yong, Yi Futian had originally thought to make him the city lord, but he wanted to stay by Yi Futian's side to cultivate, and so he gave up the prized position of city lord. After some time, Emperor Xiong's realm sent envoys. Emperor Xiong had sent them. They brought many cultivation resources as gifts, and they were willing to cede Xiong City and promised that from now on, Emperor Xiong's realm would leave the Crimson Dragon realm. As long as Yi Futian was there, they would not set a foot there. They also promised that they would never seek revenge for this in the future. They were willing to write off this grudge with a single stroke of the pen. Many people sighed inwardly at Emperor Xiong's courage. Although they had suffered great losses in their struggle with Yi Futian, if they continued to pursue this grudge, their losses would further outweigh their gains. First of all, Yi Futian's power within the Crimson Dragon realm was nearly unmatched, and Emperor Xiong's realm could never compete. Secondly, he had Emperor Xia's realm backing him up. And finally, there was his infinite potential for the future. If Emperor Xiong's realm hardened their hearts and continued fighting Yi Futian, then even if they were able to kill him, the price they would have to pay would be far too high. The envoys that Emperor Xiong sent also secured Yi Futian's promise that he would not pursue this matter any further and release Xiong Ziyi and Xiong Nan, who had been tortured horribly. He would let them return to Emperor Xiong's realm at any time they pleased. He knew that the two of them would always hate him fiercely, but without Emperor Xiong's support, what trouble could the two princes stir up? Moreover, even though Emperor Xiong was making a promise, the two princes would still be well disciplined. Yi Futian would trust the word of a Renhuang-level cultivator. After all, this was not a matter of life or death. After the people from Emperor Xiong's realm left, there was still the matter of Xiong City. Yi Futian talked about it with his teacher. In the end, Qi Shengang and the people of his household went there to renovate and reorganize the city. The reason Yi Futian sent his teacher was that he wanted to let him have his own space. There he could fulfill his ideals and continue to teach even more outstanding heroes. And Yi Futian believed with all his heart that the Crimson Dragon Realm did not lack for outstanding youths with great potential. As for Chenya City, he was still the city lord. He had top figures like Wu Yong, Shen Tianzhan, and Yaya by his side, and thus no one could threaten him. And he was making preparations to link the three cities via space matrices so that he could travel between them as he liked. In this way, Chenya City, the ancient imperial city, and Xiong City formed the greatest force in the Crimson Dragon Realm. No other cities could threaten them. After this was all worked out, Yi Futian returned to the regional palace, where he locked himself away in cultivation. Now he had cultivated up to the saint of true self level. His next goal was to become unblemished. He was sure that although he had removed many of the obstacles in his mind, it had not all been done through his own power. Most of it had been done with the help of the people beside him. But now, the Crimson Dragon Realm was completely stable. As long as he did not offend any Renhuang-level cultivators, no one could threaten him. The days passed, and the 10,027th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar came to an end. A piece of shocking news spread through the Crimson Dragon Realm, but thankfully it was good news. Kai Shong, the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, was going to officially wed Yu Shifei of the Yu clan. This pair of heroes of the Crimson Dragon Realm were going to be together from now on, which made everyone in the realm very happy. Countless women were jealous of Yu Shifei. Not only was she a superior specimen, but she was also able to marry someone who she loved and who loved her. And in addition to that, she was of extremely high status and was eminently talented. Prince Kai Shong and Yu Shifei of the Yu clan both had wonderful personalities as well. One of them was natural and unrestrained, and the other was gentle and elegant. They had never offended anyone, and naturally, no one would ever offend them. This made them a divine couple in everyone's eyes. They were so perfect that people almost could not even be jealous of them, they were only happy for them. At the end of the year, countless people in the Crimson Dragon Realm set out on a journey to the center of the realm, Crimson Dragon City. They wanted to witness this perfect wedding. Many powerful figures also went to pay their respects and to present them with gifts. When the end of the year came, Crimson Dragon City was busier than it had ever been before. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, who was cultivating in the regional palace, also received invitations to the wedding. They had been sent out in Kai Shong's name, and they were invited to come to the palace itself. Not many people in the Crimson Dragon Realm received such an honor. The vast majority of people would only be able to watch from outside the palace. The 10,028th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar finally arrived. That was the day of Kai Shong's wedding. There was a sea of people outside the lofty palace. They seemed to be able to see a floating stage in front of the brilliant golden palace. The stage was covered in dragons and phoenixes, giving it a happy and auspicious atmosphere. There were all kinds of people from the Crimson Dragon Realm within the observation area in the palace. As they walked up the stairs, they looked up at the high-hanging stage. Faint smiles came over their faces. Yi Futian had brought the others as well. Yu Sheng, who had been cultivating in the regional palace, Xie Qingyuan, Pei Minute, and Yin Tianjiao all came together to pay their respects. And they were giving respects on behalf of the Renhuang realms that they represented. Yi Futian, came a voice. He turned and saw a man coming towards him. He smiled when he saw him. The man who was walking towards him was Duan Wuji, who had come from the Eastern Palace to pay his respects. An extraordinarily imposing and elegant woman was beside him. It was his sister, the princess of the Eastern Palace. Long time no see, called Yi Futian with a smile. It has indeed been a long time. But with all the great deeds you've been doing, I hear your name all the time, said Duan Wuji with a wide smile. This guy had actually managed to destroy the forces of the ancient imperial city. Xing Kai had been unlucky the day he made an enemy of Yi Futian. Let me introduce you. This is my sister Luoyu. She is always asking about what kind of man you are. Now that you can see him, what do you think? Said Duan Wuji. Yi Futian looked at Duan Wuji. This guy, the woman beside him, could not hide her embarrassment at what Duan Wuji said. She could not help but hit her brother, and her pretty face looked like all the blood had drained from it. How could her brother be like this? It was true that she wanted to see this legendary figure, but when he heard her brother's words, he would not be in any doubt about that fact. Yi Futian smiled and nodded to hear. Princess Luoyu. He was someone who had been in all kinds of intense situations, so this was nothing. Princess Luoyu smiled slightly and bowed. Let's go, the ceremony is about to begin, said Xia Qingyuan coldly from beside him. Her gaze was fixed straight forward. Let's go together. Yi Futian smiled at Duan Wuji. Duan Wuji nodded and grinned at Xia Qingyuan. They walked until they reached the bottom of the observation platform. Everyone who was allowed to come here was someone of high status, and so Yi Futian saw many familiar faces, like Luo Yang, who he had first met at the Peach Banquet, and Jiang Taiyi of the Jiang clan. They watched him coming. Yi Futian had displayed his unparalleled talent at both the Peach Banquet and the Battle of the Crimson River, where he had defeated Xing Kai. Now that he had become a saint of true self, they did not know just how strong he was. But this was not a time for fighting. Soon, their gaze shifted. They looked back to the ceremonial stage. Up in the sky, radiant sunlight shone down. A golden rock appeared amidst the sunlight, flying by means of rule power. It flew down and seemed to form a real body for itself. There was a figure standing atop it. It was Kai Shong. On the other side, a strange phoenix that was the color of ice crystals appeared. A beautiful figure was standing atop of it, wearing a dress of ice phoenix feathers. The golden rock and the ice phoenix circled in the air, gradually coming closer together. The two people riding them clasped hands. Kai Shong was bathed in divine fire, and Yu Shifei was bathed in snow and ice. When they stepped onto the ceremonial stage, it seemed like the rest of the world had lost its color. The Yu clan cultivators all smiled brightly. They had waited a long time for this day. Dazzling light shone down from the palace as the two figures stepped forward. The Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Queen appeared. One of them had a majesty that eclipsed all else, and the other was elegant and poised. She could have been a model for all women everywhere in the world. Greetings, Your Majesties. Congratulations on the wedding, someone called out as they bowed. In an instant, countless other voices rang out as well. Greetings, Your Majesties. Congratulations on the wedding. The sound roared through the palace. Countless people were there to witness the wedding. All the women in the palace were looking at Yu Shifei like she was the luckiest woman in the world. She's very beautiful, whispered Xia Qingyuan. At that moment, Yu Shifei was indeed blindingly beautiful, and even Xia Qingyuan could not help but express her appreciation. This must have been the happiest time of her life. Her smile was warm enough to melt the world. Her beauty engraved itself on everyone's hearts. All the women in the world could only dream of having a moment like this, of being this beautiful. Would she have a day like that? On the first day of the 10,028th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, an incomparably magnificent wedding was held in the royal palace of the Crimson Dragon realm. All kinds of famous figures had come, including the Crimson Dragon Emperor and Empress, who had come to personally witness the wedding. Everyone there was a witness. Yi Futian and the others had been watching quietly from below the stage, up until the point where Kai Shong and Yu Shifei bowed to each other, then smiled and took each other's hands. Hand in hand, they would live together to a ripe old age. But it would not be easy for the two of them to reach old age. Today, the whole world shares in Kai Shong and Shifei's happiness. We welcome everyone who has come here to pay their respects to enjoy the feast, said the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His voice resonated throughout the palace. A beam of brilliant light shone, and a divine tree seemed to appear up in the air. The tree swayed, and fire-red fruit fell from it. This fruit comes from the Ganyuan Fusang tree and contains the essence of flames of the way that have been gathered over 1,000 years. It belongs to whoever it falls upon, and no one is allowed to fight them for it, said the Empress from beside the Emperor. The tree covered the sky, and many pieces of fruit fell from it towards those waiting below. Everyone looked up with a look of longing. Eating this fruit would be equivalent to absorbing a powerful burst of flames of the way. But the Empress had said they could not fight for it, and so naturally, no one would dare to do so. This was the Empress's way of livening things up. Futian and the others were also watching the fruit fall. When he saw the fruit falling towards him, he could not help but reach out for it. But then, the piece of fruit fell into a pale white hand. Futian smiled at Xia Qingyuan beside him and said, "It seems like you are very lucky." She looked at him and smiled, which made Futian think she looked beautiful. She smiled so rarely. He did not know what happy thing she was thinking about. All of the people who received one of the pieces of fruit smiled as they were overcome with joy. Then the banquet started. Many pretty serving maids weaved their way through the crowd, and soon a feast that was both delicious and pleasing to the eyes had been laid out. In addition, all of the food and drink at the banquet was rare and precious. Many people from powerful forces began to present their wedding presents. Futian and the others also gave their present in the name of Chenye City. Although it meant little to Kai Shong, it was still a heartfelt expression of their good intentions. The gift was not important, it was only a tradition. Obviously, those who were able to come to the palace today were all people of high status, and so none of them would give a shabby gift. "Wait, there is one more thing," Kai Shong said suddenly. Everyone looked up at him on the ceremonial platform with a look of surprise. Kai Shong took off his ceremonial robes, and his bright smile was unrestrained. A gasp of surprise came up from the crowd. They all seemed incredibly excited. There was a custom in the Crimson Dragon realm that if the groom was willing to give his ceremonial robes to someone else after the wedding feast, it would bring them sacred blessings. Usually, the groom would only do this for his siblings or good friends. Obviously, Kai Shong meant to do this now. But who was he planning on bestowing this blessing upon? Even the Crimson Dragon Emperor and Empress looked surprised. They clearly had not known that he was going to do this. This was Kai Shong following his own will. On this day, the groom could decide these things for himself. Kai Shong and Yu Shifei walked down from the ceremonial platform towards the crowd. Everyone's eyes were on them. It seemed that Kai Shong was not going to give it to any of his brothers. Then, would he give it to one of the top figures of the Crimson Dragon realm? Who would it be? They all watched as he stopped before a young man. The silver-haired youth still looked dazzling as he stood there among the crowd. His handsome features were no less magnificent than those of Prince Kai Shong. This hero of the Crimson Dragon realm was known as the greatest talent in the realm. Was Kai Shong planning on giving his blessing to him? And indeed, everyone watched as Kai Shong placed his ceremonial robe upon Futian's body. He smiled and said, "I hope that one day I will be able to witness the rise of Chenye City." Yu Shifei smiled at him as well and took off her ceremonial robe as well. She put it on Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan did not respond, she just stared at her blankly. Kai Shong and Yu Shifei turned and left, walking naturally and unrestrained. "Good luck." Yu Shifei's voice rang through her mind. Xia Qingyuan watched her retreating figure. She did not know what she had meant by that. At the peach banquet, both Kai Shong and Yu Shifei had known that Xia Qingyuan was experiencing unrequited love. Later, they had found out how things stood between her and Futian, and thus they knew everything. The silver-haired young man and the princess of Emperor Xia's realm would have their own magnificent story. Some of the people of the regional palace were stunned by this, like Pei Minute and Duan Wuji, but then they smiled. That was just the way Kai Shong was, he always acted in a carefree manner. Maybe he had not had any particular reason for doing this, it was just his casual nature. However, for the two of them to have received Kai Shong and Yu Shifei's blessing above so many others was truly special and was making everyone stare at them. Thank you, Your Highness, said Yi Futian with a smile. That was all he said. Xie Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian beside her, then was silent for a while. The cultivators of the Luo clan, the Jiang clan, and many others were all looking at Yi Futian. This palace lord of Chenya City had swept away all of his opponents, and then not long after had stolen all the glory from the other cultivators of the Crimson Dragon realm. His fame had truly been set when he had fought with Xing Kai and defeated him. Now, Kai Shong was clearly watching him. They did not know that at the divine martial road of the Peach Banquet, Kai Shong and the other people of the palace had already found out which cultivators were the most powerful. The banquet commenced, and the atmosphere in the hall became much more lively. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. A figure walked towards the people from the regional palace. It was Jiang Tai. He looked at Yi Futian and Pei Minute, then raised his glass in a toast. I've heard that after you broke through to the Saint of True Self level, you have found no opponents of your level at the regional palace. There are many talented people in the regional palace. I do not dare to say that none of them can match me, said Yi Futian modestly. Jiang Tai looked at Pei Minute. He had heard that he had beaten all comers. In that case, he probably had no one else left to fight. You are too modest, Lord Yi. If we have a chance, I'd like to come to Chenya City and spar with you, said Jiang Tai politely. Yi Futian nodded his agreement. Of course. Jiang Tai turned and left. Luo Yang was also looking at Yi Futian. He wanted to spar with him as well. It was not that he was jealous of him, it was that he truly wanted to test himself against someone as tough as him. Ever since his defeat at the Peach Banquet, he had wondered what would happen if the two of them fought a battle in which they held back nothing. After toasting his elders, Kai Shong walked over to them. It seems that everyone is itching to test their skills. This group of people had all participated in the Peach Banquet. It seemed that they had all come together, whether by chance or on purpose, no one knew. Please do not blame us, Your Majesty, said Jiang Tai. Of course, I understand. As members of the regional king's ranking, you must not have many opponents within the Crimson Dragon realm. There are so few that you can actually have a good fight with, said Kai Shong with a smile. In reality, after he had become a saint, he had found the Crimson Dragon realm to be a little bit boring. Given his status, people who were stronger than him did not dare to fight him. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Luo Yang seemed to realize that Kai Shong was hinting at something. After the ceremony, we will go and settle this. Shifei and I are planning to take a trip to the Heavenly Mandate realm, said Kai Shong. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they heard this. Apparently, Kai Shong wanted to train. Before he did that, he would finish this wedding. Once he and Yu Shifei were officially a couple, they could go there hand in hand. The Heavenly Mandate realm, everyone whispered. The name was both strange and familiar. They had naturally heard of it. It was one of the 9 supreme imperial realms. How could they not know of it? The Heavenly Mandate realm was at the head of several hundred Renhuang realms, 10 of which were of particular note. The Crimson Dragon realm was one of them. That was a place where the greatest figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could gather. Heavenly Mandate realm. When Yi Futian heard what Kai Shong had said, his heart beat faster. He looked up into the sky. That peerless empress that Emperor Xie and Xie Qingyuan had told him about was there. He had waited for this day for so long. He had asked Yu Sheng to enter the regional palace to come to this point. Now his name was famed throughout the Crimson Dragon realm. Now he was able to come to the palace itself, and get close to Kai Shong. He had finally heard the words Heavenly Mandate realm. Lord Yi, do you want to continue to be a city lord, take up a post in the Crimson Dragon army, or go with us? Asked Kai Shong. If Yi Futian wanted to join the Crimson Dragon army, he could give him an important position. In the future, he could become a powerful figure in the Crimson Dragon army and guard one of the borders of the realm. But Kai Shong hoped that would not be Yi Futian's future. Given the talent that he had displayed, his life would be even more significant than that. That had been his dream all along, to reach higher and higher levels. I want to go with you, said Yi Futian without the slightest bit of hesitation. Beside him, Xie Qingyuan nodded as well. She seemed to be a little bit sad. But she quickly raised her head and smiled indifferently. This day had finally come. Sooner or later, he would know everything. He would know whether or not Hua Jiyu was still alive. She would help him find the truth as soon as possible. She knew that this matter had been pressing upon Yi Futian's heart for so many years. These days, he had been spending all his energy to move in this direction. Excellent. Kai Shong smiled and nodded. He looked at the others and said, "How about you all? The people on the regional king's ranking do not need to say anything. If any of you are willing, you can come with me and see how powerful the cultivators of a supreme imperial realm are." Everyone's hearts were trembling. Many of them nodded immediately. They could not miss a chance like this. They wanted to go and see a higher place. They wanted to see what kind of heroes lived there. Everyone returned to their homes after that grand wedding was over. Many were still steeped in the mood, but some top-notch geniuses were only feeling very restless deep down. It was not due to the wedding itself, but what Kai Shong said. The Grand Matrix in the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Realm would be activated 7 days later, opening up the vast great path of space and paving the way to a supreme imperial realm. Such matrices came with a hefty cost with every activation, and the numbers would have been astronomical, so much so that even the top-notch forces found all over Crimson Dragon Realm would have been unable to afford such an expenditure. It was quite a huge to Crimson Dragon Emperor, who was the overlord of the entire region of realms. As such a matrix was only found within the royal palace and only important figures would have been allowed passage. No one knew when would the next opportunity to head to a supreme imperial realm have been, if they were miss the upcoming one. Kai Shong had also taken the opportunity to extend his invitation. No one would have wanted to miss such an opportunity, which was why all those top-notch figures were feeling restless, getting ready for that trip happening days later. That place was a supreme imperial realm, which was a main realm of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, that very type of realm which all of the 3,000 realms revolve around. It was said that the number of top-notch mighty ones found in the 9 supreme imperial realms would have eclipsed the total amount of all mighty ones found in the other 3,000 realms. No one found that notion unbelievable. That was because all the most powerful cultivators found throughout the 3,000 realms were found there. There was a reason why the likes of Crimson Dragon Emperor, who was the lord of the main realm in an entire realm region, were few and far between. When one reached Renhuang Plain, they would have ruled over a realm, like the emperors of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. Renhuangs who were unable to rule a realm themselves would have submitted to the rule of Crimson Dragon Emperor all the same. There was simply no reason for them to not head to that supreme imperial realm. There would have been more of their peers in that realm, and what they sought after would have been found there as well. As such, those who were at the very pinnacle in all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would have either ruled over a realm themselves, or train in the most powerful of realms, a supreme imperial realm. It could have even been said that those top-notch forces found at Crimson Dragon Realm, forces who had holiness of nirvanas serving as anchors, would have been hardly worth mentioning once reaching Heavenly Mandate Realm. Their background would have been rendered meaningless. As such, despite being top-notch geniuses found in their respective turf, they would have been moved one way or another. But then again, other than being somewhat anxious, what they would have actually felt was more in the area of excitement and anticipation. That was how cultivation was after all. Yi Futian returned to Chenya City and his state of mind was not all that shaken, behaving as his usual self. That was because to him, that was something that would have happened sooner or later, and he long had the psychological readiness for it. It had always been his goal after all. Be it for GU or for unraveling his hidden past, it was destined that he must reach further heights. He gathered everyone around after returning to Chenya City. Qin Shengang, Yang Yuan and the others headed to Chenya City from Xiong City. There were also the holiness of nirvanas from the tribes coming all the way from ancient imperial city. All of them gathered at Chenya City. That grand matrix of space's activation allowed all of them to bring their own people for the trip. Yi Futian was thinking about who he would have brought on that very trip. Yu Sheng and Xia Qingyuan were definitely included without a doubt. They were definitely need around. His elder brother, the Sword Saint, Jiyu Dongliu and the others would have been taken along as well. That department had been easy. The key, however, was the holiness of nirvanas that he would have taken with him. Chenya City was considered firmly established in Crimson Dragon Realm, and no one would have had any ideas about the city without good reasons, but there was still a need for someone to stay behind nonetheless. I'd be bringing Chun Yang. Lu Chuan shall head out with you people. Yang Yuan and Nan Zhai would stay behind in Xiong City to look after Feishue, Qi Shengang said. He needed to head out to a place like Heavenly Mandate Realm with them. I'd be coming too, father, Feishue said. She wanted to come along as well. No, you can't go to the Supreme Imperial Realm, Qi Shengang said. There were simply too many mighty ones found in such a realm. All manner of people with peculiar abilities and personalities across the board would have been found there. The risk of taking Feishue along was simply too high. Once the secret with her condition was exposed, Qi Xuangang's status as a holiness of nirvana at the pinnacle of his training would not have been enough to protect her. As such, he did not want Feishue to head out to a place like a Supreme Imperial Realm, until Feishue had grown powerful enough to control the powers in her body at will, even incorporating it into her own powers. But by the time she became able to do so, she would have probably surpassed her father. Feishue was capable of sensing emotions of others. She naturally knew that the Imperial advisor would have absolutely forbidden for her to come along. She was understandably exasperated, but she did not say anything else, feeling only somewhat dejected. The planes of Yang Yuan and Nan Zhai had stabilized and they had exceptional states of mind. Yang Yuan was already a holiness of nirvana, and it would have only been a matter of time before Nan Zhai reaches such a plane as well. As such, he chose to bring Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan with him on the pilgrimage, to have a look at Heavenly Mandate Realm with their own eyes. Yang Yuan and Nan Zhai were left behind to take care of Feishue. Futian, I'll leave the rest of the candidates up to you. Just be mindful of not bringing too many. It is our first time heading out there and we still haven't got a foothold after all. We would have another chance in the future, and then we shall bring more with us then, Qi Shengang said to Yi Futian, seemingly reminding him. Yi Futian understood that an overly huge group would have meant difficulty in moving around. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. It was especially so if they were to run into any trouble, and the large size would have only proved to be a hindrance, setting them back. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood what Qi Shengang meant. Big brother, don't leave me behind. Long Linger looked at Yi Futian with a begging look. She had a bad feeling about things. Kids need to stay behind here and train. Yi Futian knocked her head a little and Long Linger was baffled. Kids? Me? I'm almost an old hag now. Long Linger mumbled in a speechless manner. However, age of cultivators was looked at differently from how it was with common people. Despite her advanced age, she looked young and spiffy nonetheless. She had been making progress throughout the years, but when compared to Yi Futian, she was still rather nothing much. In truth, it was not just her, everyone was making progress as well. Those are still not yet saints, it is better for you people to not head out this time. Yi Futian continued, devote your time to train here in Crimson Dragon Realm, and get to Saint Plain as soon as possible. Many looked dejected at Yi Futian's words. No going in this trip before becoming a saint, huh? There were many who had yet to become saints. But then again, Yi Futian had also told them to first train in Crimson Dragon Realm. There were still many places in the realm that they had yet to explore, so they held off going to a Supreme Imperial Realm for now. Everything was to be decided later after making a breakthrough into Saint Plain. They would have only served as baggage otherwise. 7 days were over in the blink of an eye. Mighty ones gathered in Chenya City on that day, to send their city lord and his entourage off. Even Zhuge Mingyu elected to stay behind due to yet becoming a saint. She would have been able to head out in that trip still, as her might as the second sister was still there nonetheless, but she just did not want to be of too much trouble to Yi Futian and the others. It was as her little brother put it, they had to first dedicate themselves to their training, and strive to make it through Saint Plain to catch up. Yi Futian left behind sacred spirit stones and training methods. Even if they were to simply boost their training only with resources, they needed to at least get to the pinnacle below Saint Plain. So long as their states of mind proved to be sound, getting into Saint Plane would not have been much of a problem. The Saint Plane was a threshold in itself, and one's state of mind was of the utmost importance. Wait for me to come home. Jiyu Dongliu stood before Zhuge Mingyu and said. Relax, I'm not running off with someone else. Take care of our little brother. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and said. Yi Futian felt rather speechless, finding her second sister to still be that tough and unyielding. Second sister, you seriously think I'd need looking after? Yi Futian shrugged and said. Yeah, right. Zhuge Mingyu glared at Yi Futian and said, why do you think these people are here for? Who among them is not looking after you? Yi Futian felt speechless again and then looked at the ones beside, before saying, Tuche, second sister. Good to hear. If Jiyu is still here, you have to bring her back to see me, Zhuge Mingyu said in a solemn manner. She and Hua Jiyu were like actual, biological sisters. It was her to picked up Jiyu from the land of 100 nations and had the younger woman train in the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Mingyu really wanted to see that woman who had the looks of a fairy, who was strong yet delicate at the same time. Yi Futian felt rather sorrowful hearing what his second sister said and nodded solemnly. He then turned around and walked, saying, let's go. All of them headed out en masse, waving goodbyes to their loved ones. That trip was truly an expedition. The distance between where they were and their destination would have been a lot further than what was between Emperor Xia's realm and Crimson Dragon realm. The place they were heading to, a supreme imperial realm, would have had mighty ones all over the place, and that place would have been at the very pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. That would have truly been the place where Yi Futian belonged. He would have met the most extraordinary of figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, as well the greatest of the best of geniuses. He would have truly found his match there. And of course, he would have found friends there as well. Many were already at the royal palace when Yi Futian and the others arrived, and people from all corners of the realm had mighty ones among them. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces, Pei Minute, Duan Wuji, Yin Tianjiao, Luo Yang, Jiang Taiyi, and many other legendary figures. All of them would have headed out, and all of them brought many mighty ones with them as well. Kai Shong and Yu Shifei were naturally there as well. They looked like a match made in heaven just by standing together, and that probably had to do with both of them being very much in love with each other. Crimson Dragon Emperor had also sent his people as well, but there were but a handful of them, and they have all definitely been top-notch figures as well. Greetings, Senior, I'm Kai Shong. He nodded after seeing Qi Shengang, who was by Yi Futian's side. People like Qi Shengang, who had been able to cut down the ninth servant, was hardly found even in the royal palace. You're too kind, Your Highness, Qi Shengang answered. The regional palace is getting ready to list you on the regional king rankings, and maybe we might see another Renhuang rise in Crimson Dragon Realm, Kai Shong smiled and said. Many people around them were busy getting ready while they talked. An extremely huge grand matrix of space gradually lit up. Countless images brightened and shot to the skies. That grand matrix had many stone pillars around, which increasingly brightened as they were entwined with the images below. A beam of light shooting to the sky appeared at the center of the grand matrix, as if it was cleaving a great path of space. Let's go, everyone, Kai Shong said, and everyone headed to the grand matrix. The dazzling beam of light became increasingly terrifying, swallowing their surroundings, and a strong will of the great path of space shrouded even the extremely huge and vast royal palace. That grand matrix devoured space powers in a frenzy, extending its area of effect outside the royal palace. The world around them rumbled, and as a beam like no other lit up, the intense shock was felt throughout the incredibly vast area. Everyone was able to see a beam of light of space shooting up to the heavens. The 9 supreme imperial realms served as the absolute center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The Heavenly Mandate realm was one of those 9 realms. There were countless cultivators found among the massive population of Heavenly Mandate realm. Many Renhuangs opened up their own clans and forces at that realm due specifically to the realm being such a place, establishing their own orthodoxies and imparting their own ways. There were several supreme forces being a cut above the rest in that realm, positioning themselves at the very peak. They pursued true supremacy and transcendence, which was also the final goal for all Renhuangs. There were too many regions with heavenly mandate realm, and every single region was extremely vast, with populations of cultivators each reaching hundreds of millions. They were Renhuang-class beings who reigned supreme over all, but there were also many weak cultivators eking out at obscure places. But of course, the bulk of the population was found somewhere in the middle. They struggled in the harsh environment around them as they advance, making their way towards greater heights and accomplishments. The Celestial Sword Li clan, the Demon Slayer clan, the Yun clan of Luo City were all such forces. They were all at the very pinnacle in their respective regions, but they still struggled to move to higher heights nonetheless. However, that proved to be an arduous challenge. At that moment, in the sky above the Buzhou Ridge, mighty ones from the three major forces stood against one another around a mountain. Sword will permeated the sky above that ancient peak, as if countless divine swords were circling in the heavens. A group of people somewhere was seen wearing ancient swords on their backs, with their sword aura sweeping the vast area. Their might, which originated from the Great Path, was incredibly fearsome. In another corner, there was a group of people wearing golden attire. Their might of the Great Path shrouded the entire area as their auras burst, as if golden rings were fired, clashing with the sword auras in an invisible manner in the air. In yet another corner, a group of people of extraordinary aura had their brimming will shrouded their surroundings, bursting with their own power just like the other two. The three forces almost seemed that they were at even odds with one another. All of them wanted that peak for themselves, or precisely put, a piece of the cut cliff. That cliff seemed to contain a huge mural, which somehow also looked like a statue. The brimming will of the Great Path on it seemed to suggest that it was left behind by a Renhuang. It was apparent that all three forces were fighting for that piece of item. We of the Celestial Sword shall have the mural. The leading woman of the Li clan stepped forward at that moment. Her voice was cold and the will of her sword swept all over the sky as she declared, striking out at the other two persons standing across her. We'll see if you'd be able to take it in the first place. A mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan responded. A loud clang was heard and her sword will seem to have clashed with the aura bursting from that mighty one. The ones from the Celestial Sword clan were known for their peerless offensive prowess, yet the mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan practiced very overbearing methods. They were not about to just yield a piece left by a Renhuang to others. There were many inklings or ruins left behind by Renhuangs throughout Heavenly Mandate Realm, and those places were always targets of all manner of forces, and why they fought each other. Those sites or items were used for cultivation purposes, as well as some other uses at times. The mighty ones from the Yun clan did not say anything, yet the auras bursting from them remained just as overbearing, shrouding the place and getting ready for war. However, at that moment, a beam of dazzling light shot from the air and it fell before any of them were able to react. The beam of light burst through the will of Great Path surrounding the area, and blasted onto that peak. The expression of the crowd changed slightly after they reacted to what was happening. Their eyes were all on that beam of light, before hearing a rumble indicating the crumbling of the ridge. When they looked at where that beam of light landed, everyone's faces were ashen and they looked extremely grim. That wall which all of them was after, had ended up crushed. That wall had writings left behind personally by a Renhuang, containing complete will of Great Path of a Renhuang. However, that piece was not actually some kind of ritual implement or treasure and as such, was not all that sturdy to begin with. The writings were no more as soon as the wall broke, and that will of Great Path within dissipated as well. It's gone. The eyes of the ones in the crowd looked fascinating and their hearts raced. It seemed that everyone was baffled over what happened. All of them were wondering what that beam of light that blasted the wall had been. Someone emerged from the rubble of the crushed wall at that moment. His clothes were ragged and looked rather unkempt. It was only one person. That person seemed to still look dazed. He shook his head for a bit and his silver hair billowed. He then looked up around him and found angry, cold eyes glaring at him. That silver-haired figure was none other than Yi Futian, who came from Crimson Dragon Realm. Where are the others? Yi Futian looked around him. None of the others were around. He recalled when they traversed the space, He seemed to remember hazily a very powerful being who happened to pass by, intending to intercept that great path of space flying through the air. Despite that being having been too slow to actually do so, that being nonetheless cut up the great path of space that was just about to open up, severing their path. And then, what just happened? Is this heavenly mandate realm? Futian muttered to himself. He had no idea if he reached his intended destination. That being would have probably been a Renhuang-class mighty one. They would not have been able to intercept such a great path of space otherwise. They had definitely ran into a super being when they traversed space, who wanted to intercept them and find out who they were. That being was unable to do so, for the energies that sent them there, contained with the grand matrix of space, was extremely frightening. But then again, Futian realized that he did not seem to have the time to figure out where he was. His top priority at that moment was to stay alive. Those eyes that were glaring at him seemed to be saying that they wanted to kill him where he stood. After he steadied himself, he cupped his hands and said to the crowd of the three forces, "Some issues happened with the teleportation. I'm very sorry to cause all of you trouble." He was about to leave after saying so. Yet, he sensed towering sword will zipping past his body as soon as he moved his legs. That sword will was extremely sharp and terrifying. Killing intent of the sword shrouded him. The howling current of the sword above seemed to be able to kill him right where he stood, forcing him to stay where he was. Those people all sported very powerful auras. There were some who were actually unblemished saints, and it was apparent that there were many of them. "You think you could just leave like that?" a mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan asked with a cold expression. The leader looked imposing as his eyes glared at Futian below. He then turned to the other two forces and continued, "Seems like we've gotten all riled up for nothing. How do you suppose we deal with this?" The one who talked turned his attention at the leader of the Celestial Sword Li clan, who was a beautiful woman wore simple attire. Her form-fitting garb was clean and without frills, making her look dashing as sword will coiled around her. Her eyes were cold as she glared at Futian. "You have any Renhuang treasures with you?" the woman asked coldly. Futian frowned and answered, "No, I don't." He naturally denied right away at that moment. If he were to hesitate, those people would have had second thoughts about him. "Hand over all valuables you have on you. If any one of them was worth a Renhuang's item, you get to live." Li Rushuang's voice was cold as she continued, "Otherwise, kill yourself right here, right now." She had been very fixated on that thing left over by a Renhuang. That item was ended up destroyed by Futian. What was done, was done. What is the point of killing him? He is but an unlucky which had gotten thrown around by a teleportation attempt. Just let him leave. An elder from the Yun clan of Luo City. There was no point crying over spilled milk after all. If even such a teleportation had gone haywired, he knew that Futian could not have been someone from some noteworthy force, and there was no point backing him to a corner. It was better to just spare him. "You're very generous indeed, Elder Yun. But who shall be responsible for that broken Renhuang relic?" Li Rushuang continued to say with a bone-chilling tone. The way she looked at it, that piece which ended up destroyed had belonged to her. The destruction of that item would have affected her future plans considerably. "So what if you kill him?" Elder Yun then continued, "You have superb talents, Li Rushuang, and you're a one with rare potential among the celestial sword practitioners. Too bad that your state of mind is too brutal and cold, and you're too fixated with the way of the sword." "You're the one to talk," Li Rushuang responded coldly. Her eyes did not look at Elder Yun, making as if the elder was not worth her time. Mighty ones at her side stepped out and walked towards Futian as soon as she spoke. Cold sword will shrouded Futian's body, seeping with intense killing intent. It was apparent that they were being serious, and they truly wanted Futian to pay for their loss with his life. Futian's frowned hard. While it was true that he was to be partially blamed for the incident, he did not do so intentionally and it was all an accident. He had no control over anything back then. From the way the conversation was carried between those people, he realized that he seemed to have destroyed a mural left by a Renhuang. "While I do not have a Renhuang treasure, I would make it up to you to the best of my ability." Futian looked at that woman and said, Li Rushuang was unmoved. Her eyes remained cold as she said, "Take everything in his storage ring." Li Rushuang, "I suppose we of the Demon Slayer clan should have a cut as well," the mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan said. Some of his mighty ones stepped out and walked towards Yi Futian as well. They looked emotionless. There was not a hint of compassion in their eyes as they looked at him, only uncaring coldness. Yi Futian sensed that he was being enveloped by killing intent and did not say anything more. He unleashed his aura, sensing the will of the great path around him. A saint of true self? Those who sensed Yi Futian's aura looked rather puzzled. Yi Futian looked rather young and they somehow were unable to get why he was already at such a plane. An elder from the Celestial Sword clan, who too was a saint of true self, stepped out and his sword will was towering, seemingly having turned into a sword himself. He arrived right before Yi Futian within an instant and lashed out with his finger. The sword at the tip of his finger flowed, and sword will of the great will washed all over them like a river of the heavens, bursting within an instant and intending to end Yi Futian right away. Boom! Light of stars coursed all over Yi Futian's body. The starry battle form of his was shining brilliantly. He lifted his arm and pointed a finger as well, clashing with his opponent without flinching at all. "You have a death wish then." That elder was cold as he pointed. Countless might of killing swords tore through space as he pointed. At the same time, Yi Futian's finger reached his target as well, the finger of his opponent. Boom, 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 extremely terrifying way of entropy seeped right into the finger, breaking it right away. The surge of power ran all the way up the elder's arm and burst into his body. A loud rumble was heard and then explosions were heard within his body. His back seemed to have been busted by a force. All of his internal organs crumbled in a frenzy. His eyes were frozen right there and then, staring straight at Yi Futian. Yi Futian pulled his finger back and saw his opponent slowly dropping to the ground. A finger attack was it took to kill his opponent. He had just gotten to the realm, and he had already killed a saint. The sword aura dissipated and a mighty one from the Celestial Sword Li clan was killed outright on the spot. Those from all three forces were dumbfounded. From their perspective, that person would absolutely not have been someone from some top-notch force due to having even such errors happening with a teleportation process. Only lone cultivators would have made such mistakes, as grand matrices of space of greater forces would have been stable, and there was no way such errors could have happened. They naturally did not think that the person who just appeared out of nowhere before them had actually transcended regions, and happened to have a Renhuang class being interrupting their travel. Furthermore, competition between cultivators at Heavenly Mandate Realm was extremely intense. The fighting was far more brutal than even what was back at Crimson Dragon Realm. That Supreme Imperial Realm was even more vast and there were even greater number of mighty ones. Even cultivators were practically limitless and there were few rules binding anyone. They needed to fight over any cultivation resources they were able to find, and more so when it came to items left behind by Renhuangs. Yi Futian broke one such item and that disrupted all of their plans, which was why the ones from the Celestial Sword Li clan and the Demon Slayer clan both wanted to kill Yi Futian and take whatever there was to take from him. However, the attack with that one finger from him clearly indicated that he was anything but weak. He just killed a cultivator from the Celestial Sword Li clan who was the same plane with him, and that meant that his attack would have been extremely overwhelming. Li Rushuang's expression remained bone-chilling cold, yet she was rather surprised nonetheless. She thought that taking on such might of the sword head-on would have killed him outright. It was apparent that she had underestimated Yi Futian's powers. Several swordsmen took to the sky and sword wills howled above Yi Futian's head, as if they were about to rain down on him at any given moment. There was one unblemished Saint Elder stepped out and his might was frightening. Yi Futian frowned hard. If that was an unblemished saint, that meant that the upcoming fight would have been tough. It was a given that the Elder intended to wipe him out right there and then, but there was no way he would have just sat around waiting to be dealt with. If he were to be backed to a corner, he would have had to unleash the will of Emperor Qua. However, he was nonetheless a newcomer to the realm and he did not want to do so as soon as he had arrived. The recoil would have been bad as well after all. The halberd of time and space appeared in his hand, and will of the great path pulsed on it, containing intense will of space. The eyes of the people around him flashed. That ritual implement seemed to be very powerful, and it looked as if he still had some treasures with him. Voom! Dazzling flash of the sword of the great path rained down from above in a straight line, targeted right at Futian's body. He disappeared from where he stood within an instant. Two swordsmen charged at the same time at him with their swords drawn, moving at blitzing speeds. Sword auras came at Futian like bolts of lightning. Overwhelming will of the great path emerged from Futian's hand, charging into the boundless sword wills in a straight line, heading for a mighty one. The halberd of time and space lashed out. Raging currents of sword aura coming from everywhere parted in the middle, as they were being destroyed in a frenzy. That swordsman noticed something was afoot and intended to back away, but felt his will of the great path being blocked. PFFTT. A crisp sound was heard, and Futian, who had been standing far away just moments ago, burst through the current of sword aura right away, armed with the halberd, piercing his brow at blinding speed. However, that unblemished Saint Elder stepped out and charged. Towering flash of the sword rained down as he stepped out, with terrifying hurricanes of the sword whipped up in the sky. Swords rained down one after another. The speeds at which the blades move were unbelievably fast. Futian lifted his hand and lashed out with a palm print. Rumbling explosions were heard. The palm print continued to shatter as his body kept being pushed down. That river of swords washed at him, threatening to bury him in blades completely. A cold snorting noise was heard at that moment. That leading elder of the Yun clan stepped out and came right above Futian, bursting with a terrifying storm of lightning. He lifted his arm, and there seemed to be a god of thunder appearing behind him, extending its hand. Said god's lightning palm print repelled the attacks and burst with boundless lightning within an instant, blasting on the current of the sword that was raining down. The sky was lit right away, and devastating powers were all destroyed up in the sky. However, countless sword wills in the sky coalesced into one single blade, which was then materialized into a giant sword, pointing at the ground below. Hurricanes of the sword circled around that blade, with boundless sword auras surging into it. That unblemished Saint Elder stood beside the sword and pointed downward, saying, "Kill." Their surroundings howled in rage as he said so. That giant sword wrapped in hurricanes disappeared right away, cleaving a line downwards. The elder from the Yun clan looked up, and towering might of lightning was coalesced into a single beam within an instant, which then streaked through the sky like a blade. That terrifying lightning bolt seemed to be out to tear the sky apart. Devastating light drowned the sky around them. Mighty ones backed away one after another. That terrifying beam raised the ridge all around them. The sword in the sky and the lightning then dissipated altogether. The Yun clan elder and Futian both retreated to the side where the Yun clan cultivators were. "Li Ku, you're an old man yourself, and I'm afraid bullying someone a lot younger than you isn't the way to do it." That Yun clan elder looked up at that mighty one from the celestial sword Li clan and said. Li Ku's expression was cold, and sword will was seen in his eyes. He then moved forward, burning with intense killing intent. Futian killed two of their saints and was definitely anything but weak. It could have even been said that he was very powerful, which meant that he needed to be dealt with on the spot. He had no intentions of letting Futian leave alive. However, that elder from Yun clan acted in Futian's defense, which put those from the celestial sword Li clan in a difficult spot. But then again, those three forces had always been competing with each other. They were of antagonistic relationship, so it was entirely normal for that elder to act. "So your people of the Demon Slayer clan is just going to sit and watch?" Li Rushuang said coldly as she looked at the mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan. Come to think about it, Yun Teng was right. That thing was already destroyed, and there was no point killing the kid. We'll just let the matter slide and have no intentions to pursue the matter further. Excuse us. The mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan made up their mind on the spot, leaving immediately as soon as that one mighty one finished talking, without staying around for even a second longer. That silver-haired young man who appeared out of nowhere was very powerful, which caused them to re-evaluate their opponent, as well to weigh the pros and cons of cutting him down. Furthermore, the Yun clan stepped in on his behalf, so they saw fit to just give up right away. By the way, they had no score to settle with Yi Futian to begin with, so it was better to just leave and pretend that nothing happened. Guards. Li Rushuang's expression remained cold. Sword will circled about her as she cast a glance at the mighty ones of Yun clan. She then said, Yun Teng, he killed 2 of ours. Are you sure you are going to cover for him? Indeed. Yun Teng replied coldly. Li Rushuang was superbly talented and was one of the best to be found in that region. As such, she showed no fear nor respect towards that elder at all. However, it would have been difficult if she were to insist on taking Yi Futian. Sword auras howled in the sky around them, making that space extremely stifling. Li Rushuang glared at the one standing across her. She eventually waved the sleeve of her robe, turning around and saying, "Let's go." Her group turned around and left right afterwards. It would have been difficult to kill Yi Futian in such a situation. Yi Futian himself was of formidable powers as well, meaning that it would have been difficult to even just take him on. The only option for the time being was to give up. Yi Futian then cupped his hands and said to Yun Teng, after the ones from the Celestial Sword Li clan left, "Thank you for saving me, senior. That is nothing. I'm Yun Teng, of the Yun clan of Luo City," the elder smiled and said. He saw Yi Futian mumbling when the young man arrived, looking rather dazed yet was clearly formidable. All of that piqued the elder's interests. "My name is Yi Futian." Yi Futian replied, "Elder Yun, is this heavenly mandate realm?" Yun Teng's eyes flashed and he looked puzzled. He then stared at Yi Futian with inquisitive eyes. "That kid is asking if this is heavenly mandate realm?" The elder then continued after that thought, "This is indeed heavenly mandate realm. Are you here from other realms? Something wrong with your grand matrix of space?" Yi Futian was rather relieved hearing what that elder said. It seemed that he did not end up in the wrong place. He was worried that he was left behind in some other realms. They were probably at the edge of heavenly mandate realm, when some Renhuang class person happened to see them and intended to intercept them, and that person failed and caused what happened then instead. "Indeed. I'm from Crimson Dragon realm around these parts," Yi Futian nodded and answered. While the grand matrix of space had indeed been disrupted, the others should have arrived at heavenly mandate realm nonetheless, and they would not have been all that far away. He was only hoping that they had better luck with things than he did. It was fortunate that he only brought saints with him on that trip. While being at Saint Plain did not mean one would have been considered strong at heavenly mandate realm, it would have at least meant that they were able to stand on their own. Nothing would have happened if they were to not run into any messy troubles. According to what I know, it is rather difficult for other realms of other regions to come to heavenly mandate realm, which is a supreme imperial realm. I could see that you are of considerable powers. So that is how it is then. I assume that you're a descendant of a Renhuang at Crimson Dragon realm? Yun Teng smiled and said. Yi Futian looked like he was a total mess when he first arrived, with his hair and clothes looking very unkempt. However, after he brushed and straightened himself, it was not difficult to see that he was of extraordinary bearing. "I'm not." Yi Futian shook his hand. "We're on this pilgrimage to heavenly mandate realm with the Prince of Crimson Dragon realm. Something happened with teleportation and we were all thrown all over the place." The elder nodded and said, "So that was what happened. You've just arrived and is separated from your friends. How about we head to the Yun clan of Luo City for bit? I'd get someone to help you find your friends and see if they're around these parts. What do you say?" Yun Teng continued. People who were capable of traversing realm regions with the prince would have definitely been someone extremely talented, even if they were to not be a descendant of Crimson Dragon Emperor. They would not have had the right to be on such a trip otherwise. Heavenly Mandate Realm was a supreme imperial realm and powerful people were everywhere, but that did not mean that all of them would have been aloof, arrogant pricks. The Yun clan of Luo City had always intended to become a Renhuang class force. People who came from Renhuang class forces of other realms would have definitely been very exceptional, even when compared to those from Heavenly Mandate Realm. It was just that they were unable to compare to those at the very pinnacle in the realm. Yi Futian stayed silent for a brief moment before nodding and saying, "All right, I'm sorry to have been of trouble to you, Senior. He had just gotten to Heavenly Mandate Realm and he knew next to nothing. He too wanted to find out more about the realm, as well as the parts where he actually was. Yun Teng proposed to let him go as soon as he showed, so he assumed that the elder had little to no ulterior motives and would not have done him any harm. He was getting ready to look for Yu Sheng, Xia Qingyuan, his teacher, his elder brother and the others. Let's head out then. Yun Teng nodded and everyone made a move. Yi Futian followed by Yun Teng's side and asked, Senior, what is that stone wall that I've just destroyed? Probably something written by a Renhuang when they stopped by these parts to train. There are many Renhuangs here at Heavenly Mandate Realm, but to us which are not of Renhuang force, anything left behind by Renhuang would have been extremely valuable, and so we came to fight for it, which you just happened to have broken. Yun Teng then elaborated further, the region that we are in now is where Luo City is, as well as the Celestial Sword Li clan and the Demon Slayer clan you just saw. All of us belong to Emperor Qi's territory. According to what I know, Li Rushuang had intended to take that thing to be brought to Emperor Qi's palace as a gift, so as to earn teachings from the emperor. Your arrival broke her plans, and that was why she wanted to kill you. Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Renhuangs had their own territories in Heavenly Mandate Realm as well. Luo City was one of the cities in Emperor Qi's territory. The Yun clan of Luo City was the most powerful force to be found in that ancient city. Yi Futian found the city to be an extremely bustling one after entering it, which was comparable to Chenya City in terms of liveliness. That city was considered a medium-class city in Heavenly Mandate Realm. While it was without doubt stronger than the smaller cities, the city itself was considered a small city when compared to top-notch cities. The key lied with the city it was being compared to. Many in the city took notice after Yun Ting and the others entered the city, and everyone seemed very respectful, which showed that they apparently knew who Yun Ting and the others around him were. The group came to a grand, majestic-looking manor. That was the manor of the Yun clan of Luo City. Someone was seen coming out of that grand building to receive them. How did it go, father? A middle-aged beautiful woman of Saint Plain looked at Yun Teng and asked. There had been some hiccups. Yun and I, this is Yi Futian, Yun Teng said and introduced the young man to his daughter. He then said, see to our guest here and send men out to see if there are any who seems to have ran into predicaments similar to Yi Futian in the region. I'd need to be elsewhere. Very well. Yun and I nodded. The clan was a huge one and her father still needed to report to her grandfather. Yun Teng nodded slightly to Yi Futian before leaving with a group of people. Yun and I gave the order and then said to Yi Futian, Sir Yi, we of the Yun clan still has some influence in Luo City. If your friends were to have landed in Luo City or somewhere nearby, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. If they were to end up in territories further away, things would have been considerably more difficult. Thank you. Yi Futian then nodded. Please come in, Sir Yi. Yun and I extended her hand and said. Both of them walked and then she asked, so you have fought with the Celestial Sword Li clan, Sir Yi? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. The people of the Celestial Sword Li clan wanted to kill me. I owe my life to Senior back then. Father was not actually doing it all for you, Sir Yi. Yun and I's eyes turned rather cold and continued, the way the Celestial Sword Li clan carry about their business and how Li Rushuang is being so aggressive now, it is just normal for father to butt in. The group came to an elegant compound and there seemed to be a young woman training before them. Sparks of lightning dazzled all over her, contained auras of rules. She extended her hand and slashed. The resulting lightning shot forward like a serpent. However, that did not seem to be the result she was after. She turned around and saw Yun Ni and Yi Futian. She then called, Mother. This is my daughter, Yun Qianyu. Qianyu, this is Sir Yi, Yun Ni introduced. Sir Yi. Yun Qianyu took a look at Yi Futian and bowed slightly. That silver-haired young man had extraordinary bearing and was probably not common folk, but he looked very young, as if he was her age. However, his aura was very reserved and his training would have probably been of very high levels. Her mother, who was a saint, would not have addressed him as Sir otherwise. Is the Yun clan mainly practicing the ways of lightning? I have seen Senior Yun's lightning ways and the power shown was extraordinarily overwhelming, Yi Futian said. You're too kind, Sir Yi. The lightning arts of the Yun clan is naturally considered powerful in Luo City, but we're not even at Renhuang class. If we were to take the entire heavenly mandate realm into consideration, we wouldn't even be considered strong at all. Furthermore, there is also an insurmountable mountain in the realm, Yun Ni elaborated. You mean to say, Yi Futian was feeling curious. Nothing much. It is still all too far away, Yun Ni said as she shook her head. She did not want to say more, and that was not part of her world after all. All lightning arts in the world originates from the heavenly palace. Yun Chenyue's voice sounded rather serious when she said it. That violet palace high up in the clouds was to be known number one throughout the 3,000 realms in lightning arts. As such, it was said that all lightning arts in the world originated from the heavenly palace. Due to the heavenly palace being a part of heavenly mandate realm, there were many forces training in lightning arts in the realm. All lightning arts in the world originates from the heavenly palace. Yi Futian mumbled to himself and then continued, boisterous indeed. The violet heavenly palace was the most powerful force to be found practicing lightning arts. Countless lightning arts found throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path have all been derivatives in one way or another of what is practiced by the violet heavenly palace. This is not actually boisterous at all, Yun Ni smiled and said. What about Brahma's pure sky then? Yi Futian asked all of a sudden. Both Yun Ni and Yun Chenyu were stunned. They then looked at Yi Futian with peculiar expression. Yun Ni then smiled and said, while you're of formidable training, Sir Yi, but it is best to not venture into a place like the Brahma's pure sky. Brahma's pure sky was simply too far away for them, yet it was where all women in the world wanted to go to. An empress was enlightened to the great path at Brahma's pure sky, and that place was lauded as the number one mountain in the world. The Jyotian goddess who served the empress was a figure that countless worshipped. There was simply none of them who were not legendary Renhuang. It was not a surprise for Yun Ni to tell Yi Futian to not think too much about it. Even the virgins who served the Jyotian goddess had already been a holy figure that countless deemed unreachable, let alone a supreme force like Brahma's pure sky. Is the Lord of Brahma's pure sky that powerful? Yi Futian asked. What you're saying now, Sir Yi, is probably heard by the Lord of Brahma's pure sky. Yun Ni continued, that is a being whose will reaches the 3,000 realms. It is said that she is possibly someone capable of breaking through the heavenly path. Yi Futian's expression was a solemn one. That Lord of Brahma's pure sky was indeed too far away from him. However, if he were to be clear of Jiyu's situation and wanted to know about whether his wife was dead or alive, he would have had to get to Brahma's pure sky sooner or later. He turned his eyes around and looked at Yun Chenyu, saying, the lightning arts that you intend to practice before. Is it something like this? Yi Futian said and slashed at the sky. Dazzling flashes of lightning shot out, seemingly cutting the sky. Indeed. Yun Chenyue's eyes sparkled. She nodded and said, somehow I just don't seem to get the hang of it. I'd be honored to have your guidance. Forget what you've learned before and forget the rules that you've come to comprehend. Just focus on practicing the technique and spend some time repeating it, and see if you have learned something new by then, Yi Futian said. Yun Chenyu was steeped in thought for a bit, before nodding and saying, will do. Continue your training then. Yun Ni said to Yun Chenyu and then brought Yi Futian to a compound. The place looked elegant and Yun Ni asked, how about you stay here for the time being, Sir Yi? Thank you indeed, Yi Futian said. You could come and look for me if you need anything, Sir Yi, Yun Ni said and then left the place. Yi Futian took a look around. The Yun clan of Luo City seemed to be a place like Chenya City back in Crimson Dragon Realm, with holiness of nirvanas ruling over a city. There was definitely a holiness of nirvana among the Yun clan. Yun Teng was out to report, and he would have probably head out to report to the clan leader. Yi Futian felt rather restless when he thought about his people scattered all over the place after the teleportation turned haywired. It would have been fine if they were dropping out somewhere nearby. If they had ended up somewhere too far away, the size of Heavenly Mandate Realm would have made it very difficult to locate them, unless they were to cause a ruckus large enough to shake a region. Let's just see if they have any useful news about, Futian told himself and put it behind him, closing his eyes to train instead. Someone else came not long afterwards, but did not bother Futian seeing that he was training with his eyes closed, electing to stand far away instead. Futian opened his eyes and then saw Yun Chenyu smiling. He then asked, "Is there anything I could help you with, Ms. Chenyu?" Yun Chenyu stepped out and came before Futian. She was dressed in blue attire, facing Futian before bowing to him, saying, "Please guide me in my training, sir." "You've learned something?" Futian's expression was peculiar. He had only reminded her of something, and did not expect her to be able to get something out of it in such a short period of time. "Indeed." Yun Chenyu nodded, "I'd like you to be my teacher. I was simply giving you pointers. That was just a way of training and I didn't actually teach you anything. You owe being able to get it so quickly to your own intellect. It has little to do with me, and I'm afraid I'm unqualified to teach you," Futian smiled and said. He had many teachers throughout this journey in cultivation, and every single one of them played key roles in various stages in his life. He totally did not expect someone to want to take him as their teacher. However, he had actually fulfilled all the requirements for such a role. The only inadequacy was that he appeared too young. "If you are unwilling to take me as your student, would you mind if I come here often to ask for guidance then?" Yun Chenyu continued. Futian had really simply given her pointers, and that was something that could not have been applied in everything. However, she was able to get what she sought in an extremely short period of them, picking up the lightning arts that she sought. It simply proved that Futian was extremely learned in such ways. "Not at all." Futian nodded and agreed to it. Yun Chenyu smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir." A group of people arrived from the air at that moment, who then walked up to him. Yun Tung flashed and came to him as well, who then addressed the crowd, "Sir Yi is a guest of mine. You shall not be rude in my place." Those people backed away one after another. Yun Ting frowned and said, "Many mighty ones from the Celestial Sword clan came. Li Rushuang led those people personally to the Yun clan, demanding that we hand you over." Yun Ni's expression became somewhat colder at the mention of the Celestial Sword Li clan. The same went with Yun Chenyu as well. "Aren't the Celestial Sword Li clan enemies with the Yun clan of Luo City?" Futian asked. "Why is Li Rushuang able to come all the way here to make demands?" Li Rushuang was extraordinarily talented among her generation in the Celestial Sword Li clan, and it was extremely possible for her to train under Emperor Qi. Yun Teng elaborated, "Emperor Qi often picks a bunch of people in his territory, and they stand a chance of being personally taught by the emperor. Li Rushuang's talents are such that the probability of her making it is extremely high. As such, she has been very proactive in making the necessary preparations. If Li Rushuang were to succeed, then the status of the Celestial Sword Li clan would have changed considerably, and they would have been able to loom right over us." Yun Chenyue's aura was that of extreme cold. She had been training very diligently in her clan, just so to one day surpass those from the Celestial Sword Li clan. She saw Li Rushuang as her goal, driving herself forward. Futian was even able to sense faint killing intent from her. He looked at Yun Chenyu in a curious manner, and Yun Teng at the side added, "Chenyue's father died by the hands of those from the Celestial Sword Li clan." Futian's pupils constricted slightly. He only understood why Yun Ni said that Yun Teng was not only doing what was done for him back then. Sword wills howled outside the Yun clan manor at that moment. A group of mighty ones rode on their swords, and the woman leading them was none other than Li Rushuang. They knew that they were not able to kill Futian back then and gave. They also knew that Yun Ting had considerable enmity for them. At that moment, however, she came directly to the Yun clan and demanded they hand over the man they were looking for, and it was to see if the Yun clan would have complied. Li Rushuang had elders standing on each side of her. One of them was a senior from the Celestial Sword Li clan, who had been the unblemished saint out to cut Futian down back then. The other elder was wearing a tight-fitting long robe and looked to be over 50 years old. His eyes were narrowed and rather eerie and gave the impression that he was unfriendly. He stood with his hands behind his back, and those narrowed eyes of his looked rather cold. He seldom appeared in the region, so there were few who knew of him. A group of mighty ones from the Yun clan were there. The one who took the lead was named Yun Chong, who was Yun Teng's brother. His bearing was calm and steady as he looked at Li Rushuang. Yun Chong actually spent more time eyeing the long-robed elder beside Li Rushuang. He was suspicious of that person's identity. From his perspective, the Celestial Sword Li clan was the enemy, and they had a lot of scores to settle with each other. Despite Li Rushuang's forceful temperament, they should not have dared to demand that the Yun clan hand anyone over. That elder was probably not someone from the Celestial Sword Li clan. You do not look familiar. May I ask where you train? Yun Chong asked in a probing manner. The elder with narrowed eyes seemed to have turned his eyes into slits when he looked at Yun Chong. His eyes seemed plain and uncaring, not bothering with unblemished saints from the Yun clan of Luo City. He did not even bother responding. That made Yun Chong feel rather heavy deep down. If that person dared to ignore him like that, he must really be someone formidable. Li Rushuang shot a sarcastic look at Yun Chong. Yi Futian had killed 2 saints from the Celestial Sword Li clan, and the Yun clan was actually still covering for him. Other than for revenge, she was there at the Yun clan to have those on the other side offend the people at her side. So long as the Yun clan refused to yield, it would naturally offend that elder. She wanted to see how the Yun clan would react to it. Yun Chong, do you know that Renhuang mural back then was something that Ms. Rushuang intended to take and present to the Zhuoqiu clan of the Imperial City? It was fine that you didn't want to do anything about the mural being destroyed, but you people of the Yun clan actually covered for him. How do you suppose we settle this then? Li Ku, who stood beside Li Rushuang, asked. Yun Chong felt rather troubled hearing what he said. He took a serious look at the one at Li Rushuang's side. The Zhuoqiu clan of the Imperial City. The Zhuoqiu clan had come to fame and gained status due to the current clan leader having served as a bodyguard for Emperor Qi once and training with the emperor, going through thick and thin with him. The Zhuoqiu held incredible sway over a vast region and were of very high renown and status. Many legendary people had gradually emerged from the clan, and the clan had continued to grow strong. They were of extremely high status in Emperor Qi's territory, and they were one of the most powerful clans around. They held so much sway that they were even able to affect how the emperor made decisions. For instance, Emperor Qi chose geniuses from his territory to pass on methods of cultivation, but there was no way he could attend to everything. As such, he delegated a substantial amount of responsibilities to others, and the Zhuoqiu clan was one of those at such levels, commanding incredible influence. It was clear by then that Li Rushuang did not intend to fight for that mural left behind by a Renhuang in order to present it to the royal court. She intended to gift it to the Zhuoqiu clan, which was serving the royal palace, instead. She intended to use that as a stepping stone in order to get closer to Emperor Qi and allow their clan to rise by leaps and bounds. Li Rushuang had always been of considerable talent herself. If she were to be instructed by Emperor Qi and acquire stronger cultivation resources, she would definitely rise to prominence in the future. The key was that the woman herself was very good at such machinations. If that were the case, we of the Zhuoqiu clan would have been willing to give it away if we were to be the ones taking it. However, we never knew any of this when we last fought, Yun Chong said. It was apparent that while they were the ones at a disadvantage in the squabble with the Celestial Sword Li clan, handling it was still within their capacity. But if they were to make enemies of the Zhuoqiu clan, things would become difficult for them. In truth, the Yun clan had always attempted to establish connections with the officials who were close to the emperor, but they had never had any good way to do so. Those officials simply scoffed at them. Li Rushuang was apparently connected to the Zhuoqiu clan. If the Celestial Sword Li clan were to be able to use such a connection to their advantage, it would definitely be a very bad thing for the Yun clan. Things would look dire for them. No point talking about any of that now. Hand the man over, Li Ku said plainly. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan remained silent. He was only there as Li Rushuang's escort. He had examined her talents and found her to truly be a rare talented cultivator. She was still young and she was already a saint of true self. She had an unyielding spirit in seeking the great path, and furthermore, she was willing to pay. He intended to first send her to learn at the emperor's side, and she would one day be married into the Zhuoqiu clan as well. As such, he did not mind that Li Rushuang borrowed such a connection to her advantage. They would be family sooner or later anyway. Yun Chong instructed his men to bring Yi Futian. He turned around and saw a group of people coming closer. Yun Teng, Yun Ni, Yi Futian, and a group of people came over. That was not all. Many mighty ones from the Yun clan came as well. They felt heavy deep down after knowing that the elder had come from the Zhuoqiu clan. Yun Teng heard people talking when he was on his way. He was feeling troubled, as he knew that there was a huge mess to be dealt with up ahead. Li Rushuang was actually connected to the Zhuoqiu clan already. What is actually happening, Yun Teng? Yun Chong asked Yun Teng, who was about to reach them. Yun Teng looked at him and then at the elder of the Zhuoqiu clan at Li Rushuang's side. He said, "The case of the three forces fighting over the wall has nothing to do with the Zhuoqiu clan in the first place. Li Rushuang, this is between us of the Yun clan and the Celestial Sword Li clan. What is the meaning of dragging someone from the Zhuoqiu clan into this?" Li Rushuang shot a glance at Yun Teng. She was not there to reason with Yun Teng. To her, the only thing that mattered was the result. Is the Yun clan going to hand over the man or not? Li Rushuang was just as cold as her name implied. She had only asked if they were going to hand over the man and nothing else. There was no need to explain anything. The place was silent. Yun Ni and Yun Qianyu, who were standing behind Yun Teng, looked coldly at those from the Celestial Sword Li clan. Yun Qianyu was strongly fixated on surpassing Li Rushuang in the future so as to avenge her father. Yun Teng, we're not in a position to offend the Zhuoqiu clan at the moment, Yun Chong said to Yun Teng telepathically. The way he saw it, Yi Futian was but an outsider, and he was not worth the trouble. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Can't you see that handing the man over would still be pointless? Li Rushuang is doing all this to establish a connection with someone higher up. If they are already in league with the Zhuoqiu clan, it will only be a matter of time before they find other excuses to get rid of us. What is the difference between handing our guest over or not handing him over? Yun Teng retorted telepathically. At the very least, it would prevent the Zhuoqiu clan from having an excuse to take us on for the time being. We need time, Yun Chong said. They were also fighting to establish a connection with a force comparable to the Zhuoqiu clans as soon as possible. Yun Chong's son was also extremely talented in cultivation, and so there was a chance for the Yun clan as well. It was extremely unwise to get on the Zhuoqiu clan's bad side at the moment. Though Yun Teng understood what his brother's thoughts were, he insisted nonetheless and said, "No way." He had already made that compromise once. That compromise had left lasting psychological trauma on his daughter, Yun Ni. You can't understand the gravity of the situation, can you? Yun Chong replied telepathically in a rather severe tone. He did not bother with Yun Teng further and turned to Yi Futian instead, saying, "Sir, this was between you and the Celestial Sword Li clan to begin with, and Yun Teng has already done all he was able to. It is in our best interest not to get involved further. You are not one of the Yun clan, and I hope you understand that." Yi Futian appeared calm and without any hint of resentment. It was entirely sensible for Yun Chong to make such a choice. There was no need for him to take such risks for a stranger. "He's not a member of the Yun clan?" "Says who?" Yun Qianyu asked. "I've already taken Sir Yi as my teacher. The Celestial Sword Li clan is an enemy of us of the Yun clan. Are we really just going to hand someone over just because they tell us to? Furthermore, you're the eldest descendant of the clan, as well as a teacher and example for members of future generations of the clan. I'm afraid what you're doing now will only cause others to feel disgust." Yun Chong frowned and looked at Yun Qianyu, finding her standing in a composed manner, her eyes determined. There were many mighty ones in the Yun clan, and he did not think there was a need for Yun Qianyu to take Yi Futian as her teacher. Furthermore, Yi Futian had not been around for long, and he saw that only as one of Yun Qianyu's excuses. Yi Futian understood that he had not agreed to take Yun Qianyu as his student, But what Yun Chenyu had said made him feel warm inside nonetheless. Chenyu, don't go letting your emotions get the better of you now. Yun Chong told Yun Chenyu off in a low voice. I'm simply telling the truth, Yun Chenyu said. It's almost time to head to the Imperial City. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan, who had been silent all that while, finally spoke. He swept his narrowed eyes over the Yun clan and continued, make up your mind already. Li Rushuang looked over the ones from the Yun clan as well. Yun Chong's expression suggested that he was feeling very pressured. That man from the Zhuoqiu clan had finally said something. Hold on, Yun Chong said. He looked at Yun Ting with a severe expression and said, the clan's interests precede all. Hand the man over. Yun Ting stared at him unflinchingly and said, I've made a compromise for the sake of the clan once. I'm not about to do the same again. I was the one who brought him here. If he wants to take my guest away, then we fight. Yun Chong looked very unwell hearing what Yun Ting had said. That mighty one from the Zhuoqiu clan, who was standing across them, said plainly, will do, then. He then began walking away and left altogether, seemingly tired of the charade. Li Rushuang did not say anything else, and she followed suit. She, however, shot a sarcastic look at those of the Yun clan. You people want to send someone to train under Emperor Qi, huh? The look seemed to say. Well, you can stop dreaming now. The group left en masse and disappeared from sight soon after. Yun Chong looked glum. His plans might have been broken because of what had just happened. People from all over the place were about to gather at the Imperial City, and there was no one who did not want to train under Emperor Qi. Everyone worked hard just to achieve that, and so did he. At that moment, everything might have just been ruined by Yun Ting. Good work there, Yun Ting, Yun Chong said coldly before stepping away and leaving. Many mighty ones from the Yun clan were there as well. They did not think that Yun Ting had been sensible with what he had done back there. The Zhuoqiu clan was an undeniable force in Emperor Qi's territory, after all. Why would you need to put your clan through this for me? Yi Futian asked Yun Ting. So long as we are not in direct conflict with the Zhuoqiu clan, they, as people who serve Emperor Qi, will have to take their influence into consideration as well. They couldn't simply fight people like other forces do, and Emperor Qi wouldn't bother himself with all of that, Yun Ting said. But the Zhuoqiu clan is still a clan serving Emperor Qi, and if we do not have any other connections, it will be rather difficult for us at the Yun clan to train under the emperor after getting on the Zhuoqiu clan's bad side. Could the Zhuoqiu clan have any influence over how Emperor Qi selects the candidates whom he will later teach? Yi Futian asked. Emperor Qi selects such candidates every year. Anyone he has taken notice of will stand a great chance, but he leaves most other matters to his subordinates and doesn't bother interfering with any of those matters at all. All manner of fighting and conflict is treated as part of cultivation. Survival of the fittest, after all, Yun Ting said to Yi Futian. Yun Ting was soon called away by clan members. Yi Futian knew it was because of the thing that just happened. How is the Zhuoqiu clan's real strength? Yi Futian asked Yun Ni after Yu Teng was called away. Both Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan were the most flourishing powers in Emperor Qi's territory. They were much more prestigious than any other clans in Emperor Qi's territory. After years of development, both clans had cultivated innumerable top warriors, including many Nirvana Plane saints. As far as I know, there were warriors of the 4 Nirvana Plane in the Zhuoqiu clan, among whom Zhuoqiu Gong, the current clan head of the Zhuoqiu clan, was at the apex of Nirvana, much stronger than any other Nirvana saints. Yun Ni said to Yi Futian, Zhuoqiu Gong has followed Emperor Qi for many years and received Emperor Qi's guidance. Under Emperor Qi's influence, even though he was restricted by talent and was unable to enter the Renhuang Plane, he could rarely find an opponent of equal level. Of course, I mean in Emperor Qi's territory, his ability may not be worth mentioning in the range of Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian nodded. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was very large, and this area was only a Renhuang territory. Only the strongest warriors of the place of origin of all thunder techniques, 9 Cloud Palace, or the Brahma's pure sky dared to call themselves peerless. However, since Zhuoqiu Gong could make his clan prosper in this place for so long, He should be an unusual person, too. Even though he couldn't match Ren Huang and other top figures level, in the range of Heavenly Mandate Realm, he was amid the first rank. He was in a very high position. Although Yi Futian was new here, he could tell the competition in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, where strong figures were everywhere, was fierce. For Nirvana Saint, Yi Futian murmured to himself. If he could figure out where other people were and let them join him, that shouldn't be a problem, or if he could find Master, maybe he just needed one more person. Since Emperor Qi didn't ask about these, it had become much easier. Before, we, the Yun clan, had attempted to depend on the Zhong clan. Now since this thing happened, the clan side must be even more anxious, said Ni Sheng. As long as the Zhuoqiu clan is there, it is hard for members of our clan to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. Yun Teng's deed was righteous. It is all because of me, said Yi Futian. It is none of your business, said Yun Ni with a shaking head. The Celestial Sword Li clan had made connections with the Zhuoqiu clan beforehand. Otherwise, how could the people of the Zhuoqiu clan suddenly find Li Rushuang? Li Rushuang is not only extraordinarily talented, but he is very ruthless when he does things, too. The Celestial Sword Li clan and Yun clan are already enemies, so you are just an excuse she used to bring trouble. Without you, the thing still would have happened. As for my father, I have said before, it is not all about you. Chenyue's father was also hounded to death by the Celestial Sword Li clan. At that time, we gave in and endured the pain for the sake of clan interest. Now we still don't dare to start fighting them because we are weaker than the Celestial Sword Li clan. Yun Ni explained. As for Yun Chong, who wanted to make concessions, his concern is not only the clan's interest, he has selfish reasons. An offspring of his is very outstanding and is considered the most promising Yun clan member to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. He is working hard for it and doesn't want to offend the Zhuoqiu clan. Yi Futian listened quietly. Yun Ni spoke in a cold tone. Her husband's death must have been a big shock to her. They had sacrificed everything for the clan once, so now, when she listened to the excuse of for the clan again, she couldn't conceal her strong feeling of disgust. Not to mention that Yun Chong was not just for the clan. Sir Yi, please don't keep the thing in mind. The whole thing is not related to you, it is the issue within our clan, said Yun Ni to Yi Futian. Yi Futian slightly nodded. Even though she said so, the thing started from him. Yun Teng was indeed very kind-hearted. If he could offer any help, he would not just stay out of it. Why did Li Rushuang come to the imperial city with people of the Zhuoqiu clan? Is anything about to happen? Asked Yi Futian. He will attend the palace examination, Yun Qianyu, who was standing nearby, cut in. The palace examination is where Emperor Qi selects young and outstanding Saint Plane cultivators. The ones who performs well will have the chance to become Emperor Qi's disciple and learn from him. The palace examination is mainly in charge of powers like Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan, added Yun Ni. It is considered a big even in Emperor Qi's territory. Warriors of all areas in Emperor Qi's territory will attend. It is also part of the reason why the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan have a prestigious status. I see, said Yi Futian, nodding. After listening to this, he could quickly connect everything. All these warriors were competing for the chance to become the Runhuang's disciple. Li Rushuang craved the opportunity. Yun clan in the Luo city wanted it, too. There must be minimal vacancies there. Li Rushuang specially came to visit the Yun clan and cause trouble by using him as an excuse, and his goal was to incriminate the Yun clan. As long as he could make the Yun clan fall behind, one day, he would get rid of this opponent. So, it seems that I need to go to the imperial city, Yi Futian thought to himself. He was not interested in the palace examination. He didn't come to the heavenly mandate realm for a Runhuang's teaching. Now, his companions were all somewhere else, but as long as they were in Emperor Qi's territory, they would know about the palace examination. And that would be the only information everyone could receive at the same time. Other people must have thought of it, too, so they could take this chance to meet there. He could think of it, so others could, too. When Yi Futian was absorbed in thought, it seemed that something came to Yun Shong's mind. She knitted her eyebrows as if she was worried. What happened? Asked Yi Futian. One thing suddenly occurred to me. If it is true, there will be more disadvantages to our Yun clan, said Yun Sheng in a soft voice. What is the thing? Yi Futian asked. There is a terrifying talented Saint Plain warrior among this generation of Zhuoqiu clan whom even Emperor Qi thinks highly of. This time he will also attend the palace examination, but he will walk through it. He is a similar age to Li Rushuang, Yun Ni softly said. Li Rushuang is determined in cultivation and has ambition. His talent and appearance are also outstanding. This time the Zhuoqiu clan sent warriors to visit the Celestial Sword Li clan in person. Or maybe. You mean, they arranged a political marriage for him? Asked Yi Futian. Yun Nin nodded and said, if so, Li Rushuang's status will immediately rise, and the Celestial Sword Li clan will also get a chance. Thinking about this, Yun Ni didn't look very good. She had been seeking revenge after her husband's death. But if the Celestial Sword Li clan flourished, survival, not to mention revenge, would be hard. Yun Qianyu often came to consult with Yi Futian. Every time, Yi Futian would share his previous comprehension with her since he had experienced the cultivation path Yun Qianyu was working on, and he was good at comprehending things, especially when it came to the integration of the power of rules and creation. And it was what Yun Qianyu was going through. At this moment, Yun Qianyu was sitting and cultivating in Yi Futian's courtyard, her eyes closed. Thunder burst around her, emitting gorgeous light. Yi Futian was sitting a short distance away and was playing an ancient zither. The voice of the zither was full of energy, fierce like thunder. It also affected Yun Qianyu and helped her enter the artistic atmosphere of it. Listening to music that fit one's personality was beneficial to a person's cultivation. Suddenly, as if the forceful sound of zither exploded in the artistic atmosphere, the destructive thunder rose. The light of thunder around Yun Qianyue's body illuminated the sky and erupted at once. She opened her eyes. The spirit around her surged. The destructive thunder and lightning were about to flood the whole space. After a while, the will of thunder rules was gradually appeased. She had a look of amazement on her face. She turned her beautiful eyes toward Yi Futian and said, "Thank you, sir." These days, Yi Futian had been guiding her cultivation. She had not only made quick progress in thunder techniques, but with the aid of the zither, she had even improved her state of mind, and the thunder techniques suited her better, which was a wonderful feeling. "You have talent," Yi Futian said with a smile. He discovered Yun Qianyue's talent was actually very outstanding and that she had potential. "That is because the teacher teaches well," said Yun Qianyu, laughing. "I never promised to be your teacher," said Yi Futian with a laugh. "Fine. You are good at teaching," said Yun Qianyu, smiling. At the same time, in another villa of the Yun clan, Yun Chong was standing in the courtyard. Behind him, a young man stood with his hands behind back in an unusual manner. A group of people came in front of them and slightly bowed. "How's it going?" asked Yun Chong. The Zhuoqiu clan and Celestial Sword Li clan indeed had the plan to unite by marriage, that person replied. Hearing this, Yun Chong immediately turned sullen. Behind him, the young man's face turned gloomy, too. It might hinder him from cultivating under the throne of Emperor Qi. Yun Chong waved his hand. His mind was released and enveloped the space as if prohibiting others from probing into it. He looked at the person and asked, "And, the other thing I told you to do, how is it?" That person took a bow and cupped his hands as a salute and replied, "It's going well." As you expected, Zhong clan indeed showed their interest, especially Miss Qianyu. They have promised to help if we show a willingness to send them to Zhong clan in service. "Good," said Yun Chong. He stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes and told him, "Nobody else shall know about it. You must change your wording in front of the clan lord. Do you understand?" "Aye, sir," he replied, nodding. "Then you can go," said Yun Chong. He waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into that person's hand. He bowed and showed gratitude, then soon retreated and left the place. Yun Chong looked into the distance. Coldness flashed across his face. Yun Teng didn't get along with him after the first thing happened, but now that he was dead, it was meaningless to linger on it. All was for the clan to get stronger. Now, they even sheltered a stranger and displeased the Zhuoqiu clan. Luckily, Yun Chong had prepared a backup plan. For the clan, this time, he had to let Yun Teng make sacrifices again. Yun Teng came to the villa where Yi Futian was. "Sir." Yi Futian opened his eyes and saluted. He was cultivating. "I just found a cultivator roaming around in the Luo city. His name is Yu Sheng. Do you know him?" asked Yun Teng. Yi Futian paused a second and then nodded, smiling. He didn't expect Yu Sheng was nearby. "Where is he?" he stood up and asked. "Let's go," Yun Teng said and turned around. Yi Futian followed him, and soon they flashed away from the Yun residence. In Luo City, a lot of people gathered in one place, bustling with noise. Some cultivators were lying on the ground. All of them were saint-level cultivators with some fame in Luo City. They were usually considered geniuses. However, at this moment, they had been beaten down, all were lying on the ground. Next to them, their seniors were encircling a burly person in anger. "Do you want to intervene in this, too, people from Yun clan?" said a senior angrily. This burly person was too arrogant. Yi Futian was dumbstruck. He immediately recognized that burly figure from a distance. It could only be Yu Sheng. For real, this guy liked making trouble more than Yi Futian did. "Yu Sheng," shouted Yi Futian. The burly beast, who was releasing a ferocious life force, paused a second and turned around. When he saw Yi Futian, he grinned. The life force on his body suddenly disappeared. He flashed in front of Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian staring at him, Yu Sheng turned his head and pretended as if nothing had happened. "For my sake, would you mind putting an end to the thing today?" Yun Teng looked toward these people and pleaded. These people seemed quite discontented, but they also had scruples about Yun Teng. Since the Yun clan was the lord of this city, Yun Teng was of unblemished plain, and none of them dared to challenge him. "Since you have spoken, surely we will not do anything serious. It's just this boy is too arrogant. In his eyes, we were like nothing. If we don't teach him a lesson, we can't appease people's anger," said one senior. Obviously, they still looked quite furious. Just because of one squabble, he brought them all to their knees. Some people's hands and legs were fractured. He was such an asterisk shoal. "Since then, you don't need to lend a hand," said Yu Sheng to Yun Teng. He took one step forward and said to these discontented people, "For those of you who have complaints, come on, fight me." After speaking, he released a fierce life force from his body. Those seniors' mouths twitched. Just now, they had fought once. Although they were all seniors of the true self plane and Yu Sheng was just at the apex of Doctrine Saint plane, inferior to them in terms of level, Yu Sheng's fist almost broke their hand bones. If they had real combat, they didn't have the confidence. Where did this asterisk shoal come from? One fist knocked out a warrior of his same plane. Even to the higher plane warriors, he showed no mercy, either. Yun Teng looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian was quite awkward. Before, when he as a Doctrine Saint fought with Xingkai the true self-saint, Yu Sheng was also at the apex of Doctrine Saint plane. He could even beat Xingkai, the strongest warrior of Crimson Dragon Realm. As for fighting with the true self-saints of the Luo city, that shouldn't be a big deal. "Sir, my friend was really out of line. Maybe he needs some discipline. Let's not get involved," said Yi Futian to Yun Teng. Yun Teng paused a second and didn't know what Yi Futian meant. Did he really want to treat his friend like this? But since Yi Futian said so, he nodded and said, "If so, I will let you handle it. But please show some mercy." After Xingkai finished talking, Yu Sheng took a step forward. Suddenly the ferocious demonic will rumbled around his body. He was dressed in a demonic deity's armor. Even the strongest true self-plane senior shook his arms and twitched his mouth, staring at those demonic eyes. He thought to himself that if he were defeated by this young person here, perhaps his long-established fame would be buried here today. Thinking about this, he said, "Let's call it a day. I don't want to face any controversy related to bullying young people." He waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to fight. "Nah, I don't mind at all," said Yu Sheng. He continued stepping forward. A gust of violent force pushed ahead and added pressure on the senior, whose face turned pale. What did this asterisk shoal mean? The senior tossed his sleeves back and said, I don't want to cause controversy. For Mr. Yoon's sake, I will put it to an end. After saying that, he directly turned around and left with those young warriors, who had been pounded to the ground. He just left like that. It was too. The crowd around them blinked in disbelief. What was this situation? Just now, they couldn't wait to fight and had to stop because that person from the Yoon clan intervened, but now they had just let it go. Yoon Tung didn't understand it, either. Yu Sheng looked toward others and said, how about you come over to fight me? Nah, we don't bully young people, either. Since Mr. Yoon has spoken, we shouldn't quibble over it, they all said and left with their people. Seeing others leave, of course, they knew what had happened. They had no confidence in winning over him. Soon, they all went away, crestfallen. No one claimed they wanted revenge. Yu Sheng was standing at the center. No one could fight. He looked quite unhappy and let out a sigh, murmuring, they were all very boastful. Then he retrieved his force and walked to Yi Futian's side. Yoon Teng was like, they dared not fight. He also saw through something and showed little surprise. This friend of Yi Futian's was just a young man of doctrine plain, and he scared away old people of true self plain? They all ran away like that. Thinking about how Yi Futian killed people of the Celestial Sword Li clan with one strike, he was somehow speechless. It seemed that these people from the Crimson Dragon realm all had excessively strong combat power. If so, when Yi Futian told him not to intervene, Yi Futian was not teaching Yu Sheng a lesson. He was obviously bullying them. What happened? Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng and said. He didn't know what to say. Was it fun to bully them like that? Their tone was too arrogant while they were too weak, said Yu Sheng. Yi Futian was speechless and didn't need to ask anything. Although Yu Sheng hardly showed mercy in a fight, he knew when it was time to act properly. It must have been that someone offended him, otherwise, he would not have started the fight for no reason. Have you met anyone else? Asked Yi Futian. No, after the space was distorted, I fell outside the city, and then I directly entered the city, said Yu Sheng. So our locations were not very far. After the space was distorted, others should land within Emperor Chi's territory, too, said Yi Futian in a soft voice. Sir, after a few days, we will go to the Imperial City with you. If all of them were in Emperor Chi's territory, as he had speculated, he should be able to find some people in the Imperial City. All right, said Yoon Teng, nodding. After a few days, they will depart for the Imperial City. Not only them, but other warriors in Emperor Chi's territory would also go, too. For many cultivators, the palace examination in Imperial City was a great opportunity. It was an opportunity that could even change their destiny. Soon, they returned to the Yoon residence. Knowing that Yu Sheng had come, Yoon Chenyu came to visit. She stared him up and down curiously. From Yu Sheng, she could perceive a gust of invisible pressure. It was as if he had a peerless imposing attribute in his body. He was able to intimidate so many true self-saints as a doctrine saint, which meant he must be a very unusual figure. But Yu Chenyu learned from her grandpa that Yu Sheng listened to Mr. Yi. Sir Yi was very mysterious to her. She had been cultivating under Yi Futian's instruction for a few days and had made great improvements. He was always so gentle and well-mannered, but so far, she had never seen through Sir Yi once. He was like the sea, like stars in the sky. Sir Yu, I am glad to meet you, saluted Yoon Chenyu, slightly bowing. Yu Sheng felt the form of address kind of weird, but he nodded a little bit. Yoon Chenyu felt Yu Sheng was not very easygoing, so she just gave up and said to Yi Futian, Sir, I have mentioned to my mother that I want to become your disciple and cultivate with you. My mother doesn't mind. Can you take me as a disciple? Seeing Yoon Chenyu mention it again, Yi Futian forced a dry smile. Yoon Chenyu's talent was outstanding, and she was a good person, too. Yi Futian liked her amiable personality. He didn't mind receiving a disciple if he were in Emperor Xia's realm, but due to the thing he was ready to do in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he was not able to let Yoon Chenyu travel with him. There were so many people of Sage Plain in Thousand Leaves City that he didn't take. He shook his head and said, Chenyu, it's not like I don't want to take you on as a disciple. It's just I have my own thing to do in heavenly mandate realm, and I don't want to take care of you. Yun Chenyu nodded. There was a disappointment in her eyes. She said, the thing you want to do must be very difficult. Yi Futian nodded. He wanted to go to the Brahma's pure sky to find his own roots. It couldn't be easy. If so, I will say yes to the Lord, Yun Chenyu said with a smile. The Lord said he wanted to specially raise me and take me to the palace examination in the future. One day, maybe I will have the change to cultivate under Emperor Qi's throne. Yi Futian nodded and said, your talent is very outstanding, that shouldn't be a problem. In the future, you will definitely be able to cultivate with the Ren Huang and learn teachings from him. Maybe, you will become Ren Huang, too, said Yun Chenyu, laughing. I should go back. After a few days, I will go to the imperial city with you. Yes, Yi Futian said and nodded. After Yun Chenyu left, Yu Sheng looked toward Yi Futian and said, she sincerely wanted you to become her master. Why don't you take her on as your disciple? I must be responsible for her if I take her as my disciple. We will leave after a few days. Why do I let her miss me? Said Yi Futian. Yu Sheng didn't say anything. During these days, everything looked quietly in the Yun residence. The departure day was approaching. On this day, Yi Futian practiced a set of fist skills and just finished cultivation. Suddenly, he heard noises from outside. What happens? Yi Futian frowned. He looked into the distance and saw in the Yun residence. There was light of thunder falling from the sky. It was as if a fight was about to break out. Father, is this the way you treat me? Someone let out a furious roar, echoing in the Yun residence. Yi Futian's heart suddenly sank. It was Yun Teng's voice. Let's go and see, said Yi Futian to Yu Sheng. They directly flashed there, where many people had gathered. Yun Teng and Yun Ni were standing in the crowd. Yun Nin looked grief-stricken. There was absolute despair and even hatred in that pair of eyes, which were staring at people of the Yun clan. Anything happen? Said Yi Futian to himself. He had a bad feeling about it. Sending Chenyu away. It is for her future, an old man said to Yun Teng and Yun Ni while looking at them. His manner was solemn and imposing. His voice was sonorous, like a large bell's chime. For the future? Yun Teng questioned. There was a coldness in Yun Teng's eyes. He stared at his father, the lord of the Yun clan. His father had promised to cultivate Chenshue before. He used to believe it was true and thought his father wanted to atone for Chenshue's father's death in this way. Obviously, he thought too much. Chenshue didn't go to the imperial city with them. She was sent away beforehand with many other outstanding ladies of the clan. But the person who picked them up was from the Zhong clan of the imperial city. How could Yun Ting not understand that the Yun clan, his family, had sold Chenyu in exchange for the family interest? So, you sent her to the Zhong clan for the future. The light of lightning exuded from Yun Teng's body. He tried to control his fury and snarled in a low voice, Chenyu is still young, but she has shown very unusual talent. The clan has already been indebted to her because of her father's death. Why do you still want to do this? He was even reluctant to believe that it was a thing the Yun clan of Luo City could do. They couldn't be more cold-blooded. It was Chenyue's extraordinary talent that made the Zhong clan pay attention to her. You are very clear about the Zhong clan's status. She will have a better future with them, continued Lord Yun. Father, I can't believe such brazen speech came out of your mouth, said Yun Teng, the light of thunder flowing around his body. In Emperor Qi's territory, everyone knows the cultivation method of the Zhong clan. Zhong Qiu, the current successor of Zhong clan, is notorious for his cultivation of ultimate will of ice. He cultivated in the pure yin power of the will of yin-yang, even via women's bodies. People all tried to stay away from them. Only those shameless families send good women to the Zhong clan as maids in order to seek connection with them. I didn't expect that you, my father, also became one of them. It is so ridiculous. Being a maid was a subordinate job in the world of cultivation. Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan hadn't married yet but had already had many maids to help him cultivate and gain fame. Such a way of cultivation should have been looked down upon, But the Zhong clan had a lofty status in heavenly mandate realm and never forced others, so powerful clans still often sent their women to the Zhong clan. Yun Teng thought such a thing would be far away from them. Although he knew Yun clan had been trying to establish a connection with the Zhong clan, he didn't expect they used such a despicable way. "Watch your mouth." Lord Yun rebuked him. The Zhong clan cares for Chen Yue's talent. Zhong Qiu is the strongest warrior in Emperor Qi's territory. If Chen Yu stays with him, in the future, she might have the chance to marry Zhong Qiu. I have also asked them to treat Chen Yu nicely. In the future, even if she can't become his wife, as long as Chen Yu performs well, it is not hard to become a mistress. I don't know what's wrong with it. You want her to please others to become a mistress, said Yun Nin, tearing up, utterly broken-hearted, just because her last name is not Yun. You are despicable, Yun Chong. It was your idea, right? Using my daughter to trade for your son's future. She glanced at the people in the crowd, and finally, her crimson eyes fell upon Yun Chong and his son Yun Mo. Yun Mo was the most talented Saint Plain man of this generation in the Yun clan. All the Yun people had been resting their hopes on him, and since Lord Yun used her daughter to trade, the only possible reason was to help Yun Mo. You, shut up. Yun Mo took an emotionless glance at Yun Ni and said coldly, all people of the Yun clan work for the benefit of the clan. You refused to hand the person over for your personal reasons and offended the Zhuoqiu clan, so you are supposed to be the one to pay for it. I got news from the Imperial City that the Celestial Sword Li clan may seek connection with Zhuoqiu clan via marriage. You must know that only Zhong clan is able to fight against the Zhuoqiu clan, and Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan is the only one comparable with that genius of the Zhuoqiu clan. You have made mistakes without regard to our clan interest once, and now it's time for you to make a sacrifice. You are acting presumptuously here. I should warn you, don't forget what your last name is. Yi Futian observed all that happened silently. He now understood everything. Yun Chong, who had been acting nicely, finally showed his true colors. For the clan interest. Of course, he was willing to sacrifice other people's children instead of his own and even his child for the so-called clan. Was Chen Yu taken to the Zhong clan and traded like goods? As a maid. The status of a maid was inferior, she had to listen to every order of the master and belonged to the master physically and mentally. How dare he say it was for Chen Yu? As Yun Teng had said, they were shameless. The crueler the cultivation land was, the more the people there worshipped self-interest. But he knew arguing was meaningless. The way of thinking was rooted in their veins. Despicable people wouldn't think of themselves as despicable, they would believe what they thought was all true. Otherwise, they would not have reached their current cultivation plane while questioning themselves. Sir, arguing with them is meaningless. Let's go to the Imperial City, Yi Futian said to Yun Teng and Yun Ni. Chen Yu was not sent away for a long time. They could still catch up with her if they hurried. Do you have the right to speak here? An arrogant voice came. Yun Chong's son Yun Mo glanced at Yi Futian with coldness. Don't forget who caused the trouble. Yu Sheng saw Yun Mo act like this and released the imposing life force from his body. Yi Futian looked quite calm. Although he had the thought to kill, he was still trying to control his fury. The speaker was the so-called future of the Yun clan. All things the Yun clan had done were for him. Chen Yu has been cultivating with me, so she is like a half-disciple of mine. If anything happens to her, I will not let any one of you go, Yi Futian said calmly, but there was a chill hidden under this calmness, which made one feel like the temperature had been lowered. The lord of the Yun clan looked at him. At this moment, he seemed to be able to perceive a special disposition from this true self-plain young man. His disposition seemed to be the leadership of a person in a lofty position with disdain for the Yun clan. He, as a Nirvana plain saint, suddenly perceived a keen sense of threat from this young man. Yun Chong and Yun Mo took a glance at Yi Futian with surprise. There seemed to be some contempt in his glance. He would not let anyone go? Who did he think he was? Yi Futian took one step forward and said to Yun Teng and Yun Ni, we'd better hurry up. Don't waste time here. Okay, Yun Teng nodded and said, trying to restrain his anger. He wanted to leave with Yun Ni. Someone blocked their way, But Lord Yun said, just let them go. He knew it was unfair to Yun Teng and Yun Ni, but as Yun Chong had said, once the Celestial Sword Li clan had a connection with the Zhuoqiu clan through marriage, they who had a grudge with the Celestial Sword Li clan would be in danger. They must get rid of this situation, and the only way they could find was to get close to the Zhong clan. There must be a sacrifice for the clan. We should depart, too, continued Lord Yun. Yun Teng was just an unblemished saint, and he was of Nirvana plane. They would reach the imperial city prior to Yun Teng, and they would inform the Zhong clan beforehand. Yun Teng wouldn't do anything bad, and he didn't want anything happen to Yun Teng, either, since he was his heir. He could judge by Yun Teng's cultivation plane that Yun Teng couldn't do anything big even if he reached the imperial city. The large group of warriors of the Yun clan started their journey. They drove their divine instruments instead of walking and drew a flash of lightning on the sky dome. They directly surpassed Yun Teng and others and headed into the distance. Yun Teng and others looked quite embarrassed. According to the plan, they were supposed to depart with other clan members and reach the palace examination on time. Sir Yun, the date of the palace examination is approaching, right? Asked Yi Futian. His plan was also to keep up with the Yun clan warriors. Yes, nodded Yun Teng. If so, the Zhong clan will also prepare for the palace examination, and temporarily, Chen Yu should be safe. Sir, you don't need to worry too much, said Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian said so, Yun Teng and Yun Shong didn't look relaxed at all. How could they not worry about them? Even though nothing had happened, the situation was still even Yun clan didn't dare to provoke such a giant like Zhong clan, not to mention them. Would it work even if they reached the imperial city? But now they were not allowed to think that much, they could only go there first. Chen Yu is my half-disciple. I will handle it when we reach the imperial city, continued Yi Futian. Both Yun Teng and Yun Shong looked at him. Yi Futian seemed to be serious, just like when he threatened Lord Yun. He looked very confident. Okay, said Yun Shong, nodding. Chen Yu trusted Mr. Yi, she even wanted to be his disciple and follow him to cultivate. Every time after cultivation, Chen Yu often spoke highly of Mr. Yi in front of her. So, unconsciously, she also felt Yi Futian was a very unusual person. Now, since he said so, the hope was also growing in her heart. Or maybe, he had the chance to do it. It, at least, was a wisp of hope no matter how bleak it was. In Emperor Qi's territory, in the solemn imperial city, above the sky dome, warriors traveled in the air. Today, all the warriors within Emperor Qi's territory gathered in the imperial city and headed to the core of the city. It was the start date of the palace examination of Emperor Qi's territory. The chosen ones would have the opportunity to cultivate with Emperor Qi and learn his teachings. Heavenly Mandate Realm was the ultimate Renhuang realm. It was also the one among the 3,000 realms of the Great Law, who honored the martial spirit most. Here, everyone pursued the law of martial arts. Such zeal spread across the endless realm. People from all directions would not miss this great event. Even then, many powers had already arrived beforehand. When the palace examination was about to start, Yi Futian and the other three had arrived. However, they didn't directly head toward the place where the palace examination was held, but rather, they went to visit the Zhong clan, with Yun Teng as the lead. Compared with the palace examination, they cared more about Yun Chenyue's safety. As for the palace examination, they did not care for it. Their speed was extremely fast. They were so worried that something would happen to Yun Chenyu that they moved at the fastest pace. Finally, when the palace examination began, they had reached the Zhong clan residence in the imperial city. Yi Futian they reached the Zhong clan and were blocked by guards of the residence. Yi Futian slightly nodded to Yun Teng and Yun Ni, then walked up to the front of the guards and said, "We are from the Yun clan of Luo City. Before long, Our Lady Yun Chenyu came to your residence. This is her grandfather. This is her mother. Please pass the message that we came to visit her." The Zhong clan and the Zhuoqiu clan had similar levels of power and owned 4 warriors of Nirvana plane. Still, since the palace examination was held in the imperial city, All people of Emperor Qi's territory had headed toward the imperial palace, so the lord of Zhong clan was not at home. If Yun Chenyu had been in the Zhong clan, they would have taken her. The guard acted quite politely after hearing Yi Futian's words. He slightly bowed and said, "Young Master Qiu has been taking Miss Chenyu with him since she reached the residence. They should be in the palace examination at the imperial palace. I can pass the message if you don't mind waiting for them in the residence." "No need. Thanks," Yi Futian replied and turned around. Yun Teng and Yun Nin knew what he meant and followed him in another direction. Yun Nin looked quite pale. Was Chenyu chosen by Zhong Qiu just after she came? Chenyu hasn't stayed here for a long while, and the palace examination was after it. "Nothing should have happened to her," said Yi Futian in a low voice. Yun Ni nodded. She had no choice but to think in this way, even though she was just trying to comfort herself. Although Yi Futian said he would handle this, was he really capable of saving Chenyu? Now, numerous high-level warriors were gathering in the palace examination. Even though 4 of them were all of Saint Plain, the situation was still too unfavorable to them. How could they rescue her? 4 of them flashed toward the direction of the imperial palace. After a while, they came to the outside of the palace and could see the busy crowd seen in front of them from a distance. Cultivators scattered in all directions in this large space. The palace examination of the imperial city was the largest event in Emperor Qi's territory. Yi Futian wedged his way into the crowd. In front of him, there was an ancient golden road paved outside the imperial palace that headed toward a giant matrix plaza. Dazzling patterns were carved on its surface. There were warriors fighting over it. The other 3 sides were grandstands, where many warriors were watching the battle. The most powerful family clans of Emperor Qi's territory were sitting at the forefront. At this moment, the crowd bustled. Many warriors exclaimed. Yi Futian followed the noise and looked toward that side. He saw a figure standing on the grandstand with hands behind his back. His disposition was outstanding. No doubt, Zhuoqiu Yang is one of the most peerless figures in the territory. Among all his peers, only Zhong Qiu can compete with him, many people remarked. Yi Futian heard people's praise and looked at the unusual young man on the grandstand. His clothes were blowing in the wind. He is Zhuoqiu Yang. When people in the clan talk about the political marriage between the Zhuoqiu clan and the celestial sword Li Chan, they are referring to Zhuoqiu Yang and Li Rushuang. He is one of the most outstanding warriors of this generation in Emperor Qi's territory, Yun Teng said to Yi Futian while pushing his way forward. He had been anxiously looking toward the seats of honor in front of the grandstand, seeking something. Soon, Yun Teng found where the Zhong clan warriors were. His pupils slightly contracted. That familiar figure was there. Chenyu. Yun Teng directly ignored the peerless person on the grandstand and fixed his eyes on the graceful figure Yun Chenyu. Chenyu, Yun Shong saw her, too. Yi Futian looked quite calm when seeing Yun Chenyu. She stood there quietly. Beside her, there were countless powerful warriors. A handsome young man with fair skin sat in front of her. His skin was mesmerizingly fair, even fairer than women's. He was quite feminine looking. He was watching the battlefield. A slight chill exuded from his cold, calm eyes. He should be Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan, and his unique temperament should be related to his cultivation. I think Chenyu is fine," Yi Futian called her when he saw Yun Ni was heading there. Yun Nin turned her head and looked at him. "Now, Chenyu is there. Temporarily, nothing will happen to her," continued Yi Futian. Yun Ni paused a second and nodded. Of course, she knew, but seeing her daughter there, she didn't have the heart to leave her there. "Sir, what should we do?" asked Yun Ni. Yi Futian was absorbed in thinking, and when he took a glance and noticed one person, he suddenly paused for a while. In front of him, some warriors sat in the row of seats of honor, and next to a young man sat a familiar person. "You are here, too," the whisper came to Yi Futian's ears. A smile immediately cracked on Yi Futian's face. He replied from a distance, "Master, how did you get here?" So the person who was sitting there was his master, Qi Shengang. "After the ancient path of space was destroyed, we were separated. Thinking that it must be hard to find everyone, I directly came to the imperial city and entered the imperial palace, so it would be much easier to meet any of you. Your brother is here, too, said Qi Shengang, smiling. Yi Futian looked up and found Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan behind Master. Mu Chuanyang and Lu Chuan had been following Master for many years and knew Master much better than he did. They also took action very quickly, so they met Master faster than Yi Futian. Wu Yong arrived yesterday. He was on your left, said Qi Shengang. Yi Futian looked toward the left and saw Wu Yong shoving his way forward in the crowd. He said, Lord Yi. Is anyone else here? Asked Yi Futian. We don't know yet. But since today is the date of palace examination in Emperor Qi's territory, those who have received the information should know it is a good chance to meet, said Wu Yong. Yes. Yi Futian felt relieved. He asked Yun Teng, who was next to him, are the people in front of us royal members? Yes, Yun Teng nodded and replied. Emperor Qi's princes and princesses have all attended the event in person. Emperor Qi might show up, too. The people behind princes are all revered figures from the imperial palace. Yi Futian was finally relieved. Before, he was worried about how to get rid of all this safely, but now he didn't need to worry at all. Master was there at the apex of Nirvana Plain, nearly invincible. Wherever he went, he was treated as the guest of honor even though it was in Emperor Qi's imperial palace. Sitting next to the prince, he could easily notice almost everyone. It was indeed a smart idea. Sir, just set your mind at ease. Many companions of mind from the Crimson Dragon Realm have arrived. Nothing will happen to Chen Yu, said Yi Futian to Yun Teng. Yun Teng paused. He knew Yi Futian was from the Crimson Dragon Realm, and he came with the Prince of Crimson Dragon Realm. Did it mean the royal warriors of Crimson Dragon Realm had come? This thought gave him a wisp of hope. Yi Futian's words made him have faith again. Yi Futian didn't take action immediately, but rather, he quietly observed everything in the crowd. The palace examination was held by the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan. The Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan would also be in charge of deciding who to choose. All powers coordinated with each other, and finally, the most talented Saint Plain figures in Emperor Qi's territory would gather in this palace examination and fight each other, showing themselves to the public. Finally, the Zhuoqiu clan and the Zhong clan would make the decision of who would be summoned by Emperor Qi in person. That was why a huge political power was formed with Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong clan as the center, and these two clans stood on the top throughout Emperor Qi's territory. All the cultivators had thoroughly prepared and performed well during the combat in the palace examination. Of course, nobody could surpass Zhuoqiu Yang of the Zhuoqiu clan and Zhong Qiu of the Zhong clan. From time to time, one could hear the audience's praise to them from the grandstand. Many people worshipped these two people's talent and regarded them as the goal. However, many also knew that even if they didn't attend the palace examination, they would still become Emperor Qi's disciple and learn his teachings. Thus, they still should show their abilities during the palace examination. Yi Futian delivered voice to Qi Shengang and made some inquiries. At this moment, next to Qi Shengang, the Prince Qi Yu asked him, Sir, what do you think of the warriors that attended the palace examination today? He showed great respect to him. The first day he met Qi Shengang in the imperial palace, the prince was impressed by his cultivation knowledge and his temperament. Since his last name was also Qi, the prince invited him to be one of his teachers. Qi Shengang had promised to give guidance to him, but he also said he wouldn't stay for long. Their performances were passable, said Qi Shengang. But they are not strong. What kind of person do you mean, sir? Asked the Prince of Qi. It is hard to tell, but you will understand it soon, Your Highness, replied Qi Shengang. I can tell your standards are very high. I have a rough idea of what you mean, but I don't know if I have a chance to see one here, said the Prince of Qi, laughing. Mr. Qi's standard is so high that nobody in the palace examination can meet it. I am inquisitive as to what kind of person you are talking about, the Lord of Zhuoqiu clan said slowly after hearing the dialogue between Qi Shengang and the prince. The Lord was the man standing on the peak of Emperor Qi's territory. Zhuoqiu Yang was also one of the most talented warriors among all clans. However, after arrival, Qi Shengang was esteemed by the emperor and beloved by princes. The lord of the Zhuoqiu clan had been curious how powerful this emperor's guest of honor was. Qi Shengang made it sound like no one in the palace examination could meet his standard for a strong warrior. You might have the chance to meet it one today, said Qi Shengang. Really, said the prince, laughing. If so, I am looking forward to it. The palace examination is near its end. Is there still any talented person who has yet come to the stage? After speaking, he looked up into the distance. After several battles, the participants of the palace examination all came out. The last 2 warriors showed up. One of them was Yun Mo from the Yun clan of Luo City. Seeing him, warriors of the Yun clan all got quite excited. The chance was here, they all hoped Yun Mo would not disappoint them. Yun Mo indeed tried his best for this battle. He perfectly displayed all his abilities and won over the opponent with a marvelous performance. After the battle, a tinge of smile was seen on his smile. He looked toward where warriors of the Yun clan were. A soft wind blew across his face. He was standing there, one step further toward his goal. Good, a warrior of the Zhong clan commented. He walked to the prince and asked, Your Highness, what do you think of all the participants of the palace examination today? Prince Qi took a look at Qi Shengang and turned to the huge crowd around him. What do you think? Our Emperor Qi's territory indeed has countless talents, someone said. Other people also echoed and gave praise. Are these the so-called talents specially selected from everywhere of Emperor Qi's territory to attend the palace examination? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was not loud, but it was very clear. It came into everyone's ears, and all of a sudden, the noisy crowd quieted down. Very soon, the place fell silent. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,